Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat. We guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Well, welcome into the Mr. E Crimecast, everyone. I am Mr. E. I'm joined by Mrs. E and, of course, our guest, Aunt E. How are you doing today, Aunt E?
Good.
Good. And now, before we kind of get into everything, just want to check in again on our nephew and how is he doing today?
He is doing good. Had an orthopedist appointment today, and they're going to follow up with an MRI scan of his arm because his arms have really bothered him since the seizure. So I think he must have just either damaged one of his arms or something in the seizure. But he's doing better, and hopefully we'll be regaining his sea legs soon and get back to work and feeling better. But every day's a little bit better.
Good to hear. I mean, you'll take arm kind of stuff and things like that over the brain.
Head injuries,
the head injuries, So I'm glad he's doing okay. So
we're had lunch with him today. So
I'm sorry.
I had lunch with him today after his doctor's appointment.
Good. Well, I just want to kind of update everybody on that because people have continued to ask and just I'm sure they wanted to know. So. Want to just thank all the mods. I know Hey Jude, K-Mac, Lady Tit for Tat. I'm not sure if anybody else has been able to. I know we're going last minute. I'm sure some of you are starting to hear what's going on out there. And this is maybe as big a news as there's been since, I don't know when, the flashlight video maybe, or the $50,000 reward. This might actually be bigger because this is going to court now in a very big way. So We've got the documents here. I'll print it out. It is big, and it's a lot. I have not been able to complete it yet. We've been for the last couple of hours just kind of scrambling, getting notes together, looking up everything we could to try to prepare. But we just had to get going on this. So our plan tonight is to do.
You can hear our son's very happy right now.
Yeah. So one of the reasons we usually go a little later is he kind of starts winding down a little later, and so if he might need our attention at some point and.
Yeah.
But anyway, but that's what that sound is if you hear that. And I agree with you, Michelle. I love this song too. So you can thank Lady Tit for Tat for that. We even all of us enjoy it, I think. So
well, I made you a little something for this show. Do you want to see it?
Oh, yes. So
you guys want to see it? Let's see
it.
Okay. Let me see if I can do it the right way. All right.
Ricola.
So yes, so that is what we are looking at. This is massive, and
Lisa B always says you nailed it months ago. Yes, you did.
Okay, so maybe I'll just start with this. It's the big part of the story. So we have kind of hinted at this a little bit. I've been thinking this for a little while. And I kind of want to just go back to kind of where I first started thinking this way as far as conspiracy. I've kind of mentioned it in passing a couple of times on our streams, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself or even mess up the investigation. But now that this thing's being laid out in a court of law and being openly talked about, I feel more comfortable discussing the implications of this and what this means. I don't think people realize what they had walked into. when we first started looking at the case, I think we were all kind of, once we started to realize it was a crime and not a runaway situation, then I started to develop the theory that at least 2, 3, and then over time, I came to believe that anywhere from 3 to 5 people probably had direct knowledge of exactly what happened. And privately, I've had the idea that even more than that probably know bits and parts. And once I started thinking that way, I started, we kind of just started discussing the possibility of conspiracy charges, which are always possible in any kind of crime. And
I just wanted to address this. B in Florida says, has it been served yet? Because Granny BBQ over at Queen Bee saying they have not been served. That we don't know. The documents are up on the website, the court website. So
yeah, I don't know about service yet. So I don't know.
Yeah,
that'll be up to them.
If they haven't, they will be.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and this is going to be pertaining to in the immediate future are those 2 creators.
Do you want to start with the press release?
No, I just want to start with this RICO conversation, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Then what happened? Kind of had been, and a couple of people in our community here have mentioned conspiracy and RICO a few times. And when it really kind of started to sink in with me that might be a real possibility was a $50,000 reward. Because, so like you've probably heard me say a dozen times or more, the FBI only investigates crimes. They don't investigate runaway kids, right? So we all know this. It was either an abduction or an unaliving. Anybody that told you it was a runaway, we knew that, they just didn't understand the situation. But what I hadn't really talked about a lot was the amount on that reward. It's a $50,000 reward. And even for a situation where they think there's a kidnapping or an abduction or whatever, these rewards in these kind of situations are usually more like $10,000 or $5,000 or $15,000. $50,000 is a huge number for the FBI to have put out there. And so then I started thinking along the lines of, so why, why that number? When early on, we all started having these conversations about why the FBI would or would not get involved. I think one popular theory was that maybe Sebastian had crossed state lines. There always been the theories that perhaps he was with, the mother's family in West Virginia somewhere, or maybe that trip up to Alaska, something along those lines, or maybe out of the country. There were all kinds of possibilities out there. And that is the kind of thing that would trigger the FBI's involvement. But another thing that would trigger the FBI's involvement would be a criminal organization being involved. I mean, that's really what the FBI is all about. The FBI would step in on a situation like that and get involved because a local law enforcement really would not be able to be equipped to deal with a criminal organization that spanned a multitude of states, which it looks like is the situation here. So what that puts into play, and what we're going to hear throughout the documents when we get into this in a bit, are the RICO allegations. So if we could now maybe do that press release, would be great.
Sure.
We'll release it. You may not have seen this. It's pretty recent too.
Okay.
Hold
on.
We got a lot of messages coming in. So it would not shock me if over the next couple of hours, even more news breaks while we're doing this tonight.
Oh, we've got other messages coming.
Yeah, I'm getting all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
We'll just do our best to keep it going.
So start with sorry. I was doing something. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Okay, here we go. Here's the press release. You want me to make it bigger?
I can make my screen.
Oh, there you go. Look.
I'll just make my screen bigger here, right? I can do that. Okay. So this is from One World Corporation. You might have remembered us talking about them when we were discussing Nik the Hat a few live streams back. This is kind of a PR group that's working it appears in tandem with At Night. They might be under the same corporation. I'm really not exactly sure the structure, but they are kind of a PR centered group. So for immediate release in regards to Operation Sebastian Stormfront, October 18th, 2024, news conference announcing legal action related to the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And in quotes, "This should be a united effort to bring a missing child home," said Joseph Lesniak, Esquire, This is the attorney we had on our show a few months ago, or a month or so ago, who is representing At Night, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and everyone. The quote continues, "We must fiercely protect the integrity of this search, not just for Sebastian's sake, but for every family who believes in the promise of truth, justice, and a country that stands together in times of crisis." And then Media, Pennsylvania, October 18th, 2024. So that is today. A news conference will be held on Tuesday, October 22nd. So this is next week at 10 a.m. on the steps of the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas, located at 201 West Front Street, Media, Pennsylvania, 19063. The legal team will discuss the latest legal actions concerning the ongoing search for Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old who went missing on February 25th, 2024, and was reported missing the following day. Legal counsel for the plaintiffs includes attorney Joseph P. Lesniak, Esquire, and Bruce L. Castor, Jr. You might have seen Castor when he appeared with Dog the Bounty Hunter in a news segment about a month ago as well. Castor is also a very well-respected attorney. He most famously represented Donald Trump in one of the impeachment hearings. So when this occurs is Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024 at 10 a.m., where steps of the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas, 201 West Front Street, Media, Pennsylvania, 19063, and the what? So this is the meat of it right here, I think. The legal action involves a RICO, an organized crime civil case filed in Delaware County aimed at addressing the harmful spread of misinformation and exploitation that has obstructed the investigation. This case, targets individuals and groups who have propagated false narratives, undermining the search for Rogers and delaying justice for his family. Let's continue, and then we'll come back to this paragraph, I think. Is that okay?
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Let's just go ahead and talk about it now.
Okay.
So, and of course, Auntie, Mrs. Z, if you all have any thoughts on any of this part of it, that, feel free to jump in there too. These two, the RICO and organized crime, you're going to hear referenced over and over again when we go through these documents. If you're not familiar with RICO, I've been kind of scrambling together research on it. I've kind of had it in the back of my mind anyway, because I thought that might be what was going to end up happening at some point. At least I was actually kind of hopeful that this is where things were going, because RICO, you ever find yourself attached to a RICO investigation, it's not a good thing for you. If any of these people that get named in this hear their name attached to this, it is a gut punch to see RICO. But it stands for Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organization Act, and this was passed in 1970. It targets specifically organized criminal activity and racketeering. So this can be anything from a ring of burglaries, assassins for hire, something like that. And really any type of organized crime, gambling rings, trafficking, any group that is organized in concerted effort to commit crime can be prosecuted with these under RICO. And so it looks like that's what they're going to try to allege throughout, is that this is a criminal RICO violation. If you are involved in this organization and say you get prosecuted, it is up to 20 years sentence. So this is not something to take lightly at all. There's also fines that go along with RICO. It can be double your earnings as a criminal. So let's say you had a gambling den and you had earned $50,000 at that gambling den in a year. They could fine you $100,000 for whatever you took in as that organization, or they have the option to fine you $250,000 instead. That's at the discretion of the courts. You have to forfeit all proceeds that you earned as a criminal organization. And the big key to prosecuting these is that you have to establish a pattern of a pattern of crime within an organization. So say like 3 robberies occurred within a group with knowledge within the group to conspire, that could fit that type of definition. If you find yourself you're going to hear a lot of victims listed in this. If you find yourself to be one of the victims here, one of the things that's great about RICO, if you're the victim, is that the person that's prosecuted can't defend against you. So let's say you felt damages by this criminal organization, and they're all prosecuted, and the prosecution wins. If you're one of the victims and you come back seeking damages, let's say you think there's $10,000 worth of damages, you are awarded triple those damages by the courts. And the person that lost the RICO suit, the person that's guilty of those RICO violations, they can't defend it. It is between the victim and the judge at that point, or the courts. I'm not sure if I don't guess that would be a jury. I would assume that would be a judge. That's again, we are not lawyers. This is just this is basically my interpretation of Cornell Law School
And
today.
exactly
and
what I was
that I've
going to
done,
say too.
there. And I watched a few videos just kind of about RICO and how it operates and how it's prosecuted as well. But most of what I'm sharing with you today is from Cornell Law.
That's where I got mine.
Here was let's see here. Does that all make sense?
It does.
Does the chat have any questions about anything about that so far?
Let's see.
I thought it was really interesting.
We can't hear you.
Here was
I'm not sure why.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Auntie. I'm sorry.
Hang on.
She might just try to re-enter here. I'm going to read this quote about RICO that I found on one of these websites. The power of RICO lies in its conspiracy provision.
I know what it is.
Oh.
Let's try it now.
Okay.
Talk, Auntie.
Hang on, I got to add me to stage. I'm not
I
there.
got you.
You're
You're there.
here.
You're on
Can
stage.
you hear me?
Yeah.
I was just saying that where I had looked at everything was from Cornell Law, and I was really surprised at how many different types of crimes fall under the RICO law.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
Excuse me, guys.
There's like a long laundry list of crimes that can fall under the RICO.
Yeah. Almost anything, actually. If they're organized enough, or if they're, if the pattern's there. So, we always think of it as mob bosses and street gangs and things like that, but that's really not the case. And there's been some precedent with other organizations.
Okay, people want you to get on with it. They want to know who's been charged or who's been who the complaint is against.
Okay. Well, then I'll just finish with this part because I think we do have to kind of understand this before we hop in. The power of RICO lies in its conspiracy provision based on an enterprise rationale that allows trying together apparently unrelated crimes with a common objective into a prosecutable pattern of racketeering. Successful defenses are rare, and that is true too. So yeah, we'll skip through any more of that part of it and just get right into the suit then. So this was all filed today in Delaware County in Pennsylvania. So it's a pretty thick stack of papers. This is double-sided even.
I believe if you want, I can I was able to download it from their website. So if you want me to
kind of do that as we go along.
can, but you'll have to alert me, so I don't dox anybody.
Ooh. Oh yeah. So let's talk about this too. Before we get into this, as far as doxing goes, I'm not going to read addresses, like street addresses of the homes of people. I know it's all out there. If people really want to find it, I guess they can, but just out of caution and just trying to do my best to keep people from getting targeted in their homes. Anyone that's named in here, I'm going to try to avoid reading their street names. There's also, of course, there are people that are YouTubers and creators and they have handles and things of that nature. I'm going to do my best also to just go by their name that they use on YouTube, just like we did with the Bullhorn Betty case. I didn't refer to her by her real name. I think I did once, but I didn't mean to. I'm going to do my best with that, not to state their real names. It's going to be difficult because it's just all throughout these documents. But when I can, I'll say Barbecue Lady or Granny's Watching. And as you all know, I said this before with the Bullhorn Betty situation with the Proudfoots. I really don't like covering other YouTubers at all. But we had to with Betty because it was the Proudfoots taking her to court. And so that the Proudfoots are part of the story. It's related to Sebastian and our ability to find the truth. And that's really the same situation here. This is essentially people that are defending Seth and investigating on Seth's behalf. And they are involving all three parents at different times are named throughout these documents for various reasons, as you're going to all see. So it is absolutely connected to the story. This is not just for, to try to attack any YouTubers or anything like that. It's nothing personal that way. There's a lot of different creators involved here. You have something to say, Mrs. E?
Before you get started into the documents, we've had some membership gifting, and I just wanted to tell everybody basically that we really appreciate it. I believe it was Ginger Girl gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Ginger Girl. And if you got a membership from Ginger Girl, please, tell her thank you. And thank you so much, Ginger Girl. We appreciate your support. And also Lady Tit for Tat, our amazing mod who does everything in the world, also gifted 5 memberships. So if you received a membership from her, please tell her thank you. And thank you, Lady Tit for Tat and Ginger Girl. That's really sweet for you guys. We are going to do our best. Hello, Tony Mathis.
Hi, Tony.
We are going to do our best to stay on top of that. I don't want to interrupt him. So we'll probably take breaks periodically and acknowledge super chats and memberships all at once. Right?
Yeah, what I think I'll try to do is I'll try to take breaks because it's divided into sections, everything here.
Yes.
So I'll try to take breaks in between all of it. And where I can, if I can offer any insider things I didn't understand, I will try to, the things I was able to research prior, I will try to explain those to you as best I understand them. And of course, if we have questions, I think what we'd like to do, Auntie and Mrs. E and our mods, if there's anything we want to highlight, that's a great question about the section we're in at that time. Kind of give me a little tap on the arm, let me know, and I'll try to stop, and we'll go into it.
The first few pages has private information, so I'm not going to show those on the screen, but once we get past those, I will start putting that stuff up.
Right. So the first page I have here is basically the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas civil cover sheet. So this is in Delaware County, which is just outside of Philadelphia.
I can probably show this one.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so and I'm going to go through this very quickly anyway, this part. So the commencement of action is that it's a complaint and a petition, and the lead plaintiff's name is At Night Media, LLC. The lead defendant's name is Barbecue Lady, and that's how I'll try to refer to her throughout. The biggest thing on this page in my mind is this question: are money damages requested? And they check the box no. So this lawsuit is apparently not seeking financial damages. Is this a class action lawsuit? It says no. And then they have to, at the very bottom, the bottom half of the page is what type of, place an X beside the category that most accurately describes your primary case. And at the very bottom right, they cite other, and they say this is a complaint in equity. I did not know what that meant, so I went and looked that up today. And a complaint in equity, there's basically, when you bring a lawsuit to someone, you are either doing a legal complaint, or you're seeking an equitable solution. Here they are seeking equity. So what that means is they are not looking for not money. They're not looking for a price tag, $50,000, $100,000 in damages, anything like that. They are seeking a solution. So they are asking for actions of some kind. It could be a variety of things. I think that's in these papers towards the end. Yes, Mrs. E.
I just wanted to remind everybody in chat to be kind to one another and not say hateful things about us. We're family, so we do tend to interrupt each other, and there are lots of people covering this right now. So if you're unhappy, I'm sure head over there.
Sure. You can,
sorry.
And
somebody did ask, sorry about that, but they wanted to know how we have copies ahead of time before the other people were served.
It's on
their website.
It's online.
It's online.
On the courthouse website?
Yes.
So we have.
And yeah.
Okay, so then the first page, let me see if there's any. I think you could show the first page that says in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County, where it says who the plaintiffs and defendants are.
It has their real names.
Oh, it does. But that's all throughout.
Maybe we should just talk about it and not show it. I don't know.
I don't. If it's a public record, I don't know why.
I
know a lot of things are public record though, and
I think you can increase the size to where it cuts off that top part.
I mean,
we
would
literally
have,
just got these, so
yeah.
I can't go and redact all this stuff right now.
I mean, at this point, all of these people are in court. They're going to all be testifying, I suppose, of some form, or likely will. And we're going to hear these names. You're going to hear these names everywhere. This is going to be a massive story. You're going to hear a lot about this.
Well, I will say that one of the plaintiffs in the case has texted me. I guess they're watching, and they said that it's public record, so not to worry about it.
Okay, we'll pull it up. I'm still going to just out of also confusion. A lot of you don't know the real names of these people. They're known as Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady and stuff like that. So it also will help with confusion, I think. But I don't know. I'm just trying to be as respectful as I can to people that are in a tough situation on both sides of this. But so anyway, I'm going to go ahead and read the top page. If you want to pull it up, that's okay. If you don't, that's fine. But this gives us the plaintiffs. So here's your list of plaintiffs involved on the first sheet.
We're 100% sure?
I mean,
are you on board with this?
It is public.
Other people have already shown it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's everywhere.
And it's public record. I mean, anybody can click on it and look at it.
Okay, give me 1 second to pull it up.
It's like Bullhorn Betty stuff was out there too. We just tried not to say her
right here. Right here, because I've got the case number and everything.
Yeah.
That's fine. Or whatever. I don't know.
Josh has already shown it.
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Anybody can go to the website and pull this up if they really want to get this stuff.
Okay, I'm just trying to be.
But you feel free to not do it. I don't think our audience actually cares either way. So if you want to put it up there, that's fine. I doubt it will matter.
I'm just, I'm not sure.
I think the reason people come here is for the discussion of it, and the we all try to get to an understanding of what this all implies, because there's a lot to this. So I'm gonna do so you can decide and do it later. You can think about it if you like. It doesn't matter to me at all.
Can I mute for just a second?
Sure.
Say something to you privately? Okay, hold on 1 second, guys.
Can't hear you.
I know I muted us because I wanted to tell him something privately.
I know, but then it looked like you started talking.
Oh, I would just read this page here with all of the people and use their names.
I think what
one
Mrs.
of them
is
I'm
saying,
not sure.
just on the air on the side of caution, we'll just avoid any documents that have any private information, even if it's the names and that kind of thing, and just err on the side of caution for now, I think.
I think once we get into it, we're fine a little bit. It's we've got pages with addresses and things. And if people want to go seek that out, that's fine, but I don't feel comfortable.
Okay. So let's go ahead and get into the plaintiffs. At Night Media LLC, Dwayne the Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, who's a YouTuber also. This person is
let me find out who that is.
I don't know who that is. So
which one?
Jules the Dog Handler's on here. Hong Ji, so you might remember Hong from Nik The Hat's YouTube channel, and then of course Nik The Hat as well. This other name, I don't know who that is.
Okay, I think I know, but I want to double check.
And then the defendants are Granny's Watching and the Barbecue Lady.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the only two defendants listed. So here's a notice, and this is from the lawyer's referral
Chasing
service.
Crime.
Oh, it's Chasing Crime.
Chasing Crime.
You have been sued. This is the notice that they have. You have been sued in court. If you wish to defend against the claims set forth in the following pages, you must take action within 20 days after this complaint and notice are served. By entering a written appearance personally or by attorney and filing in writing with the court your defenses or objections to the claims set forth against you, you are warned that if you fail to do so, the case may be processed without you and a judgment may be entered against you by the court without further notice for any money claimed in the complaint or for any other claim or relief requested by the plaintiff. You may lose money or property or other rights important to you. So essentially they will have 20 days to get it together, respond, and all of that, or they basically will forfeit their whatever decision to the court. And then they have a lawyer referral service. I don't think that's really critical to this. We have a page in Spanish, which I don't think is important to this. Then we get into the attorneys that are representing all of these plaintiffs. It is the law offices of Joseph Lesniak, who I'm sure you all remember from our live stream a month or so ago. He is the lead attorney, it appears. And then he is also joined by the law firm of Vanderveen, Hartshorn, Levin, and Lindheim. And that is Bruce Castor, who was the attorney we mentioned earlier that had represented Donald Trump in the past. Then it again lists all the plaintiffs, that this is occurring in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County, Pennsylvania. And it again lists the defendants. Except this time it says Barbecue Lady as a defendant. It says Granny's Watching as a defendant, and then Does 1 through 50, inclusive defendants. So that is, I suppose, 52 people, although the 50 does at this point are not explicitly named. I don't know exactly what that means. I've heard some questions about this. These does are referenced throughout the documents. You're going to hear me say like does 1 through 5 and stuff like that when it gets into the allegations here. We just don't know who they are. So if I had to guess, and maybe I know some of our folks out there are attorneys and paralegals and that sort of thing. I just didn't have time to look into this when we were kind of busting our tails to try to get prepared. But what I'm guessing is that if there's 52 people involved, Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady happen to live in Pennsylvania, which is where Joseph Lesniak is licensed to practice law. Maybe these other 50 people are in different states, and there's going to be other types of, I don't know, ways of dealing with the 50 other people. If that's what this means, if I'm understanding that correctly, is that what your guess? What that would mean too? What do you think, Auntie? Is that what you would guess?
Yes, that's exactly what I think.
About the
does are just 50 other people that
50 other people. Well, and that makes sense with a RICO case. If you've got co-conspirators or people that are part of this syndicate that they're developing or accusing them of having, there's going to be more than just 2 people. So I think that's what it means, that there's 50 others that may be minor players that they are also
involved. Yeah, and Graham says, I think the does are the commentators on their channel or in chat. I mean, I think it's possible. I think only time will tell on that.
I didn't have time to read all of this. I've read maybe a quarter of it so far, and I had to skip around. It's long. A lot, and there's a lot of allegations, and there's a lot of potential crimes in here. We're going to try to get to all of them.
Just bear with us.
But we get there. What they do. So what this section is called is complaint for injunctive and other equitable relief. Okay, so what this is, if you're not familiar, and I was not, because I've never taken anybody to court or been sued, so I had to look at what an injunction does exactly and what the purpose is. And what it is you file an injunction because you have an upcoming lawsuit, but you think that whatever's happening now is so bad that the courts need to step in and put a pause on it. So they are laying out the allegations so that any further damage will not continue over the following weeks or months as this lawsuit's going on. So if, for example, if one of the allegations is harassment, then what they are asking for is no more harassment potentially, but they're going to lay out where the harassment has the evidence of it and what they plan to bring to court. So then the judge will ultimately decide how much or all of this injunction to grant. So that's my understanding of it. It's kind of like a temporary relief.
And Mr. E, did you talk about the percentage success rate of RICO filed cases?
No,
I didn't see percentage. I just saw that it was rare.
I think it's a 98% success rate on the filing of RICO cases and being proven.
Well,
if this goes criminal.
Yes.
Okay, so
that is a possibility. We don't know.
And so this is we'll just take that part 2. So with this RICO, and Lesniak actually kind of talked about this in a roundabout way last time, and I went back and listened today just to be sure I understood. Because we had asked, so these death threats that you guys have gotten, how does that work? Do you file? How do you press charges on this? He said, well, we can't press charges. All we can do is report it to the authorities. He said we can bring civil action and prove that the death threats have occurred, and then the DA can take that and press charges. So potentially that's what could happen here. You could have them pursue a RICO civil case, lay out all the evidence in trial, let everybody, get all this evidence and testimony, whatever you need to prove it. You win in court, then the local DA can go, we've got these people that have, this lawyer has successfully proven that these people have an ongoing conspiracy to commit these various crimes or whatever. I'm pressing charges. It's almost like you're gift wrapping the case for the DA and handing it to them.
Oh, wow.
Does that make sense?
I guess Nick's watching.
Oh, snap. Nick is already showing a panel of people talking on Twitter.
Oh, wow.
Oh man, that's what
this is just crazy.
There's a part of me that does feel bad for people. We've really tried to warn people about how careful you got to be about these things. And they're not. Some people have to learn the hard way. But I feel some sympathy for people that, in a sense. I don't want anyone getting in this kind of trouble, but you can't mess around with this. This is RICO.
But ultimately, don't you think it's because it has impeded with the actual investigation is the whole reason behind these charges, not just to go after these people, but to go after the enterprise that's causing the hang up in the investigation? That's my interpretation. Is that what you see as the reasons behind it?
Yes. It's not like they're coming for money. They're not looking for financial gain or damages that way. They're asking for equitable relief, which means they're doing this more on principle than a payday, if that makes sense.
Oh, and I guess this answers everybody's question too. Nick is not in jail. So
that was one of the many rumors that goes around out there. But yes, these guys have been laying pretty low.
This is Nick's post from Twitter.
Just now? Well, we should read this. So Nik The Hat, who's one of the plaintiffs here, said, just like that, we're back in action today. We filed a complaint against several online creators, in quotes, who have capitalized on the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers and orchestrated fraudulent GoFundMe campaigns to fund their own lifestyles fueled by hate. Yeah, the GoFundMe fraud. That's going to be one of the allegations we're going to get to.
So as a recap, we have the plaintiffs. Will you just say the plaintiff's name or the screen names again?
Actually, we're about to get into this part.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So with this next, the first section here, section 1 is called the parties.
That's a great point, Deanna. I'm sorry. It's a great point.
Hosts need to be more heedful on who they allow on their panels, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
It is one of the reasons I don't know if we're ever going to do panels, actually, because there's.
Well, I think people consider this a panel, but we're all family.
Yeah. So. But we trust each other implicitly. We know what we're all going to be about. But it's we've had people in our chat before ask to come up and stuff like that. We just ignored it. It's not out of rudeness. It's just out of it's just caution, really.
And Samantha said, so what does an accident outside Brittany's home have to do with this? That just shows precedence for the behaviors. It just shows a pattern of behaviors. I believe that's what they're saying.
Well, we haven't gotten to that part. I think you're watching somebody else's show.
Yeah,
we haven't gotten to that yet. So we're going to go to it and give our take on what we're reading.
Yeah, it didn't have to do with the accident exactly. It was the framing of the accident to their audience. And we'll go through all this and show their arguments. Some of you may think some of these arguments are stronger and weaker than others, but it's a lot of arguments. It's I don't know how. It's hundreds maybe of allegations. So anyway, the parties here. The plaintiff is At Night Media, is a Pennsylvania limited liability company with its principal place of business in New York City and is in the process of relocating. Number 2 party is Plaintiff Dwayne Dog Chapman. He is an individual in professional capacity as a bounty hunter and public figure in Florida. So I'm skipping all addresses and things of that nature. Seth Rogers, an individual in Tennessee. Mr. Rogers is the father of Sebastian Rogers. Plaintiff Tony Mathis is an individual in the official capacity as national spokesperson for Mr. Rogers in Oklahoma. Plaintiff Hong Ji is an individual in his capacity as an officer at Night Media. in Pennsylvania. If you hear Pennsylvania as someone's location, that could be important later because there are different laws. Pennsylvania is much more, they have stronger laws against defamation and things of that nature than many other states. They also have very strong RICO laws in 7 states, and one of them is Pennsylvania. So any action that happened in that state is a little different than maybe us in Tennessee.
Excuse me.
Plaintiff
Sorry.
Bullhorn Betty is an individual living in Florida. Brittany J is an individual living in North Carolina. What was the name of this person?
Chasing Crime.
Chasing Crime. I cannot get that right in my head. I even know the channel.
I think you've even met her.
I know. It's just
in person.
The name of the channel. I keep wanting to put crime.
I know.
I have met. In Pennsylvania. I didn't know they were in Pennsylvania. Jules the Dog Handler is also in Pennsylvania. Nik The Hat is also in Pennsylvania. And then let's see here. Barbecue Lady are the defendants. 2 defendants listed here. And also Granny's watching, and both of them are in Pennsylvania. So do we have any super chats? Anything we want to read?
TN Nurse had something cute.
TN Nurse, Lot, I'm late and just catching on. Let me get me a glass of wine for this one. Good evening, everyone.
I'm not sure we all shouldn't have a glass of wine.
I know this is going to be a rough night for some people, and I am serious that I do feel some sympathy for people that got caught up in this, but it is the situation, and I don't think people, it's going to be for some folks. This is not good news. This is some serious business, and I've been trying to warn folks, and I hope you start using more caution and that. But this is happening now, and but if you are someone that has been, like most of us, like 99% of us have been hoping for some justice for Sebastian, this is a very good day. As far as that goes.
It's a start.
It is a step, and it's a step in the right direction, because as you're going to hear throughout this,
you'll see why
there have been some real problems, some that you may not have heard about before. Some of these things I haven't even heard them as rumors that are laid out here.
Could you also explain again what RICO is? Because we have some people joining that just don't quite understand what RICO stands for.
Sure. We can go over that really quick. I do want to point out Tiffany Machete. We love your name. That's a great name.
Thank you, Tiffany Machete.
I told Mr. E about it. And if we get to 1,000 again tonight, maybe I'll play it.
Yeah, we'll do that every time. That'll just be our thing from now on. 1,000 likes. We always play that.
If you guys want us to. I mean, we're already getting raked over the coals for it anyway. So
no, we're not. Like one
not
person.
Really. Yeah. And then Roni, missing persons, is saying, where are y'all seeing Nik live? Nik isn't live. He's posting on Twitter.
X is always the best place to follow Nik. He posts there first.
Yes.
He eventually puts stuff on his other things, but if you really want to follow him, X is the best
place. Lisa B. Always. We're happy to have you here, sweetheart. We appreciate you. She's so sweet.
Thank you, Lisa B. Always. You're one of our favorites too.
And I've got a bad cold, so you might see me stepping away to get some warm coffee.
Oh, and hello, Seth Rogers. Welcome to our broadcast tonight, Seth.
Yes, and hello, PJ. Welcome in. I would love to say hi to all you guys. I saw Car Guy.
And hello, Seth, and hello, Car Guy,
and Tony, and everybody else.
Nik The Hat just popped in here too. Hi, Nik.
Oh, I'm really behind. Hi, Nik.
Oh, yeah, I think mine's yeah.
Yeah, I'm really behind.
So we're going to do our best to get through as much of this tonight as we can. I don't know if we can do it all tonight or not.
It's a lot.
So we basically have laid out our cast of people here, basically.
And would you explain one more time what RICO is?
Yeah, Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organizations Act. It is designed to bring down entire corrupt organizations in a single shot. So you're not having to pick one person off at a time. Like the old days of the mob, where you take out the head of the mob and then somebody else replace them, and the mob never really goes away because they're interchangeable pieces. The RICO Act is designed to bring it all down at once. So if you've got 100 conspirators, you do one trial and it all comes down, and they all get the RICO charge, and they all get sentences from anywhere from, there's no minimum actually, so it could be anywhere from a day to 20 years in prison, and that's on top of what other crimes you may have committed been proven to have committed within that. And so it's very serious. It's very hard to defend against. It's extremely expensive. It gives the victims extra rights. It gives heavy fines and penalties, and it sucks your funds dry if you've gathered any money through that enterprise. So it is nothing to play with. And this is in Pennsylvania, and this is where many of these plaintiffs and defendants are located. Joseph Lesniak and Castor are both very accomplished attorneys. So it is nothing to laugh about.
I think you got to address this part again.
Yeah. So so just to be clear about how my understanding on this, and I'm not a lawyer, but this is what Lesniak actually kind of said last time he was on our show, but we weren't talking about RICO exactly. We were just talking about how civil becomes criminal. What when we were talking to him, his example was about the death threats. He said, well, we can't just, charge someone with death threats. That's up to the DA, basically. That's up to the government. All we can do is present the evidence. And he said, but the way you do that is you take people to court and civil suits. And so in this case, they are taking these people to court. They are charging them with a variety of different issues. I mean, it's a lot, but the jaw droppers, the RICO stuff. And with that, if they are successful and they lay out that evidence in court, then what happens is the DA will see this and they'll say, oh, well, this attorney essentially has already done a lot of the groundwork for me. They've exposed the conspiracy. They've proven it in court. They've shown they've got the evidence. What the DA does then is they take it from there, and then of course, it's at their discretion. They could choose not to, but this is going to be a high profile case. This is Dog the Bounty Hunter and the most high profile missing child case in the country, in my opinion. So I think it will be very tempting for a DA to take this and run with it. Mm-hmm. People are also I think people are fed up with cyberbullying in a variety of arenas, and it's going to be hard to have a lot of, I think, community support for people that are viewed as being cyberbullies in a missing persons case and an innocent father.
Right. And
the public is not going to be on that person's side. So I would take this very seriously. I'd probably be in hiding for about a week while I got my thoughts together.
Exactly. And I think legal extraction with Julie McClellan.
Just out of curiosity, you've been in our chat a few times before. Are you an attorney? Is this your channel, like legal extraction? Do you know of this person?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And yes.
Okay, and they do have a channel. Okay, great. Well, I'll have to check it out sometime. Legal extraction with Julie McClellan says the purpose of RICO is to protect unsuspecting victims from unscrupulous businesses set on undermining them through a web of deceit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, and she is also a member, so you need to tell her thank you.
And thank you for being a member, Julie.
And he doesn't know everybody's names and stuff. He might have even watched you and not even realized it.
I might have.
Or follow you.
It sounds like a YouTube channel, so that's why I was asking, but I didn't know for sure.
Okay.
But great. So maybe this would be something you might. I don't know if this is the kind of thing you follow on your channel, but this would be. I think this is going to be fascinating to go through. Just what I've read so far.
Well, here's a nice, fun rumor. Look at this. I'm not even going to put it up.
Spread rumors. Yeah,
that's not true.
Yeah. So I mean, we may get a lot of tinfoil hat kind of stuff popping up over this.
Yeah, I would just.
I bet you saw the one I saw. That's not even true.
That's not true, and
let's not even.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say, if you have evidence of stuff like that, please feel free to email it. But I guarantee you don't.
Come on. Let's not give nonsense air.
Okay. Well, I think I'll take care of it.
You know what I mean. All right, so let's get into this. So the facts are, and here's the background. So this section isn't super long. This is about 2 pages. Each paragraph is numbered, but I'm not going to read the numbers. Plaintiffs are engaged in the urgent and sensitive task of locating Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, a 15-year-old missing child last seen on February 25th, 2024 in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Despite extensive efforts, Sebastian remains missing, necessitating a coordinated and uninterrupted search. The search for Sebastian Rogers has proven more.
I can add that.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
The search for Sebastian Rogers has proven far more difficult than a typical missing teenager investigation, as a few ill-intentioned individuals have sought to cast Mr. Rogers as a villain. Meanwhile, others have conducted Salem witch trial-like panels aimed at intimidating potential witnesses. That's something there. Or discouraging those who may have useful information from coming forward. I think we've all witnessed some of this.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these individuals uncomfortably close to Mr. Rogers include his ex-wife, Kate Proudfoot, and her husband, Christopher Proudfoot. Others are so-called content creators, in quotes, and I'm not doing that out of demeaning. There's the quotes, whose sole aim seems to be inviting, inciting, instructing, and destroying the lives of anyone who dares to search for answers or help locate the missing teenager. As set forth below, defendants have engaged in reckless and unlawful actions, including the dissemination of false information, harassment, threats, and interference, which have severely disrupted the search operations. Defendants' actions have caused significant harm, diverted critical resources, and impeded plaintiffs' lawful efforts to locate Sebastian.
Can you scroll up, Mrs. E?
Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm trying to handle some stuff. I just want to remind people that are clearly new to our chat that it's fine to have a differing opinion if you word it in a respectful manner. But we will not tolerate people being hateful in our comments.
And I know we're going to end up talking about a lot of creators. I would, if we can, if we want to discuss them, that's okay. But if we're going to, but not in an insulting type of way. Even, in an adult way, even if we think they may have violated some crimes or not, we can talk about it in adult ways without name calling and things of that nature. That would be much appreciated.
You need me to go to 18?
Yes, I think this page is safe.
Okay, you're going to have to scroll. I'm going to have to go get something more like coffee.
Sure.
I'll be back. You'll have to do the scrolling, but you'll just do it like this. See? Like
this. I got you.
Okay.
I got you. So this section is section B called timeline. And I'm just going to tell you kind of what they're laying out here on this timeline. What they are trying to show, I think, is the ongoing harassment and interference that happened over a long period of time. That this is not just out of nowhere, like one day of harassment and then they file a suit. They're showing and laying out evidence of a lengthy, ongoing pattern of harassment, interference, and a variety of other crimes throughout this period. So that's what we're looking for here in this timeline. So Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 15, was last seen with his biological mother, Kate Proudfoot, at Texas Roadhouse in Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 25th, 2024. A true and correct copy of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's official update page is attached here too as Exhibit 1. There's a lot of exhibits, which outlines it's crazy, which outlines the latest information about this case to date and is incorporated by reference herein. After leaving the restaurant, Sebastian disappeared, effectively vanishing without a trace. He was reported missing the next morning, prompting a multi-state search involving local, state, federal, and law enforcement. On March 21st, 2024, Mr. Rogers organized a search of the Natchez Trace State Park, located 100 miles from Sumner County, after receiving a tip suggesting the family search that area. Unfortunately, nothing was found. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 2. On March 23rd, so let me see if I can do this. And I can't, so I'll just wait for her to come back, but I'll go ahead and read. On March 23rd, Mr. Rogers felt a glimmer of hope when the United Cajun Navy deployed a team to assist in the search for the missing teenager. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 3 and incorporated by reference herein. I'm just going to try this one more time. Am I messing anything up?
No, you're not messing anything up. It should be easy to scroll up.
I'm sure it is for Mrs. Z. Let's see. So I finished 21. So I don't know where you. It's because you've got yours.
No, you are on StreamYard. You're not on the actual document, which I don't know what you did.
I don't know either.
Hold on. Sorry. I showed you how to do it.
I know, but it wasn't the same.
It is the same.
It must have been something you did before you left. I don't know.
But that's not it.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
Hold on. I think this is it right here. Look. Auntie, is it moving?
Yeah. It's moving.
Yes.
Okay, don't touch anything
Okay.
but that.
I'll go ahead and scroll up to you. Well, okay. It wasn't like that when you were gone. This was gone before. That's why.
Sure.
It was gone. Okay. So, however, as the days went on and the situation grew more challenging, Mr. Rogers made a public plea for help, reporting that threats, intimidation, and other questionable tactics were being used to disrupt the search efforts. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached, Exhibit 4. The nightmare worsened on March 29th when the United Cajun Navy withdrew from the search, citing death threats and interference from a handful of mentally ill people with too much free time, emboldened by online keyboard warriors. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 5. So you can kind of see where this is going to be going with a lot of this, right? On April 2nd, 2024, the TBI spokesperson, Susan Nyland, cautioned the public during a press conference that misinformation could damage the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too. So I guess here what they're doing is they're acknowledging that even the TBI was realizing what a problem a lot of this was becoming. And so they're submitting that as evidence there. 2 weeks later, on April 16th, 2024, 50 days after Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, Mr. Rogers initiated a petition on change.org calling for a criminal investigation by the FBI. A true and correct copy of the change.org page, which as of today has garnered 19,472 signatures, is attached here as Exhibit 7. Just I didn't remember this actually for some reason that he did this petition. Again, further evidence that Seth is an innocent man, because who begs the FBI to get involved if you're guilty?
Right.
We want the FBI to take over the investigation of the case of missing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. It has been 50 days since Sebastian has gone missing. No scent trail from the dogs, no video footage of Sebastian leaving his mother's house, yet no criminal investigation at all by TBI or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. On or about April 17th of 2024, Mr. Rogers hired 2 licensed investigators, Chloe L. Schaefer and Heather Cohen, to assist with the search. This was something that was surprising to me. Unbeknownst to him at the time, at least one of them had connections to the enterprise, and you're going to see this several times throughout this reference to
in the enterprise. Is the enterprise referring to this group, this group of people?
Yeah, you see somebody with that capital E enterprise there. That's what they're referring to. I think, as whatever this, and I'm sure whatever this criminal organization they are alleging exists. That's what they're calling them throughout.
The enterprise. Okay.
Yeah. Because I'm wouldn't have.
I assumed such, but I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, it's all throughout this document that I've seen. I saw it at least 7 or 8 other times, and I've only read maybe a quarter of this. Okay, so then a true and correct copy of the news report is attached as Exhibit 8. On or about April 23rd, and then just the fact that supposedly this person, or allegedly one or both of these PIs,
I think just one,
had connection. Well, it says one or both.
Oh, it does say one or both.
Or it says at least one of them.
At least
had connections to the enterprise, and doesn't say specifically which one.
Gotcha.
So that'll be huge for discussion later, because that's a surprise to me. On or about April 23rd, 2024, Mr. Rogers retained a private investigator to assist in the search for his missing son, Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of a news article is attached as Exhibit 9. Around that time, Mr. Rogers began a relationship with Michaela Cleveland, aka Michaela Allardyce, I guess, who based on information and belief, was sent to Mr. Rogers with the ulterior motive of using sex as a manipulation tool, similar to tactics employed by intelligence agents, but without any legal authority. During the course of the relationship, she covertly emailed herself confidential files related to Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Seth Rogers, father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, is attached here too as Exhibit 10. I mean, that's crazy, right?
It is crazy. It is crazy. The lengths that people will go to.
This says was sent to Mr. Rogers with the ulterior motive. So someone ordered or persuaded or something to
Or
have
paid.
or paid or whatever, convinced, whatever motive to have this happen. Okay. So, and then they have, so they have that. Okay. So then we have on May 1st, 2024, Mr. Rogers retained Tony Mathis on a pro bono basis to assist with media requests, allowing him the space to mourn and continue searching for his son, Sebastian Rogers, with peace of mind. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Tony Mathis is attached here as Exhibit 11. So, I mean, people wondered about Tony. So here we have in a court document that he is working for free and is not being paid. So that may be of interest to people that have wondered.
Yeah, it's a sworn affidavit or sworn document.
Yeah.
So
Right. So on May 20th, 2024, as the search for a missing teen, Sebastian Rogers, approached the 3-month mark, his father, Mr. Rogers, called for renewed efforts and urged the FBI to take over the investigation, seeking a fresh perspective on his son's case. A true and correct copy of the article titled Sebastian Rogers' Father. All right. Calls on FBI to take over the investigation. So let me scroll back up. All right. Auntie, do we have any questions that you wanted to post or anything like that? Or how are we? Is everything clear so far to everyone? Are we good?
I haven't had anybody ask any questions. We did have Ginger Girl gifted 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Ginger Girl, please thank her in the chat.
I'll tell you where we've gotten so far, Mrs. Z, as far as the kind of shocking stuff.
Okay.
The 2 PIs, at least one of them, they are saying was working with this enterprise.
Oh, wow.
And then, the 2 PIs, we mean the Cohen and
Well, that would explain
Chloe.
why they were let go.
Well, that's true. That could
Yeah.
mean, I didn't even think of it that way, actually. So maybe, possibly. It's all alleged.
People are really surprised. We're getting a lot of wows and shocking. And some people saying how sad this is. Yes, it is. And there's way, way more information to come out. So I would grab your popcorn if you want to listen to all this, because it is shocking. And this is just the beginning.
Yeah. And I don't, like I said, there's a lot in here, and every paragraph, and some of this is really, the other thing we read was you remember the Michaela girl that they had
Yes.
It alleges that someone sent her to basically sleep with Seth.
Well, we don't know that.
No, I'm
Is
saying
that what
It
it
says
says?
it in the document.
Oh, my stars.
The allegation listed is that she was sent by someone with, I'm assuming, within this enterprise. It doesn't explicitly say enterprise, but was sent to seduce Seth, sleep with, as an basically as an agent, acting like a spy without the backing of a government, to steal confidential files and email them out.
Wow.
So that's kind of wild.
Hold on.
And that's a good question. Harley Ryder says, I wonder who the mastermind of the enterprise is. And it would.
I've got a phone somewhere. Okay, let me see. Okay, that's not. I don't have to take that. I'm sorry. I missed that, Auntie. I just couldn't find my phone.
Somebody said, I wonder who the mastermind of the enterprise is.
If there's a mastermind, that has not been laid out in the parts I've read yet, but we might
Hold
get
on.
there. Like this all just came out today, and so we just haven't had time.
Hold on.
Are we okay?
Hold on. You
I can keep going,
well,
or no? Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
but I've got to find that. Hold
Well, you
on.
find it, and then I'll
Okay.
go on through this. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I think it would not shock me if we get, because this is explosive. I mean, there's a lot of people named in this, as you're going to see, and people are going to be not happy, and it's going to. This is shockwaves, in my opinion.
And Lady Tit for Tat did have a super chat.
Aw.
Thank you so much, Lady Tit for Tat.
Innocent
Read it
people
out
don't
loud.
go to these links to hide the truth. No, that's probably a solid opinion there, Lady Tit for Tat.
And thank you
This
again,
is
Ginger
really
Girl.
sad. I've seen that a few times. This is really sad. The lengths that, if this all ends up being, even what we've read, if these things are true, where you would have PIs, if that allegation ends up being true, and you have a PI and sending using sexpionage basically. That's wild. That's really wild. And we're just not even a tenth into this, you know.
Yes.
So let's see, where was that? Was that paragraph 31?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So on May 27th, 2024, Mr. Rogers planned 3 additional searches to further the effort to locate his son. A true and correct copy of the news report is attached here as Exhibit 13. In an emotional interview on June 19th, 2024, with News Nation's Ashley Banfield, Mr. Rogers stated, "There has been no contact between me and the Proudfoots. It's like I'm the only one that misses my son." I remember him saying that.
Mm-hmm.
A true and correct copy of this interview is attached here as Exhibit 14. On July 11th, WKRN Nashville reported on a search being conducted by Mr. Rogers, during which he stated that he is not sharing a lot about the search due to worry over continued harassment. Yeah, and that was obvious that that's the way that should be. You know, he got mocked mercilessly about these private searches, but all you had to do is look at the atmosphere and understand why they had to be private. I think we have a super chat here. There, if you wouldn't mind to highlight that for me, Auntie.
I will do it right now.
Serenity 72 says, "It is about time something is being done about all the harassment, lies, and threats. Maybe this will get the focus back on Sebastian. I am proud of all these people going after the enterprise." I am too. And this, it's been, it's not been our focus to go, we've tried, we just feel like we try to stay laser focused on the case and the parents, but we know what's going on. These people have inserted themselves into this case, and it looks like in a criminal way. And, it's been a huge problem, and it's probably, hopefully things are going to improve. If depending on how all this goes, I think.
We have another one too.
Yeah.
Update?
Well, you keep. I'm working on something. Hold on.
And then the other part.
So we have another one. I'm going to pull it up. Hang on.
Yeah. And then the other part that Serenity is saying is thank you, and I agree to everyone that's working to clean this up. Huge thank you, because this should not be this way. This is a missing child, and you have people sending, allegedly taking direction to steal files and infiltrate his inner circle as a PI. If that ends up being true, that's and then we're, like I said, we're barely into this. So in a concerted, coordinated effort, this is horrible. This is horrible if all this ends up being accurate. And I'm going to guess that they're not just throwing this up without any evidence. So there is likely some evidence that they're going to present. I mean, we haven't seen these exhibits yet.
But
there's a lot.
What is the exhibit number of Seth's affidavit, please?
Okay. Let me go back here a bit.
And also, thank you, Ginger Girl, for your $5 super chat. We hope and pray for justice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Absolutely. And every day, he's in our mind. And I mean, we talk about him constantly and want justice for him. We want him found. We want him home with his family. And, we appreciate your super chat.
10.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And Crazed of 5, you said you're surprised that only 2 YouTubers are named in the content. As of right now, there was 50 does, which are like John Doe or Jane Does, that are also in here. We just don't have those names. So I'm not sure that there are the only 2, but those were 2 that are named in the suit.
Yeah, I don't now that I have no idea the reason for that. I mean, of course,
hold on one second,
Okay,
guys.
yeah,
I'll unmute this for a second. Okay, sorry guys, I had to tell him something. It was important. Okay, sorry. All right. So You want to say
Okay,
that?
so what this is when we were reading that part about Michaela with the sending the files and everything, the evidence that was listed was number 10. So this is we're not going to show this, but we have the declaration from Seth Rogers. So he initials and says all of this. Okay, so what are we laughing?
Oh, I just got a text.
Oh, I know it's crazy.
I'm getting
all
texts.
this stuff coming. People, I mean, this is a huge day.
And Mad Mama Bear, it has nothing to do with the protection order against Bullhorn Betty. This is completely separate and different.
Yes.
It doesn't cancel that out at all.
No, that would be its own. It would be its own issue. I think it's referenced throughout in here, but it's not at the core of any of this. I don't believe.
No,
at least not what I've gotten to. So yeah, well,
Okay.
So we're going to read the. So this is all basically a statement that's all signed by Father Seth Rogers. Declaration of Seth Rogers. I, Seth Rogers, being duly sworn according to law, hereby depose and affirm the following. Number 1, I, Seth Rogers, residing at Tennessee, declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania pursuant to 18 PACS 4904 relating to unsworn falsification to authorities, that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. I am Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. From the very beginning, I've been certain in my gut that my ex-wife, Kate Proudfoot, and her husband, Chris Proudfoot, were involved in the disappearance of my son, Sebastian. Chris asked me to, in quotes, get our story straight, end quote, about Sebastian, implying that he wanted me to lie. When I refused, they both cut off all communication with me. They've shown no interest in finding our son, and their behavior only deepens my belief that they're hiding something. Every day that goes by without their help only makes me more certain that they know more than they're saying about what happened to Sebastian. For 7 long months, I've been living the nightmare of a missing child. It's something no parent should ever have to face. The pain is unbearable, and it's made even worse by the fact that the very people who should have cared, Kate and Chris, have turned their backs on me. Instead of searching for Sebastian, they've aligned themselves with people more interested in tearing me down than finding my son. I feel like I'm being blocked at every turn by the Proudfoots and their group of online creators. They've spread rumors, attacked me publicly, and worked to discredit me. It feels like a coordinated effort to silence me and shift the blame rather than help me find my boy.
Oh, okay.
In the early days of searching for Sebastian, I entered into a relationship with Michaela Cleveland. I was broken and grieving, and she seemed to offer comfort, but her intentions weren't genuine. In early May, while staying at my apartment, Michaela sent confidential CPS reports, documents concerning my son's safety without my knowledge. She later teamed up with Austin Trevor Sweet, aka T-Rev, and together they used those stolen reports as leverage to control me. They even threatened to release those private documents publicly.
It is public record if we want to show it. It's okay.
It's
up to us.
Okay. The way Michaela T-Rev and their group of creators, people like Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, Queen Bee, and JLR exploited my pain for their gain is nothing short of cruel. The attacks against me haven't just stayed online. They followed me to work where I serve as a deputy at Davidson County Jail. Barbecue Lady, along with others like Granny's Watching, Queen Bee, and Cluminati, has spread rumors that I'm involved in the murder of a child and that I'm a pedophile. These lies have put my life in danger and work. I work in the maximum security section of the jail, and if word gets out about those false accusations, I know I could be stabbed or killed by inmates. Barbecue Lady even accused one of my co-workers of being under investigation for time card fraud, trying to stir up trouble in my workplace. These attacks aren't random. They're part of a coordinated effort to ruin my life and make it impossible for me to do my job safely. I've long suspected that Kate and Chris Proudfoot are hiding something about Sebastian's disappearance. Their refusal to help and their cold behavior only makes me more certain of it. Early on, Barbecue Lady came to me in person offering to help, but after she met with the Proudfoots, her behavior changed. It's like she switched sides, and her attacks on me and those helping me became much more aggressive. This makes me wonder what exactly was discussed during that meeting. In addition to the Proudfoots, there's a whole group of online creators who have made it their mission to destroy my life. People like Cluminati, SF Investigates, and Stephen Crabtree have used their platforms to spread lies about me, calling me a child killer, in quotes, and a pedophile, in quotes. These are dangerous accusations, and they've taken a toll on me both personally and professionally. Stephen Crabtree didn't even have a YouTube channel before my son went missing. He created his channel specifically to capitalize on my tragedy, aligning himself with Illuminati and others in the online group. This gang of creators has turned my pain into their entertainment and profit. To make matters worse, the Proudfoots recently posed for a photo with Illuminati and Stephen smiling as if they were all in some kind of sick joke. Oh, we're all in on some kind of sick joke. They pretended to search for Sebastian, but their actions felt more like mockery than a genuine effort. A true and correct copy of the photo taken on or around September 29, 2024, depicting Kate and Chris Proudfoot alongside Illuminati, her spouse or romantic partner, and Steve Fisher, SF Investigates, is attached here to as Exhibit 1 and incorporated by reference herein. The threats haven't stopped. I've been told by people connected to the Proudfoots that there will be consequences for anyone who speaks out against them. Chris even told my ex-wife that if I open my mouth about what I knew, it won't ever open again. It feels like they're using their power and connections to silence me, and I don't know how much longer I can fight this battle on my own. Your Honor, I'm just a father trying to find his son. I've been betrayed by people I thought I could trust, and I'm fighting against a coordinated group of individuals who seem more interested in destroying me than helping me find my boy. I don't have the resources or the power that these people do, but I do have a father's love for his son, and that's what keeps me going. Every second that ticks by, my son's life hangs in the balance. If he's still out there, every day that passes without finding him could mean the difference between life and death, and I can't help but feel like the Proudfoots and those online creators are helping time run out on him. Their silence, their lies, their attacks, they're not just bystanders, they're accomplices to whatever's happening to my boy. If my son dies out there alone, they'll have blood on their hands. The Proudfoots, the step-parents who should have helped, they've turned into silencers. The in-laws, the ones who could have supported me, have turned into outlaws. And these online creators, they've gone from telling stories to being killers in their own way. They're destroying my family bit by bit, and it's time for this to end. I'm exhausted, I'm heartbroken, and I just want someone to listen and help me bring my son home.
Oh, sorry.
This is my truth, and I hope you understand how much I need your help to find Sebastian and hold those responsible accountable. I'm fully prepared to testify under oath and provide detailed accounts of these organized and sustained attacks, including the incitement of harassment and violence, these continuous threats to my life, and the severe emotional and professional harm I've endured as a direct result of their actions. I, Seth Rogers, swear and or affirm and verify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of America.
You don't have to read
And then,
that.
it's all his signature after,
It's
that
Pennsylvania code,
citing a number of laws.
Tennessee code,
Oh my God.
Florida code. Yeah, that was rough. Sorry.
So
Let's just take a
that's
minute.
Exhibit 10.
I want to thank Laura Cobb for her $10 super chat. I'm so glad something is being done. Justice for Sebastian. Amen.
Well, there you. I think if you kind of wanted where this is going, that's where this is going. Seth kind of laid it out there, what's going on pretty concisely in that statement. I think that's what we're going to find more of throughout all of this. That's crazy. It's,
that was Laura's first super sticker.
Thank you, Laura.
Her first super chat. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Beautiful. Oh, and Lisa B always says, in my opinion, the PFs and BSs are a part of the 50 plus. I think
that's a
possibility.
reasonable guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a reasonable guess. So we'll see. There's so far we don't know. I mean, some people are starting to get named throughout, so we can kind of guess that it's possible.
That was powerful. Sorry.
And Tiffany Machete says bawling was not on her bingo card for tonight. So you all messed up our bingo card.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, and Mrs. is going too.
Sorry.
It's hard for me.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It is.
It's heartbreaking.
So hard to hear the pain and agony in his words. It's horrible.
The cruelty of so many people is hard to stomach.
And it's just so sad that people would target those that are in such despair already, and to target them for ridicule and it's beyond.
I know. So maybe we're going to get some justice on some of this. This can't. This true crime community can't go on this way like this.
No,
It really, it's not sustainable. So if they're going to have to learn the hard way, and that's just the way it's going to have to be. I don't even know where we were at. What was our next section?
Let's see.
I think we were getting ready to start number 32.
Okay.
Sorry.
Because you read the three additional searches for on number 31, and then and then you got sidetracked. Oh, and big thank you. Hey Jude, thank you so much.
Thank you, Hey Jude. That's very sweet.
Thank you, Hey Jude.
I get emotional about this stuff, and that's heartbreaking to me.
Yeah.
I've
so let's
it just kind of reminds you of what he's going through.
Yeah.
So.
I know, and and all of this, it comes back to trying to find this child, and so many people interfering with that is. So we're going to try to get this, better, make the situation better. Hopefully this will help.
This is what Car Guy says. This is perfect.
Yeah. This is what a real parent sounds like who has a missing child.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
So we'll continue here.
Okay.
And there's going to be a lot of I think sworn testimony like that. This sounds like several people have will be telling their stories in similar fashion as evidence. And maybe we'll get into all that at a later date. I don't know. But in an emotional interview on June 19th, 2024 with News Nation's Ashley Banfield, Mr. Rogers stated, "There has been no contact between me and the Proudfoots. It's like I'm the only one that misses my son." And this is Exhibit 14. On July 11th, WKRN reported on a search being conducted by Mr. Rogers, in which he stated it is... Okay, we've actually read this before. Then on or around August 7th, Kate and Christopher Proudfoot pursued legal action by filing a protective order against Bullhorn Betty. A true and correct copy of this filing is attached as Exhibit 16. On August 21st, 2024, At Night was engaged by a private client of the plaintiff with an address in Brentwood, Tennessee, to assist in the search for Sebastian Rogers. And so I looked at that. I saw the sentence earlier, and I looked at it a few times, and
well, there you go.
Brentwood is
it's a nicer area.
An affluent area of Nashville.
Yes.
Yeah, it's right by Franklin, which is kind of the historic, but it's all wealth, all very wealthy part of the city. Lots of power players, celebrities, country stars. Everybody lives down there.
And I think that also clears up that this is not money from Dog. This is from a private client that wanted to put this money forward.
Right. That
retained At Night.
Yeah, and we've got that somewhere. Oh yeah. That'll
At
come up
Night
here.
Was engaged by private client of plaintiff.
Although private client, I think maybe that could possibly mean like a group or a corporation or a company.
Who knows?
Maybe it could be,
or a point person for a group, but we don't really know. But anyway, it is in Tennessee. Someone in Tennessee has a vested interest for whatever reason in getting this thing solved. Maybe they've been sick of watching what we've all been watching. On August 26, 2024, the FBI announced a $50,000 reward for information on Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the FBI missing persons poster for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, which showcases a $50,000 reward and indicates he is classified as a runaway, suggesting he is alive and not deceased, is attached here as Exhibit 17. A true and correct copy of the original post from Nik The Hat on X, formerly Twitter, dated September 2nd, 2024, announcing the agency's intent to cover the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, is attached as Exhibit 18. On September 3rd, 2024, at approximately 11:17 a.m., Mr. Hat emailed Special Agent, should I say? Maybe not.
It says it on the screen, right?
Okay. Special Agent Bobby Simmons. Actually, that's a name that's been out there quite a bit anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to begin coordination efforts involving Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night, and Mr. Rogers' interests, and assisting with the search of Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of this correspondence is attached here too as Exhibit 19 and incorporated within. That same day, At Night entered into a letter of engagement with Mr. Rogers, the father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and that is Exhibit 20. At Night intended Yeah, so At Night intended to represent the entire family by reaching out to Kate and Christopher Proudfoot, as well as Mr. Rogers. However, Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot declined the services offered by At Night.
What?
Yeah.
They declined their services?
Yeah,
Yes. We knew that.
Yeah, we knew.
Did we?
Mhm.
Yes, we knew that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay. I forgot.
Yeah, I know that's a lot.
I believe that
I
possibly
think I'd forgotten about
before Nik was stifled, I believe someone with their organization said that they did reach out to them to see, and they said that they were not interested.
I forgot. I forgot.
Didn't Dog say it?
It might have been. It might have been Dog or it was Dog or Nik.
I don't know.
I think Dog said it.
I don't know about everybody else, but I am on information overload
Right.
with this stuff.
It's a
And
lot.
I get reminded of stuff like it's brand new, so I apologize.
On September 4th, plaintiffs, well, anyway, regardless, them turning that down is crazy.
Well, while you're paused, we had another super from what a great name, Golden Lily.
Golden Lily. Finally, the ugly creators are being handed the law, justice for Sebastian. My heart is with you, Seth. Got a lot of support, Seth.
What a yes, thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
that.
Golden
And
Lily.
you know what? That was her 5th super chat. So
Thank you so much.
you guys,
Oh, okay.
you guys honor us. You really do.
Thank you,
honor
Golden
us.
Lily. That we really do appreciate it. So on September 4th, plaintiffs bolstered the FBI reward with an additional $50,000, raising the total to $100,000. A true and correct copy of the press is Exhibit 21. At 3:31 p.m. that same day, plaintiff Dwayne Dog the Bounty Hunter announced the increased reward on his social media platforms, capturing nationwide attention. A true and correct copy from TMZ
Sorry.
is Exhibit 22. On or about September 5th, 2024, plaintiff Dwayne Dog the Bounty Hunter Chapman, joined by plaintiffs Mr. Rogers and Tony Mathis, appeared on News Nation with Ashley Banfield, declaring their belief that Sebastian was alive and would be found. And that is Exhibit 23. And then on September 10th, 2024, At Night emailed the United States Department of Justice Missing Child Unit to inquire about Form USM 641, which activates the assistance of the United States Marshal Service.
Pause.
A true and correct copy of this is Exhibit 24. Did anybody know this? Let's see. Tony. Oh, Tony. Tony, you don't have to do that.
Oh, that's nice.
You're working.
I can't get it to come up.
I got it.
Tony Mathis says, Seth, you are the general of Sebastian's army. You are loved more than you know. We have your back every day, all day.
Amen.
Yeah.
Very kind. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
Emotional stuff, guys.
I know.
Emotional stuff.
So what I just read, did you all have, is this something I have missed? Have they
What?
talked about trying to get the United States Marshal Service?
I believe it was very. They didn't talk about it much.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, well, I think that maybe this goes on. I don't remember this, but maybe this has been out there. So on September 10th, 2024, At Night emailed the United States Department of Justice, which is their IOD SOIB, I don't know what that means, Missing Child Unit, to inquire about Form USM 641, which activates the assistance of the United States Marshal Service. Okay, so that's Exhibit 24. And then it says, within the hour, Katie Akame, Resource Director for the United States Marshal Service in Washington, D.C., provided the form to At Night, which was later sent to Agent Simmons at TBI. Okay. I don't know any of that. So on September 10th, Bullhorn Betty appeared in court for allegedly violating a protective order issued by the Proudfoots. That was the same day. Issued by the Proudfoots, citing Chris Proudfoot, accusing her of being a nuisance to their privacy. A true and correct copy is here as Exhibit 25. And then on September 16th, this is a barbecue lady received a cease and desist letter addressing her defamatory conduct. So we all remember the cease and desist going out. Unless you guys know of somebody else, this is the only one I know of that ever publicly acknowledged that they had received one. That's the only person I know that mentioned it. But maybe, of course, somebody might have. We had believed that there might have been up to 15 at one point, and then I think Lesniak said, "Well, I can tell you it's less than 10." So we don't know how many of these cease and desists had been out at that point. There might even be more now. I'm not sure, but
Anyway, at least Barbecue Lady was at least one of those that we.
I think there's a
No.
lot of names in this one. I'm going to pull this down for a bit till we get through this section, if that's okay.
Okay. But anyway, she received that cease and desist letter. So we, and it was defamatory. What they addressed was defamatory conduct, which included numerous violations of federal law and related criminal behavior. And that's Exhibit 26. Then on September 17th, the next day, this is an attorney, and they use their real name all the time, so I'm not going to do the Judy the lawyer thing. But Judy Coleman Esquire on TikTok responded to the cease and desist demand on behalf of Barbecue Lady, stating that no time has her conduct extended to active interference in any legal or investigatory process. The demand that she ceases protected speech under guise of obstruction allegations is unfounded and without legal merit. A true and correct copy of this response is attached to as Exhibit 27. So she's Barbecue Lady's attorney. So she sent back that response. So that was her response to that cease and desist. I didn't know that.
Wait till you get to the next part.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I haven't been able to
The
read all
next
of
part's
this.
going to be real interesting.
So attorney
I'm reading
Coleman,
ahead.
yeah, that's okay. You can help me if I make a mistake. Attorney Coleman further asserts that Barbecue Lady is actively conducting her own search efforts with a dedicated team fully supported by the Proudfoot family. That's Exhibit 27. This admission only strengthens the allegations made against the defendants in this case, as coordination with the Proudfoots is central to advancing their lawful or their unlawful enterprise, with social media serving as their primary tool. So there you see that capital E again as enterprise, and that ties the Proudfoots to the enterprise.
Before you go to the next section, we've had a couple of super chats I want
Sure.
you to acknowledge.
Oh, that's
You guys
Yeah.
are just amazing. Thank you guys so much. Georgia Patriot Woman sent us a super sticker that said victory.
Is
Thank
Seth,
you
is Seth
so
still
much.
with us? Is he here?
He was.
Okay.
He's probably
He's
jumping
probably-
around.
Yeah. I'm
honestly.
sure everybody and our sister's covering this tonight. So, but thank you, Justice. We appreciate that.
Oh wait, I haven't acknowledged that one yet.
It's the one on the screen.
I was acknowledging Georgia Patriot Woman first.
And thank you for the super sticker, Georgia Patriot Woman.
Yeah, look,
That's
there
very
it
kind
is.
of you.
You can see it over there. It's cute.
Oh yeah.
Thank
I
you
wish
so
I could
much.
see him on here.
I know that's the thing. That's a bad thing about StreamYard.
Yeah.
And then
but that's cute.
also,
Well, that is cute.
just
And then
Eyes for Innocence or for
that's what justice for the innocent.
Justice.
I got it.
I'm bad.
I know.
Sorry.
It takes me a second sometimes too. I've seen that
And
name.
Seth, please feel
Justice for the innocent.
feel the love for you here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. We appreciate you guys.
And they said Seth is still here.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well, I do hope you are feeling all of the support and and I hope, hopefully, and I can't imagine that this won't.
That
Hopefully.
was their first.
Well, thank you, Justice. We appreciate that.
Oh, thank you so much. We're honored, I swear.
Seth massively needs and deserves some relief from all of this, and I hope this is the start of that. So he can, so we can find this kid and get this.
Get him home.
Yeah, get rid of all this noise and distraction. Hopefully that's where this is going to go, and people get out of the way.
Thank you so much. That's so nice. All right, this next part I read ahead, so it's
Okay, so I'm on the 50. That same day, the undersigned served a cease and desist demand to Cluminati as she continued to propagate hateful rhetoric. A true and correct copy of the cease and desist letter to Cluminati is attached as Exhibit 28. Okay, I don't think that's not public information, is it? We
it was my understanding that that there was denial there that was received.
Oh, like tonight?
No, in general, like in the world, I think I saw maybe a war eagle or something that had that.
Oh, I got you.
I don't remember.
know.
I might be wrong.
Well,
I'll tell you what, who will know? Our chat will know. Our chat will know.
Well, anyway, so
And look at this.
there's at
Look
least-
at this sweet person.
hi, allegedly with Brittany J. You've been a member for a month. And,
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for everything you're doing too. And well, I did. Yeah, so I don't know if you're going to be in this part eventually or not, or if you've seen all of this. I assume you have, but
I'm sure she's read her affidavit.
yeah. So hopefully this will bring you some relief as well, because
it's been pretty harsh.
Pretty rough.
Um,
We have a new member as well, Megan with AWBJ's team. So allegedly, thank you.
Thank
oh,
you.
you know what? I'm wrong. It's Megan. I think I'm right. I'm
Megan.
How do
learning
you know?
Megan.
because I'm in Brittany's chat sometimes.
Oh, okay.
And they've talked about it.
Yeah,
Welcome, Megan. Thank you so much. I'm going to do all of the stuff in a little bit.
And someone said, yes, she did deny getting the CND.
Okay, that's what I thought. I did not want to say for certain, but I had heard that.
well, anyway, so at least according to this, that she's received one. So anyway, we're starting to kind of get a sense of who the people are that may be involved or allegedly involved. All of this at this point, of course, is all an allegation. This is just their paperwork that they've sent in.
I think Justin's in here too. If you are Justin, hello.
And we'll just give the disclaimer: everyone's innocent until proven guilty. This is just an allegation at this point. Everything that we're reading.
Exactly.
So on that same day, Barbecue Lady used the cease and desist letter shown in Exhibit 26 to her advantage by leveraging it to solicit GoFundMe donations under the false pretense of being silenced, in quotes, from covering the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the GoFundMe page created by Barbecue Lady on September 17th is attached as Exhibit 29. That evening, the undersigned replied to Attorney Coleman's letter, reiterating the demand that her client cease and dismiss from the reckless behavior. A true and correct copy of the email to the basically Barbecue's Attorney Coleman is Exhibit 30. Okay, so they've had a little back and forth with this cease and desist, I guess. So shortly before 8 p.m. on September 17th, 2024, Attorney Coleman emailed the undersigned writing, and this is in bold, "I have never made a post or video of any kind on the Sebastian Rogers case, so I'm wondering if you actually watched any of the posts on the account linked in your email. Again in bold, I have never removed a post about it either. Then underlined, I have not commented at all, as I am a moderator for a different creator and agreed not to address the case at all since Mr. Mathis' involvement. I have kept my word on that," end quote. A true and correct copy of the email is Exhibit 31. I know nothing about Attorney Coleman, so I don't really know what this Mathis implies. Has he worked with her or something? Maybe been her attorney, or she's been his attorney? I have no idea.
We don't watch that channel, so I don't really know.
Yeah, so I know nothing about this person, so I can't give any context to that. However, this statement is demonstrably false. This is not, this is the allegations again. So Attorney Coleman has, one, advised defendant Barbecue Lady about raising funds as evidenced in the following exchange. Right.
I just went ahead. There's no getting around this.
What?
That there's just no getting around it. So if we want it up there.
No, I think let's just, listen, the best, let's at least try to avoid the addresses.
Oh
yeah, I think that's fair. The names are going to come out anyway.
Yeah, we're going to hear this all. They're going to be talking in front of cameras and in court and all this. So this is going to be a mess, all of it. True and correct copy of the cease. What did I miss?
Oh wait, where are you at?
What number? I was keeping up until then.
54 is what I've got on the screen.
That's where I was too. You read the part about them being a moderator for a different creator. That was at the end of 53.
Oh, yeah. 54. Oh, okay. So I'm trying to get into here. That's the part. Yeah. So Barbecue Lady, in quotes, or that might want to, donate to it. And then Attorney Coleman.
Are you going to say the bad words?
No, I'll bleep it.
There's some bad words.
Yeah.
Several.
I'll do my best. There's lurkers like me that, we are going to be driven over to your GoFundMe campaign. So it's like, this is brilliant. Thank you. This only helps. And 2, regularly participates in panels and discussions on the very channels being brought before this court. A true and correct copy of these interactions is attached here to you as Exhibit 32. Between September 17th and September 20th, Attorney Coleman assisted Barbecue Lady in locating legal counsel to defend against this matter. She also continued to email the undersigned, emphatically distancing herself from any direct involvement in harmful activities, including harassment, incitement of interference, or inappropriate remarks. She claims she did not participate in specific live streams, denies making public comments about the Sebastian Rogers case, and demands that defamatory statements about her cease. Attorney Coleman routinely participates in the enterprise. There's that enterprise with an E again, by representing various members, ensuring that victims are discouraged from seeking legal recourse through the courts. Ensuring that victims are discouraged from seeking legal recourse through the courts. A true and correct copy of a photo showing Coleman on a panel with defendant Barbecue Lady, along with enterprise members, Jane Doe's
1 through 5.
Okay, so we're saying that there was a panel show of some type, and it was Barbecue, this attorney, and then 5 other people that we don't
I'd hate
know.
to be affiliated with any of them right now.
You don't want to be any of these people. Is attached to as Exhibit 33 and incorporated here. Okay, maybe is this naming them then? I don't know.
It's naming some people.
I don't know. I don't know if these are the Does or these are separate people. But anyway,
I don't think these are the.
These are not the Does.
Wait.
It says the
The
individuals
individuals featured are
are
yes,
Brad
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 names though.
And I apologize.
I think this might be is this a panel maybe that they were on?
All active on TikTok
Yeah, but
I
maybe
see.
they think one of these
during
people
this
is not part of the
specific
enterprise.
live session.
I see.
Well, anyway,
Yeah.
anyway, but I
Oh wow.
I don't know
Yeah.
TikTok. So if they're using their real names or these are then if they have code names, I have no idea. So I apologize if I'd rather not, but I don't know who they are.
Right.
But anyway, the individuals featured are Brat Norton, CI, Katie Jill, Body Mouvan, and I guess this is their handle, Character Analysis, all active on TikTok. During this specific live session, Attorney Coleman participated in a panel that was doxing a victim. Referred here as
K-Mac, that's cryptic. Oh, you are not alone, Mr.
Oceans.
That's kind of scary.
I don't know who that is either.
To prevent further exposure of her identity. During the live, it was stated that someone supplied them with info on Chase and Tony.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Huh.
I gotcha.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
these people must have been on the panel.
So this is all part of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is the kind of stuff they're talking about.
And it looks like they've got the live stream.
When you have
It's
people
Exhibit 34.
working and conspiring, sharing, right? That's what they're getting at. I think that's what they're getting at.
Oh.
Okay, I might be wrong, but that seems it's hard when I don't know who any of these people are, but it seems like that's what they're getting at. On September 18th, instead of accurately representing the nature of this legal communication, Barbecue Lady engaged in a GoFundMe campaign to raise $25,000, falsely claiming the funds were required for a federal attorney's retainer to defend against litigation. Barbecue Lady publicly stated, "Yeah, I do have a GoFundMe for $25,000. I am retaining a federal attorney, and the retainer is $25,000." A true and correct copy of the 2-hour, 17-minute audio is attached. Exhibit 34. Then, despite these assertions, no lawsuit had been filed against defendant Barbecue Lady as of the date of her statements. Her false characterization of the cease and desist letter as litigation was a deliberate attempt to deceive her audience into donating money under the pretense of impending legal action.
Huh.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I get it. When pressed by her audience about the nature of her legal troubles, Barbecue Lady repeatedly implied that she could not disclose details due to ongoing litigation. "I can't discuss any of the details," she says. "I'm trying to think of my verbiage because I know everybody's watching and like to twist my words." That's Exhibit 34. These statements were made to create an aura of secrecy and urgency, misleading potential donors into believing that defendant Barbecue Lady was involved in active, significant legal proceedings, when in reality, she had merely received a cease and desist letter, a non-litigation communication demanding that she stop defamatory conduct.
Okay.
All right. And this is going to continue, looks like. So Barbecue Lady attempted to distance herself from the GoFundMe by claiming, in quotes, "Somebody made," and then kind of in brackets, the GoFundMe, "on my behalf and wrote the whole thing, and it was witnessed with an attorney." Okay. However, despite her admission, Barbecue Lady publicly promoted and benefited from the fundraiser, rendering her responsible for its fraudulent content. Defendant Barbecue Lady's misrepresentation of a cease and desist letter as active litigation constitutes both fraud and unjust enrichment as she solicited and received funds under false pretenses. Okay, so that same morning, the undersigned received several concerning reports, including one stating that influencers, in quotes, on YouTube were claiming that my law firm was corrupt. Okay, so this is Lesniak here. This was being broadcast during a live stream with creators on the panel openly making these accusations. One of the creators even called my office. The channels identified were Cluminati, Granny's Watching, and Queen Bee. A true and correct copy of the email.
Wow.
We haven't had Queen Bee yet, have we? A true and correct copy of the email from the call service is attached here too as Exhibit 35.
Wow.
Yeah, and he talked about this on our show about how you have a right to your reputation, and that by implying or actually just saying that he's corrupt. Is that the word they used? Corrupt could damage his. Pennsylvania has a strong law for a right to your reputation, which many states do not have. So you can't hurt his reputation because it affects his business in Pennsylvania. That's my understanding of the law as he was explaining it to us. So that's why when I was saying kind of keep in mind these people that are in Pennsylvania, they have kind of stronger rights to this type of thing than maybe we do in Tennessee.
What?
K-Max said 399 away from Machete Karate.
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hey, we've got 1,385 in the chat. Thank you all for being here. We're going to do our best to get through as much of this as we can tonight. If you're joining us a little bit late, the big deal here, and Auntie, if we have any like super chats members you want to do or questions, pull them up. I'm just going to kind of recap real quick.
One just now.
Angelina says, "I love when Karma lets you watch Sebastian Strong."
Oh, thank you, Angelina. That is very good. We appreciate
Thank you so much, Angelina.
And Justin's in here. I saw Don B earlier, and Brittany's in here. We just want to thank all you guys. Also, Tony said, all these people, everybody coming in to visit us. We appreciate you, PJ. So Nina, let's see, we got a super sticker.
Well, thank you, Nina. I just want to recap real quick in case you are joining us a little bit late. Essentially, what happened today is this injunction was filed in Delaware County, which is just outside Philadelphia. There's a number of plaintiffs, including At Night, Seth, Tony Mathis, Brittany J, Bullhorn Betty, Nik The Hat, and several others, Dog, all basically as a defendant are Granny's Watching and the Barbecue Lady. And then it mentions 1 through 50 does, which we are. I don't have a legal background, so my understanding is that they must be considering 50 other people as part of this criminal organization. They're being civilly taken to court. My understanding is that this is all a variety of crimes, but the shocking one is this RICO issue, which is has all these kind of enhancement issues, and like you're looking at potentially 20 years in prison if you get caught up in a RICO violation. Yes.
Are we only on page 14 of this?
All right.
So we want to give everybody a stretching break or go and get a drink break.
Let me have a little sip of water. That's why I just wanted to kind of recap where we were, because I figure people are joining in late. But a lot of folks are with the idea of this criminal enterprise. They call it an enterprise throughout this allegation, is what the name they have for it, is when you have multiple crimes being committed within an organization and conspiracy, and that's what they, so far, if the things they are laying out here are true, they're establishing this pattern of organized harassment, spycraft almost. I don't know if that's a crime what happened there. Sending documented files that you didn't have permission to use through email, I'm assuming would be a variety of crimes if that ends up being true. They're alleging some of these PIs, one or both of them, may have had ulterior motives while they were working for Seth, and then a variety of creators involved in potentially fraud through this GoFundMe. And I mean, it's countless, it's endless. And we're only on page 14.
Take a break and have a sip of water. And I just want to point out, we read Seth's affidavit. That is a sworn affidavit. So he had to swear to that everything in that was true.
Yeah, penalty of perjury for that.
Yes.
So,
and do you want to have a?
There's a question.
I don't know. What do you mean? Oh, the question.
No, this.
I can't see that far.
It's the little thing I made for you.
Oh, yeah. So we can do that.
Okay. Okay, you can take a sip of water because I'll play it.
Ricola, Ricola.
Yes. So we I think about that every time I hear Rico law anyway. Yeah, so this is I'm one mad mama bear. I would say, oh, surely it's of course. Question: does this mean that all the hate channels are to be closed down? And if so, I am glad to get the focus back to Sebastian. There are going to be requests later in all of this about what they want as remedies. It's several things. It's they're asking for a good deal of action.
Aww.
This is
We've got a couple.
this is right now. This is just basically Barbecue Lady and Granny's watching. But there's 50 does. There's people being named. I'm guessing folks are guessing that they might be getting wrapped up in this. If they're, they may believe that that's the case, that they may be looking at stuff like this later also.
Sorry.
I mean, I don't know if they're going to shut it down or not. I'm not going to offer them legal advice on that, but it won't shock me if some of these people are done with YouTube.
And we got a couple to thank.
Yes, Snackless Sarah says, thank you for covering this. Karma is real, folks. That's true. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Auntie, you going to do the next one?
I'm going to find it.
We have a new member, Bitter Pills. Oh, I've watched your channel before. Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Pills.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Trying to get it to pull up. Just 1 second. There we go.
Clip channel.
Yeah.
So they did very good. Tater says, thank you for taking your time to do this. You're very easy to understand.
Oh, well, thank you. And if you guys have questions, please let us know. We'll do our best.
What I've been trying to do is when I came across stuff I didn't know, I tried to look it up, and we were it was like being back in college doing one of those late night cram sessions where you're trying to, learn as much as you can.
You tried to get it in as quickly as possible.
I eating dinner and just trying to read and get this all ready.
Well, thank you, Tater. That was very
Tater.
kind of you. And then we have another. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Nina has sent us another super sticker, I think. Hold on. I'm behind. Hold on. Let me see.
We have Hope Floats as a new member. Thank you, Hope.
Oh, thank you, Hope. I love that name.
Yeah.
And I got that next one.
These TikTok people, and I just don't have that app. So
and Nina sent us another sticker. Look, that way you can see
Thank
it.
you,
it's
Nina.
a smiley face.
Thank you for that.
Oh, okay. I can see it
And
on
welcome,
one thing.
Hope. Thank you so much.
Oh my! I'm gonna go through some water tonight. I'll tell
you know
what.
That. You take a water break, and I'll do some thank yous real quick. Okay, because
actually, I might just refill the water real quick if you don't mind. And if do you have that much time?
I've got that much time. We can thank. Welcome to our new members, and this thank you goes out to all of our stickers and super chats, guys. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We have another new member, Shanna. Thank you for joining us, Shanna.
Is it Shanna or Shayna?
Shayna or Shanna. I'm not sure. You'll have to tell us how to pronounce it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Welcome to the Crime Dogs. Now, Auntie is working on the trivia questions for
I have them ready.
She has them ready. Oh, the lab is here. Welcome in the lab. Welcome in, Josh. We appreciate you. And let's see. I'm sorry. I'm really
just for those members. I'm working. It's a lot of 80s and 90s movie trivia. Some of it's crime related, and some of it's just fun facts. And just thought it'd be something fun for us to do for our members only trivia night. Oh, and we have Cassie. Roku is a new member. Thank you, Cassie, for joining us.
Have you ever heard
Crime Dogs
before? Cassie Roku has the sweetest voice you've ever heard in your entire life. She's gone on Justin's before.
Yes.
Gotcha.
It is. When you hear her voice, it's heartwarming.
Yes, it is.
It's heartwarming. I would love for her to call and talk to me all the time,
right?
Because she is so soothing and sweet.
Some people just have great voices.
Yes,
she's one of those people.
Yes.
So we'll.
Josh is here. Welcome to the lab.
Josh.
Well, Justin. A lot of people are here.
I know you appreciate. Yeah, and Clutch the Pearls. Justin, he's here too.
Yes, of course.
Great.
Everybody's here. It's a party.
It's a party.
Partay.
This is something else. I wish this is one of those where I wish we had like a round table, like somebody suggested, like get all these creators in a room and just talk about this together. This would be.
I don't know. I think that's a good idea.
Just go over this because
I don't know. Panels are kind of scary right now, to be honest.
Yeah, no kidding.
We have to record it and then publish it later.
I don't know. Panels are scary.
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I mean,
there are some people that I think that they're safe. Oh, Angelina became a new member.
Yeah.
Welcome, Angelina.
Thank you, Angelina.
No, but I think that I had an idea about that. I think that would be kind of neat to have. Yeah, have a lot of people get together and discuss this.
Yeah, because
We've got 708 likes, so we still need a few to get to 1,000 for our video.
Oh,
and I do look forward to hearing all the creators' thoughts on this later on. So I'll be checking you guys all out.
Alicia,
whatever you think about this, and there's a lot. There's really a lot. So let's thank you, Alicia, so much. Best of the peeps here. Just need BHB now.
Oh,
yeah. So BHB is going to be in this at some point. I suspect.
No, I think she means in chat.
Oh no, I know, but yeah, she's one of the plaintiffs. So, and
we're getting there.
I would suspect
we're only on page 14, friends.
Yeah, right now we're basically in the bar.
Pop your popcorn, pour your wine, make your coffees.
But yeah, BHB has gotten a pretty bad.
Oh, Nina sent us another super sticker. What's this one? It's like a little surprise. Hold on, we need to get back on it. But
yeah, we need to get with it.
BHB, I don't know. How much can they speak on this? They may be getting advised to not talk about it a lot.
I would think that's probably correct.
She might be in the bushes. That might be legal advice.
Thank you, Nina. Again, that's so cute.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, that might be the. I don't know. I didn't think about it like that, but I bet that's the case. Let's continue here. Where we were at was let's see. It involved Cluminati Granny's watching and Queen Bee. Furthermore, I did not consent to have. Oh yeah. So this is with them.
Okay, where are we at? Because I want to get my thing caught up.
Paragraph 65.
Okay.
So before we took that little break there, we were at the part where Lesniak was basically being called corrupt by this panel of creators. Furthermore, I did not consent to having calls to my office broadcast on social media, which demonstrates the extent to which these creators are willing to go.
Oh, wow.
If you recall, he said when he was with us that recording someone without their knowledge in Pennsylvania is akin to wiretapping. So who did this? I don't even know who did this.
Time out. Look at this cute sticker Elizabeth Meyer sent us. How cute. And welcome, Annie.
That's the kind Little E would like.
Little E would love that. And also we have another new member, but I'll stop interrupting you and we'll do this here in a little bit.
That's so cute.
A little. Let me go till I need another water break, maybe.
Okay.
But I don't know. Does anybody know who did I don't know if it says who recorded him and played it.
It said earlier who called the offices. Didn't it say that Cluminati called and someone else up in what you read prior called the law offices?
I don't think it says. It just says one of the creators even called my office. So I guess we don't know who did this.
Okay.
Anyway,
I think
maybe they'll lay it out later.
We have. I'm a subscriber. It won't allow me to chat. Sad. I have no idea.
It might be. Did you?
We had it. If you just subscribed, it's going to be about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then Gold. Thank you so much for letting us know, though. And then Golden Lily had a question. Don't know Golden Lily. That's not.
We don't know anything about her.
We're just reading the documents.
I know very little about that creator. Let's see. Okay, so this is where I'm at. I'm back at the. So anyway, I just don't think it says. Additionally, I experienced a particularly troubling incident when Granny's watching stated during a live stream that she was driving to Media, Pennsylvania, with the intent to visit my office. This was perceived as a threatening action. However, following a brief phone call between Granny's watching and the undersigned, she subsequently decided to return home. Okay. On September 19th, Plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter, accompanied by co-counsel, the Honorable
Bruce Castor, Esquire, appeared live on court TV during the morning show to discuss the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. During the interview, Mr. Castor made it clear, as all in quotes, as a more than 3-decade law enforcement official, myself in Pennsylvania, a former district attorney and former attorney general, I understand the frustration local authorities must be feeling.
I'm behind.
From my own experience, I know that sometimes you need experts like Dog the Bounty Hunter, experts who are willing to give their time and energy to assist law enforcement in doing their job. I was stunned when I learned the facts of this case. A young boy is missing, and the mother and stepfather don't seem to be particularly distraught. I'm sure that's something many people are questioning. What's also striking is the death threats and threats against safety that the search team, including the dog handlers, are receiving. This is unacceptable. We need to encourage people to step forward, whether they are donating money for a reward or volunteering their time. That's good citizenship, not something to be punished. Yet some individuals are behaving in ways that, in my opinion, are not good conduct. The people involved in this case, the dog handlers, the team, and the entire crew, are doing a tremendous job. And in bold, if things worsen, I will recommend they take legal action because this situation has become totally unreasonable. So that is his quote. And then it continues, law enforcement and the community working together will solve this crime. Then a true and correct copy of the court TV audio is attached as Exhibit 36. That same day, Granny's Watching hosted a 2-hour and 42-minute live stream dissecting the 17-minute interview with Plaintiff the Dog Bounty Hunter and counsel Bruce Castor, during which she disregarded the law and its protocols. A true and correct copy of the live stream is Exhibit 37. While Mr. Castor and Dog the Bounty Hunter were on national television advocating for the search of Sebastian Rogers, Plaintiff Nik The Hat was summoned to the Pennsylvania Department of Probation and Parole due to an alarming flood of false reports concerning his involvement in the case. These reports spiraled into outlandish allegations, suggesting that Mr. Nik The Hat had made repeated contact with Christopher and Katie Proudfoot, and even more bizarrely, that he had traveled to Tennessee with Dog the Bounty Hunter in an attempt to kidnap individuals and inject them with truth serum.
Okay.
All right. All in a supposed effort to extract confessions.
Wow.
This fantastical narrative, worthy of a conspiracy theory, prompted unwarranted actions by the authorities despite the absolute falsity of the claims. As a result of these unfounded reports, Nik The Hat was slapped with extraordinarily restrictive and irrational conditions by the parole board. First, he was forbidden from working with any law enforcement agencies without explicit written permission from the parole board itself, with the order stating emphatically, "There are no exceptions," all in caps. A true and correct copy of the order from the Pennsylvania Parole Board barring Nik The Hat from working with law enforcement is attached. Exhibit 38. Did he talk about this? I don't remember this.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Also,
I knew he said something about, I think he talked about the parole board talking to him about this. I didn't know it was that restrictive.
Auntie, can you read
So this
that?
must means when he was talking about being muzzled, I bet.
Yes, that's probably
This
the
must be during
muzzle.
that period.
Yeah. Pumpkin Spice So Tasty says, thank you to the E's for sharing. Seth, Tony, Nick, Dog, Brittany J, Jules, K9, BHB, and other plaintiffs for standing up to the bullies. Prayers for Sebastian. Thank you so much, Pumpkin Spice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
That's so
Pumpkin
sweet.
Spice.
And that was the first super chat. Isn't that sweet?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for gracing us with your first super chat. We appreciate you.
So this goes on about Nik The Hat. The absurdity of this restriction is self-evident. Despite Nik The Hat's role in assisting with the search for a missing child, he was effectively barred from collaborating with the very entities tasked with finding that child. Right. So local law enforcement and federal agencies. Such a restriction, particularly in a high-stakes situation like this, not only handicaps the efforts to locate Sebastian, but also raises serious questions about the motivations behind the enforcement of these orders.
Okay. I was just making
that's
sure I'm
interesting.
following along.
So that's interesting too. Adding to the insanity, a second order was issued barring Nik The Hat from contacting Christopher Proudfoot and his family in any form, directly or indirectly. Boy, we've heard that phrase a million times now, haven't we?
Wow.
Via social media, phone calls, texts, or even through third parties. The language of the order was as severe as the first, in all caps. There are no exceptions. A true and correct copy of the order from the Pennsylvania Parole Board, barring plaintiff Nik The Hat from any contact with Christopher Proudfoot and his family, is Exhibit 39.
Wow.
So, okay.
Okay.
As noted by Plaintiff Ji Hong, what makes this all the more incredulous is the fact that there had been minimal contact between Nik The Hat and the Proudfoots. No more than 3 calls in total,
And in an ironic twist, several of those calls had been initiated by Christopher Proudfoot himself. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, you're gonna have to move this. I think the dogs need to go out. So,
Okay, yeah.
all right.
Uh,
You see it on the screen?
I just lost my spot here.
Okay, you were
Okay,
right
yeah.
here. You were at
70.
74, and you
Okay.
But you'll have to scoot it up.
Yeah. Okay.
Or did you already read 74?
Yes, I'm ready for the next. Yeah, I got it.
Right here?
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Thank you. So Nik the Hat now faces severe restrictions based on nothing more than a web of fabrication spun by individuals intent on diverting attention from the real search for Sebastian Rogers. So, this keeps getting repeated, right? Emotionally, people hear about Sebastian and it diverting. So
the theme runs throughout.
Yeah, the theme runs throughout, and depending on how the judge takes this, this might be upsetting to a judge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Depending on how all this lands in court. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Hong Ji, managing partner of At Night, is attached as Exhibit 40. The combination of these conditions, the ban on working with law enforcement and the restriction on contacting the Proudfoots, is nothing short of bizarre and raises serious concerns about the influence of malicious parties feeding into the narrative. These restrictions, based on fictitious reports, have only served to obstruct the search for a missing child and undermine legitimate efforts to bring justice to Sebastian Rogers. Yeah, we're going to hear this a lot, I think.
Mm-hmm.
September 20th, 2024, news networks reported that plaintiffs Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night, and Tony Mathis had issued cease and desist demands to certain content creators. Plaintiff Mathis, spokesperson for Mr. Rogers, emphasized the importance of At Night's involvement, stating, in quote, "They bring a social media team, they bring an investigative team, and they bring a legal team. And those are things that were all desperately needed. In addition to Dog's passion and the overall horsepower of his organization, the case has been amplified tenfold just in the last 2 weeks."
Can you move it up just a little?
Oh,
You just read the last line, so you're good.
Last 2 weeks. True and correct copy is Exhibit 41. We'll just go to here. That same day, it was reported that plaintiffs At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter expressed their belief that they know who is responsible for the disappearance of Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers and discussed their plans to assist in tracking down the 15-year-old with autism. A true and correct copy of this report is attached here to as Exhibit 42 and incorporated by reference herein. However, that afternoon, co-counsel Bruce Castor notified the undersigned that, I think this is a law firm, Dillon,
Mm-hmm.
King, Coulter, and Graham, LLP of Butler, Pennsylvania, had entered their appearance on behalf of Barbecue Lady. Okay, so she's now got new representation or additional with this firm. Had entered their appearance on behalf of Defendant Barbecue Lady. A true and correct copy is Exhibit 43. On the same day, I'm sorry?
Can you move it up?
Yeah, thank you. On the same day, the law firm entered their appearance for Barbecue Lady. Attorney Judy Coleman sent an email that reveals a clear attempt to suppress further discussion about her involvement. In the email, Coleman insists that plaintiffs refrain from discussing her practice, or her clients on social media, citing serious missteps, in quote, in their representations. A true and correct copy of Attorney Coleman's email is attached here as Exhibit 44. This pattern has been evident in Barbecue Lady's previous conduct, and now Attorney Coleman's own correspondence aligns with these methods, contributing to the enterprise's overall strategy. So there's enterprise with that capital E again, of intimidation and legal maneuvering. Noting, now that I have entrusted this matter to Mr. King, I will no longer need to receive copies of any correspondence or emails. I am confident he is more than capable of handling you, underlined, and your clients. However, I respectfully request that your clients refrain from engaging in discussions or making comments on social media about me, my practice, or the clients I represent. They have already made several serious missteps and represented me in a false light. Please caution them against discussing, responding to, or commenting on any aspect of my professional experience, education, law firm, or clients. I also strongly advise that you and your clients ensure that any future allegations are factually accurate, unlike the incorrect statements made in your previous emails.
Can you move it up?
Yeah. Okay, so they should choose their words carefully and realize that if this continues, I will have no choice but to retain counsel as well. Okay, so she's got her own legal action she's considering there. In the broader context of this case, the enterprise's repeated attempts to use legal mechanisms to intimidate and silence plaintiffs, from cease and desist letters to direct legal threats, fit squarely within the framework of obstructive tactics aimed at impeding the investigation or intimidating individuals. On September 30th, 2024, an individual identifying themselves as an FBI postal inspector wearing a badge attempted to question Michelle Klubine after she and her husband received constant threats and harassment online. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Michelle Klubine, specifically referring to, is attached as Exhibit 45.
Oh, so that's Uncle Taco. That's Uncle Taco and his wife.
Okay. I know of this. So that's the incident where they
That some fake postal inspector came to their house.
like about an intercepted package or something, right?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't ever really hear. Okay, this goes into Uncle Taco. Okay, so on October 1st, 2024, Uncle Taco called the Oklahoma City branch of the FBI to report the incident involving the individual posing as an FBI postal inspector. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Uncle Taco, specifically referring to this, is attached as Exhibit 46. So they, I guess, okay, so that's also there. On October 2nd, 2024, Plaintiff at Night issued a litigation hold via email to on-call all contractors, personnel, representatives, social media moderators, public figures, clients, and other relevant parties associated with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. The email instructed all recipients to preserve any materials that could be considered relevant to the case. A true and correct copy of this litigation hold email is attached, Exhibit 47.
Wow.
Okay.
Also,
they did this on the 2nd, so they sent this to everybody that they thought was involved. Is that what they're saying?
On what part? On the part about the.
Because this is a part I have not looked at all. Plaintiff at Night issued a litigation hold via email to all contractors, personnel, representatives, social media moderators, public figures, clients, and other relevant parties associated with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
I can look at the
So
exhibit.
several people on October 2nd received an email saying,
it
right?
sounds like at Night that did.
No, Plaintiff at Night issued a litigation hold via email. Within their own organization. Is that what that means? Maybe.
Well, it just says they instructed all recipients preserve the materials that could be considered relevant to the case.
Okay. So we don't know who all these people are exactly.
We're not sure who they are.
Yes, it's I got a clarification. It was sent to Nik's team.
Oh, okay. Okay, so not outside of their organization. Got it. The email instructed all recipients to preserve any materials that could be considered relevant to the case. A true and correct copy of this litigation hold email is attached to Exhibit 47. On October 5th at approximately 7:16 p.m., a white Chevy truck pulled into Plaintiff Hongji's driveway, which is hidden from the road. A man exited the vehicle, leaving his door ajar, and began peering into the windows of the home. He knocked on the door, and after noticing the security camera, quickly left. Sworn declaration of Hong, Exhibit 40. And then it also cites a true and correct copy of the video showing the truck arriving is Exhibit 48. A true and correct copy of the video showing the man walking to the door is Exhibit 49. A true and correct copy of the single angle video of the incident is Exhibit 50. A true and correct copy of the still photo of the man is attached Exhibit 51. Well, that's scary.
I can probably find it if you want to read the exhibit.
So what was that? A white Chevy truck, and he's in Pennsylvania.
And he was looking in Hong's windows and knocked on the door. And then when he saw the security camera, he left.
Okay. I haven't heard the story anywhere. Have you?
No, but I can pull the exhibit up if you want to read it.
I mean,
The video is exhibit 48.
it's up to you. I mean, we've got a ton to
There's
get through.
there's so much, so many exhibits.
And there's also exhibit 49 and 50 that are also videos. So I wouldn't say we need to.
I think that's the end of whatever this section was called. Our next section is part 3, which is all titled Seth Rogers. I don't know what this even was. We've got through so much. This was called Facts and Background. Okay, so I guess this is the background to the story.
Look at this. I'm not showing that.
Okay.
These exhibits.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're
Probably not a good idea.
yeah.
Just be cautious.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, this will all come out eventually anyway. Okay, so now this section is part 3.
What number are we on?
We're at the bottom of page 21.
So we're ready for number 86.
Yes, Seth Rogers.
Okay, here we go.
This
Lots of exhibits. Yes. Somebody said lots of exhibits. Yes.
we are at 51, and maybe we're.
Oh my gosh, we got a big super chat.
Oh my gosh. We got a bunch of stickers too.
Since
Oh.
we're in between a section, let's do those real quick.
Okay.
And thank everybody.
And welcome in Bullhorn
And
Betty.
I'll take a little water,
Did
little
you-
water break.
Let me see
I'll
if I-
say it again. Welcome in Bullhorn Betty. People are.
I'm looking for the super chat.
I've got to get down to these. So I
I'm
can,
looking for the super chat to post it. I can't find it.
I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out whenever you. But I'm sure this is interesting to you with your paralegal background to going through all this. It's
Oh, here
kind
we
of
go.
amazing.
you want to read that?
I can't find the super chat. There
I've-
it is.
So Ginger for Ob, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Showing my support for the E family. Thank you all for all you do. Thank you to creators who maintain their integrity and hard work. You know who you are. Keep on keeping on. Let's bring this precious boy home to Seth. P.S. Mrs. Z, your cough sounds better.
Thank you.
it is
I'm getting better little by little. I'm doing my protocol, and I'm sure it would have been worse, but
Yeah, you know how you do when you get on a plane and all that kind of stuff. You almost always
cruise
bring
ships
something
are a
home.
cesspool. Let's
Yeah,
just be, in
right.
my opinion.
Yeah.
They are. Thank you so much, Ginger. That is very sweet of you.
And Nina sent us 3 more stickers.
Yes, I see. I can't.
Thank you for the stickers there, Nina. We do appreciate it. Sorry, I'm drinking so much water. I apologize.
I just want to tell everybody how much we appreciate your support.
All right.
There's so many wonderful people
This
here
is
tonight.
This is a good point. I hope I haven't read the whole thing, but people wanted receipts and proof. This is definitely receipts and proof. I can only imagine there's more to come, especially with
Ugh.
50 does or whatever it is called.
I
That is
mean-
one of the that is one of the good things about this is we're going to clear up a lot. I mean, these are sworn affidavits. There's
Aw.
a lot of evidence. Apparently, they got video of this guy.
Welcome, Hatter's Madness.
There's
I
a
love
ton.
that name.
Thank you so much, Hatter's Madness. We appreciate it. So we'll keep going.
Let's keep
just
going.
keep,
Let's keep. We're gonna push
going.
through.
Hi,
So-
the real Me Too. Glad you can join us.
Oh, love the real
Thank
me
you.
too. She's the sweetest.
So we are now at Seth Rogers section. Defendant, and none of this. I
Oh,
I didn't get to
wow.
any of this. Either.
This is just something.
So JC says that Granny doubled down on another panel tonight, saying this wouldn't stop her. They don't quite understand the gravity of the situation.
This is a federal injunction, correct?
So we're not going to give.
Oh,
I don't know. It is
Okay.
a federal. I mean, it hasn't been. I don't know. They didn't have a hearing today. I don't.
well, they have to have a hearing, right? They do. Yes.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Um,
We're just reading the
we're
documents,
just
right?
reading the documents, but,
We're not giving legal
I
advice.
mean, you're right. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong to say.
Wow.
Should take it seriously. Shouldn't you should read through this and get an attorney.
I wouldn't want to be the one on the receiving end of this.
No.
I definitely would go to an attorney and proceed cautiously.
Mm-hmm.
Seth Rogers says, or not says, but this is his section. Defendant Granny's watching repeatedly twists Mr. Rogers' words, portraying him as insincere, manipulative, and unfit as a parent. This is not just a
Okay.
personal vendetta, but part of a larger. Are we okay?
It's a state injunction, but it's good in all states. That's
Okay.
what. Okay. That's okay.
Oh, it's not. Okay, it's a state injunction.
Yes.
No. Yeah.
Oh,
All right. So,
it's funny that the people that are watching and texting. It's just funny.
yeah, it is. Yeah.
Mhm.
Granny's watching repeatedly. Oh, I read this. So, this is not just a personal vendetta, but part of a larger coordinated attempt by the Enterprise and a capital E to discredit Mr. Rogers in the eyes of the public. The mocking and distorting of his words serve the dual purpose of undermining his credibility and inciting further harassment from Granny's Watching's audience. Granny's Watching mocks Mr. Rogers for stating, in quotes, "I just want a divorce so I can start again," turning this into an opportunity to paint him as someone dismissive of his responsibilities. She sarcastically thanks him, in quotes, for being so nice during the divorce, encouraging her audience to view him as deceitful. A true and correct copy of the sped up 2x audio recording is attached here as Exhibit 52. This distortion of Mr. Rogers' statements reflects the broader strategy of the Enterprise, with Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady coordinating efforts to undermine victims' credibility through mockery, manipulation, and defamation as tools of harassment.
Wow.
Granny's Watching's persistent sarcasm goes beyond mere commentary. It is a tactic used to diminish Mr. Rogers' character and portray him as untrustworthy, echoing the sarcastic attacks frequently employed by Barbecue Lady and other members of the Enterprise, where sarcasm is weaponized to belittle and the audience is encouraged to join in the public degradation.
Wow.
"Oh, he's such a good guy. Thank you for being so nice during the divorce," mocks Mr. Rogers' efforts to present himself as responsible, twisting his words to imply hypocrisy. The use of sarcasm and ridicule aligns with the Enterprise's broader strategy of public character assassination. Granny's mocking tone not only serves to discredit Rogers, but also to mobilize her followers to further participate in this coordinated defamation.
Wow.
Yeah. So Granny's actively engages her audience in the harassment by prompting real-time reactions and contributions to the defamation of Mr. Rogers, mirroring Defendant Barbecue Lady's tactic of encouraging public shaming and transforming private matters like custody and divorce into a public spectacle. Granny invites her audience to engage in the narrative of Mr. Rogers' unfitness, creating an echo chamber of public judgment. And then it gives a quote, "Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen the divorce papers. Put a 2 if you did not." The orchestration, and then that's Exhibit 52. The orchestration of audience participation in defamation exemplifies how the Enterprise operates on a broader scale, with Granny's engagement mirroring Defendant Barbecue's incitement of followers, making public humiliation central to the group's collective goal of silencing and discrediting their targets.
This is crazy.
So Granny continually mocks Mr. Rogers' emotional struggles, particularly his trauma from the divorce, aligning with the Enterprise's broader tactics of dismissing mental health and personal issues, as seen in the targeting of Bullhorn Betty and others, thereby reinforcing the strategy of belittling victims' emotional distress. Defendant Granny dismisses Rogers' claims of trauma, sarcastically suggesting, in quotes, "Get a therapist because it is years later, sir, and you're still not healed," making light of his emotional pain. Exhibit 52.
Mrs. Z, can you move it up?
Sorry, I'm getting texts. I'm trying to be multimedia here.
Go to 97 would be great.
Sorry, I'm there.
The mockery of trauma across multiple victims demonstrates a continuous and related pattern of behavior by the Enterprise, with Granny's consistent dismissal of mental health aligning with Barbecue Lady's similar treatment of plaintiffs, highlighting the orchestrated nature of the Enterprise's psychological harassment. See, this is the part, this is the part that it's this orchestrated nature. This is what they're trying to show.
Mm-hmm.
Granny distorts the legal context of Mr. Rogers' custody and divorce issues by falsely implying that he was deemed borderline abusive by the courts, a deliberate misrepresentation that aligns with Defendant Barbecue's similar tactics of distorting legal proceedings to mislead the public and discredit plaintiffs, illustrating how the Enterprise manipulates legal narratives to harm their targets. Granny falsely claims, in quotes, "Mr. Rogers states that the courts deemed him borderline abusive," when no such legal finding exists. This intentional misrepresentation serves to undermine Mr. Rogers' credibility and paint him in a negative light. Exhibit 51. So again, not a lawyer. That's the kind of stuff that my understanding has always been that when you make an accusation like that,
that a court has deemed him borderline abusive, and that's
Right.
not a fact, and you can actually look up that fact unless the court has deemed him. But if no legal finding exists, then that's the kind of stuff where defamation and slander kind of stuff can come into play and be powerful. That's the kind of stuff you have to be careful about. Things that are not facts that you're presenting as facts that you know and can be fact checked actually kind of easily. That's my opinion on that. The deliberate distortion of legal facts by Granny's Watching is part of the broader enterprise, in that capital E again, strategy seen in Defendant Barbecue's campaigns. The use of false legal claims to discredit victims shows a coordinated effort to manipulate public perception and attack the reputations of those who challenge the enterprise. Granny's Watching uses Mr. Rogers' divorce and custody battle as a key point of attack, twisting the narrative to portray him as an unfit father and husband. This tactic of weaponizing personal legal matters is commonly employed by the enterprise, turning private family issues into public spectacles to discredit and humiliate. Barbecue Lady has similarly exploited family disputes in her attacks on other plaintiffs, indicating a shared strategy within the enterprise. Granny mocks Mr. Rogers for allegedly seeking alimony and being a, in quotes, nice guy during the divorce, stating, in quotes, "You asked for alimony, but we're so nice." So, like a sarcastic thing. This sarcastic remark is designed to undermine Mr. Rogers' character by framing his actions as hypocritical. We're at 103 now.
Sorry.
I'm going to take a quick sip of water.
That's okay.
Yeah, so looks like a lot of this is going to be Granny for a bit, which our audience is probably more familiar with, unless you're on TikTok. Defendant Granny's Watching focus on Mr. Rogers' divorce aligns with Defendant Barbecue Lady's broader strategy of using personal legal matters as a tool for defamation, reinforcing the organized and continuous nature of the enterprise's attacks. Defendant Granny often resorts to baseless speculation to further undermine Mr. Rogers' credibility by implying drug use, neglect, and irresponsibility. Granny encourages her audience to view Mr. Rogers as a flawed, untrustworthy figure. These speculative attacks mirror Barbecue Lady's false accusations against other plaintiffs, where unfounded allegations are presented as fact to sway public opinion. Defendant Granny falsely implies that Mr. Rogers is hypocritical regarding his stance on medication. And then in quotes, "But you sure as F had no problem taking those pharmaceutical medications for yourself," end quote. The repetition of unfounded accusations across multiple plaintiffs demonstrates a pattern of defamation that is central to the enterprise's racketeering activities. Defendant Granny's speculative attacks align with the broader strategy of spreading false narratives, revealing a clear connection to the continuous and organized effort by Defendant Barbecue Lady and Granny to discredit their victims. Defendant Granny does not merely mock and insult Mr. Rogers, but she actively encourages her audience to join in, fostering a culture of public humiliation designed to amplify the emotional and psychological harm, mirroring Defendant Barbecue Lady's tactic of mobilizing followers to intensify the impact on victims. A lot of this references Exhibit 52, whatever that was. So much of that is in.
We may have to have a whole separate show going over the exhibits, I think. I don't know.
Boy, I know. I mean, just yeah. Okay, so we are still with Granny here. Defendant Granny's Watching calls on her followers to put out your declarations, in quotes, pushing Mr. Rogers to expose more of his personal life to public scrutiny. This public demand is a form of intimidation and control, echoing Barbecue Lady's similar efforts to humiliate other plaintiffs through the exposure of personal information. That rallying your followers to take action that could be criminal in nature is, that's the kind of stuff they're looking at with this too. If these are all just alleged right now, but this is the allegations we're looking at. That's the kind of stuff that makes this potentially RICO, is the argument they're trying to make. The coordinated effort to publicly humiliate victims shows a continuous pattern of racketeering activity, as Defendant Granny's role in encouraging her audience to participate in the harassment demonstrates the enterprise's use of public platforms to amplify harm and silence opposition. Defendant Granny's harassment
of Mr. Rogers is intricately linked to the broader efforts of the enterprise led by defendant Barbecue Lady and associates.
Sorry, I
Defendant
think I'm
Granny's
behind.
mockery, manipulation, false accusations, and incitement of her audience are all part of a coordinated strategy to discredit and defame Mr. Rogers, aligning with the larger pattern of racketeering activity in this case.
Whew.
Man.
Wow.
All right.
That's a lot.
Okay, take let's take a break before we head on into Tony. Wow.
Yeah, so
what do you guys
looks like the
I like what Cassie said. Where were you the day the true crime community fought back? Here.
Yeah, it seems like this might be. I mean, we don't know how things are going to go in court. Of course, anything can happen in courtrooms. I think that was Don B. I heard the other day say that when it comes to court, expect the unexpected. You never know how this is all going to go.
Just something to read.
And Debbie 357 said that's a lot to swallow. Wow. And it is. It is a lot to swallow. And Kelsey said the allegations are clear definitions of what they've been doing.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are you guys thinking so far? Wow, that's a lot.
It is a lot.
And we're only on page 20 something.
And then there's other sections. So I don't know. We've got to get.
Oh.
I mean, we're nowhere. We haven't.
Yeah, we got a long way to go, guys.
We'll just go as long as we can go, I suppose. See what happens.
Also, there was something else I wanted you to see.
Somebody said, yes, it's very methodically written. It was. They've covered everything.
Do you see that?
Okay. I'm sorry, Auntie. What did you say?
I said, I was talking about, they said it was very methodically written.
Oh, yeah.
I said they've covered a lot.
I mean, this thing is unbelievable. I don't know what a preliminary injunction usually looks like, but I can't even imagine the hours this took. We're at
page 26.
Page 26, and we're already at 52 exhibits. And you've got sworn affidavit. I mean, all this is so time consuming. I can't imagine.
And it just shows the seriousness of what they've collected and what's been done, that people really, I guess, that were following the case did not have any clue that this stuff was going on. It depends on who you listen to and how deeply you got into the case. But so many people, just even us, we did some of these things we're reading, we didn't even know about that were going on behind the scenes.
No, a lot of this is news to me.
I want to say reality wins. It's her son's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Birthday. It's my son's birthday, and I'll never forget this historical day. Thank you for fighting for Sebastian.
I hope it will be. I hope, other than getting justice for Sebastian or finding him in that, maybe if we're optimists, this will improve this unbelievable kind of culture that's developed. And if this ends up being proven to be a criminal organization,
wow,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the nature of it is right now. I'm not sure how. I don't know. I don't want to get ahead on that. I don't know if there's like leadership or it's kind of I don't know what this is. So I'm sure they're going to lay out that case later.
I want to tell KB I have been taking Mucinex.
She does.
Yeah.
I can't stand the Mucinex stuff. It makes me.
I've tried everything. It's going away. It's just really gradual.
So Taylor said this is going to get expensive for the defendants, and yes, I'm sure it will get expensive.
Oh yeah,
I can't imagine.
That's another thing it says on these RICO cases. They're incredibly expensive to defend, because I mean, as you can see, what you're going to have. I mean, the hours you're going to pay an attorney to go through all this, just these 26 pages we've done. How many attorney hours is that?
No kidding.
Going through 52 exhibits.
We've kind of gone over this a little bit. Where are you from? Where are you from says questions. The civil court RICO case lead to criminal charges of RICO violations?
Yes, it could.
It could. There's no guarantee.
No guarantee. It's got to be proven, and it's got to, the DA that's there, they have to look at it. I think there's enough evidence to go forward with it. But this is kind of how you do it.
Everybody keeps saying hi to Brittany, but I can't see her. I don't know.
She was in earlier, and
I can't see her. Everybody keeps saying hello to her, and a lot of people, Betty, and a lot of people. And I chat's going by so quickly.
I'm sure
It is.
she can talk. I have no idea what the protocol is for her. I don't know if she'll be able to talk about this on her show tonight or not. I'm sure people will check in to see what she's got to say. So
I don't know how that
if
works.
she can't talk about it, show her support later. She usually goes on around 10:30 or so.
I don't know about you guys. My mind is kind of blown by all this.
Or she may have to be. She may just be quiet right now because she's not sure what to do. I don't know. I'm sure they've advised her.
My mind is.
But
blown.
she is. If you're joining us late, are those the only two YouTube creators that are Brittany J and Bullhorn Betty are the only ones listed as plaintiffs, I believe.
I think there was one that you didn't know the name, who it was, and
crime. But I always flip it. I cannot get the name right. Why can I not get this name right?
Okay, hold on. I'll get it.
see something. No.
Case and crime.
Case and crime. And I want
Case and crime.
It's terrible. I'll just have to. I'll have to work on that. It's just one of those. I just keep flipping it, wanting to say crime first.
And our Taylor asked about my son. He is doing better. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I don't know. We haven't gotten to anything with the creators yet as far as what kind of abuse.
Rubicon says, I don't think BHB can talk about it. So
okay.
Okay.
Well, that's probably wise.
Yeah.
At this stage. So then I'm sure Brittany will probably take the same advice, hopefully. But anyway, so the next section, part 4, is Tony Mathis. And I haven't read any of this. So we're going to be doing this.
I read through this one.
Oh, you did?
Oh. Okay.
Judy the lawyer. Okay, so you're Judy the lawyer Coleman. I am retained counsel, retained.
Great.
Okay, great.
Great to know.
Okay. So, because I think the way it was reading earlier, it appeared that maybe she had moved on to a different firm, but I guess she's still working with. Maybe that was maybe that's what she was trying to clarify, the way we read it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Well, welcome in.
Yeah, welcome in. So this is Tony Mathis, part 4. Defendant barbecue lady.
Sorry, I have to roll it up. I got to roll. Okay.
Defendant barbecue lady frequently discusses her access to resources, referring to it as a, end quote, chain of command. She bragged, end quotes, I forget the name of it, but it's like the domino effect. The person who originally took the video, leaked the video, and sent it to somebody, then somebody sent it to somebody else. A true and correct copy of the audio version of Barbecue Lady discussing this is attached as Exhibit 53. Okay, and then it says the, in quotes, domino effect described by Barbecue Lady demonstrates a pattern of racketeering activity under the RICO Act, as the coordinated sharing and distribution of the video indicates a conspiracy to engage in continuous and organized criminal conduct. I see. So each act of sharing the video constitutes an overt act of conspiracy in violation of both RICO and Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy statutes. This might be the first. Is this the first time this has come up? So we're going to see this a lot because this is in the back half of this RICO and Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy statute, that 18 PA CONS, the SAT, 903, whatever. You're going to see that over and over again. They're going to reference that a great deal. Defendant barbecue lady asserted, yeah. What do I need to do? Okay. Let's see. So defendant barbecue lady asserted, yeah. Well, kind of, but there's a legal term actually for it. And every single effing person that shared that video of Caleb can all be effing prosecuted. So this has got to be her talking about Caleb Harris, right? Caleb.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
As it applies because of Tony.
Tony was working at Caleb Harris.
Yes.
He was being a spokesperson.
And we're getting a welcome in John Q. I saw John Q come in.
Hi, John Q. Hope you're doing well. John Q's got a great channel. Always happy to check him out too. Let's see. So what are they saying here? So yeah. Well, Oh, I got it. Okay, so then it's the next paragraph. Defendant barbecue lady's acknowledgement that every single, in quote, every single person that shared that video of Caleb can all be effing prosecuted demonstrates her awareness of the illegality of the enterprise's conduct.
Mm.
Oh.
So, wow. Right. So she can't, what they're getting at, I think, is that she can't say she's ignorant of the law.
she's acknowledging she knows. Her statement indicates active involvement in a criminal conspiracy to commit harassment and defamation in violation of Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy laws and RICO's conspiracy provisions. Each participant in the chain of distribution is a conspirator furthering the enterprise's unlawful objectives, exposing them to criminal liability.
Sorry.
So here, each participant in the chain of distribution is a conspirator furthering the enterprise. So whoever shared, if she's talking about a shared video, each person shared it. They're part of it, right? If this ends up being proven, if this argument ends up being convincing, then everybody that took part, they're part of this whole deal.
I think this next part's really
this ends up going
really bad.
Okay.
Where
this is bad
what number
already.
are we at?
117.
Yeah, 117. In the same live stream, defendant barbecued lady declared, end quote, and you know what? It's my effing mission. And it's been my little undercover mission.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know you guys are probably wondering where we're at, but we are up to something. So, and you know what? It's my effing mission, and it's been my little undercover mission. I know you guys are probably wondering where we're at, but we are up to something. Exhibit 53.
Wow.
So, okay, so defendant barbecue lady's statement about an undercover mission to target individuals within the context of sharing harmful content demonstrates a premeditated conspiracy. So, unless that's out of context, so we'd have to see this in context, of course, and the court would have to do that later.
Right.
That's a heck of a quote.
Mm-hmm.
That is a heck of a quote. If that's not out of context, which we don't know yet.
We would have to look at the
we'll
exhibit.
have to look at all these exhibits at some future date. But
yeah. If we did that, we would be here for days.
That's bad.
Good grief. It'd be a marathon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's pretty big.
What number?
Potentially big, I guess.
Are we at 19?
We're at 119. Yeah, that quote
here comes.
crazy.
Do you want me to play your little clip?
I mean, that quote, I'm just going to read this one more time.
Okay.
That's crazy. And you know what? It's my effing mission. And it's been my little undercover mission. What is she talking about?
I don't know.
I think it was, she was saying to get Tony.
Wow.
Well, I think we would have to look at it. And
I mean, this is under the Tony section, so maybe.
I mean, it has to be directly related to him to be in his section.
But we are up to something. Who's the we?
Yeah.
Right?
That's the question.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So
I am too bare says page 27 out of 89.
I mean, this isn't even like the exhibits. It's not, this is just, this is wild. Did they get this? Did they get all this?
I keep getting the Discord sound, but I don't have Discord open. I cannot figure this out.
Every computer in our house open at once, right?
I know.
I'll check it and see if we're getting something on my end.
It's like we're NASA over here with all these screens.
I know. I've got like 4 screens going.
I know. So this satisfies the elements of racketeering activity.
It's not ours.
And criminal conspiracy under Pennsylvania law. That's a strong quote. If that's accurate like that, that's big, I think. Under Pennsylvania law, criminal conspiracy is established when 2 or more individuals agree to engage in unlawful conduct with at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Oh, yeah. So this is the Pennsylvania law they keep citing. So if you're curious about this law that they're going to reference over and over, under Pennsylvania law, criminal conspiracy is established when 2 or more individuals agree to engage in unlawful conduct with at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So I think we've seen a lot of that if this all ends up being true, right? That's why we're going to keep seeing this over and over. The overt acts in this case involve the deliberate dissemination of harmful content, which violates multiple provisions of Pennsylvania law, including harassment, and they give the statute there, and defamation.
Do I need to roll up?
122.
I gotcha.
Additionally, defendant barbecue lady's statements reflects a calculated, organized effort to harm others, demonstrating the continuity and structure required for establishing a pattern of racketeering activity. This aligns with Pennsylvania's broad definition of conspiracy, where intent and action to promote or facilitate illegal conduct suffice for prosecution. Okay. So furthermore, each participant in the dissemination of harmful content is implicated as an active conspirator in furtherance of the criminal enterprise, again with an E,
exposing them to substantial criminal liability under both federal and state law.
Wait, do you have it open?
I don't know.
I keep hearing it. It's bugging me. Sorry.
I don't know.
I'll
It
check.
has to be on your phone.
Hearing it, Auntie?
No, I'm not hearing it. I checked ours. It is not ours.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
we have a new member. Welcome. Whoops,
Welcome,
that's
Anna.
not there.
Groovy gal.
Groovy Gal.
I love that
Appreciate
name.
it. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us.
Oh,
This is
everybody's excited. We're 74 away from the machete party.
We'll have a machete break.
Yeah.
When we get there.
I think we need to have
Oh, yeah.
a stretch run around the room
Right.
break.
Wow.
Wow.
This is fascinating to me.
It is
Oh, it is
fascinating.
I'm
I
just
gotta
worried
tell you.
about our viewers who have been here for 2 hours and 44 minutes
Right,
already.
right.
And we're only on page 28.
Just
They can put in earbuds and walk around though.
Yeah,
That's
right.
true.
I'm
That's-
gonna have to stand at some point if this keeps going. We'll do our best. We'll just keep going until we can't. Right. Let's see. So I don't know where I was at for the morning. Okay. I think I was here. So 124, I believe. Defendant Barbecue Lady and her panelists continued. In quotes, okay, we're not avoiding being on TikTok because we're afraid or scared. We've been working. And all I'm going to say is if anyone thinks that they're going to F with us, I effing dare you. End quote.
I just love the curse words.
Yeah. I mean,
Like, can you not talk intelligently?
Uh-oh.
I wonder what, well, I don't know. I guess
No,
courts hear stuff all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I'm
You know,
I don't think it helps the case.
Yeah. When you have these words come back and they play it, in
yeah.
front
It's harsh.
Yeah. Defendant Barbecue's overt threat, in quotes, I effing dare you, constitutes intimidation and extortion. Oh, okay. Intimidation and extortion under federal law and Pennsylvania's extortion statutes. I effing dare you. Okay.
Wow.
Threats of harm.
126.
Okay. Oh, so then they define it. Extortion in Pennsylvania involves using threats of harm to coerce behavior. And her statement is designed to intimidate and deter opposition to the enterprise's activities through threats of retaliation. This conduct, reflective of organized criminal behavior, aims to prevent interference or exposure, thereby advancing the enterprise's unlawful goals. I mean, that's actually I get it. I get the argument. In a live stream, Defendant Barbecue Lady declared, effing dare you. I dare you. This S right here, though. These foul effing human beings, birds of a feather, flock together. The continuation of intimidation tactics in Defendant Barbecue Lady's language, coupled with derogatory remarks, highlights a clear pattern of harassment in violation of Pennsylvania law. Her repeated threats, in quotes, I dare you, aim to intimidate and coerce others into compliance or silence, punishable under Pennsylvania's criminal harassment statutes and also form part of a broader criminal conspiracy within the enterprise. Defendant Barbecue Lady further stated, it is my effing mission to take Tony the F down. This mission talk, right? It is my effing mission to take Tony the F down. So however that looks for you or whatever you want to imagine in your God-given brain, whatever, when I say take them down, I mean like he should not be an effing spokesperson for anybody's missing child, in my opinion.
Wow.
Yeah, that mission talk. I wonder how often that happens.
Mm.
I don't know this lady at all. I've never heard her, other than maybe a 5 or 10 minute clip on YouTube somewhere. This statement demonstrates Defendant Barbecue Lady's intent to cause significant harm to Tony L. Mathis through a coordinated campaign of harassment and defamation, further supporting a criminal conspiracy and racketeering activity under RICO. Her admission of a mission to take Tony down, in quotes, reflects the calculated, unlawful objective of the enterprise to discredit and harm through intimidation and defamation. Under Pennsylvania law, fraud occurs when a party knowingly makes false representations with the intent to induce others to act. Defendant Barbecue Lady's public solicitation of funds based on the false claim that she needed $25,000 to retain a federal attorney for ongoing litigation constitutes fraudulent misrepresentation. Despite receiving only a cease and desist letter, which does not constitute litigation, Defendant Barbecue Lady knowingly implied that she was under legal threat to justify her fundraising campaign. Defendant Barbecue Lady's actions constitute unjust enrichment by collecting funds under the false premise of a non-existent lawsuit, misrepresenting the cease and desist letter, and fabricating a false narrative to unjustly gain financial support from her audience. This might end up being a big deal, this part. That would not surprise me. Defendant Barbecue Lady's deliberate misrepresentation of a cease and desist letter as ongoing litigation in her fundraising campaign constitutes fraud, demonstrating a pattern of deceit and an attempt to unjustly enrich herself by misleading her audience. The court should enjoin Defendant Barbecue Lady from continuing to solicit funds under these false pretenses and order the return of all funds raised through the fraudulent campaign. Okay, so now they're starting to suggest some action, like because this is a what did we call this? It's not a legal. It's a there's another word.
Civil.
No. We talked about this right at the very beginning.
You have notes about it, I'm sure.
Well, it says it on the very first page. All I got to do is look at the word. Complaint of inequity.
Equity.
So they had the option to be seeking financial damages. Of course, in the lawsuits, people do that all the time.
Okay.
But they are seeking equity, which means they want something done to alleviate harm to their clients. So I think this is the first time we've read a suggestion like that. So one of the suggestions going with is return all funds through the fraudulent campaign. So they're suggesting to the court. I might have missed one.
Uh-oh. Tugs on Heartstrings wanted to remind us of something.
Okay.
Do you see it?
Oh, is it close? Are we there?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, are we there?
I don't know. It doesn't look like it on my end.
Ratea, machetea, partea.
I
What was the
don't
time?
know. No, we've got 2:64.
No, it's at 9:64.
Oh, I mean 9:64. Sorry.
Oh,
We
okay.
need
So, 36, and we have the machete party.
Thank you, Tugs on Heartstrings. That's very
Not
good.
34. Now it's 9:66.
That is the end of the Tony Mathis section.
Any questions about the Tony Mathis section before we move on?
Ooh, that's I'll tell you.
Excuse me, y'all.
Some of those quotes
Wowza.
are going to be tough.
We have a new
That's gonna be
member.
tough. That calling it a mission.
And
going
Nina sent us
undercover.
another sticker. I keep missing her stickers. It's going so fast. Well, welcome to Shining Star. Let me see if I can get that back.
And
I
most
don't
of
know.
that was from Exhibit 53, I think.
Welcome, Shining Star. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
joining. Welcome to the Crime Dogs. It's time for everybody to take a water break.
Yeah.
Go ahead and stretch and use the restroom.
So I don't know if Brittany J is in here now.
I
Oh,
already
so we're at 988.
I
Well,
double checked with her to make sure she was okay with us going through her section. So
And she's
Oh.
good with that?
she's good with that.
Yeah, I haven't read any of this either.
So
Is
I will
Sharice
have
said Sharice said her super chat never showed up.
let's look.
Can you look back at the super chats and see from Sharice Profit?
Let me
Sharice.
see. We've had a few tonight. Let's see. I'm looking.
Oh, 997, somebody said.
Oh, we're at 1,000.
Thank you, everybody. We do appreciate that. So it's time to celebrate.
Hold
wanna
on.
find the
I
super
want
chat first.
to, Sharice, I don't see it, love. I don't see it.
It may not have gone through, Sharice.
I don't see it. I'm looking at all the super stickers and things.
Yeah, I didn't notice your name pop up there.
I think she tried to do it and it wouldn't do it. I don't know.
Well,
We know so very little about it. So
we're so bad at this,
YouTube
guys.
can be kind of glitchy
that.
sometimes. Too.
Uh-oh. Well, we're going to have to let Tiffany introduce this because, look, Tiffany is already, Tiffany Machete would like for us to have a Machete party.
So this is going to be our, if you weren't here last time, Mrs. Z put this together and laughed all afternoon about it. So this is going to be our new little celebration.
Well, and
and
I
a
know.
break for me. So I'm going to go
Yeah,
to the
go
restroom
ahead.
real quick.
I
before we
will
get back into
say,
this.
that people were giving me a hard time. Let me just put it that way about it. But the thing is this actually really had to do more with the Bullhorn Betty case. I know it doesn't, it's not directly related in a way. So I would not do this. I mean, there's been some other mispronounced words that I have not done.
because it wasn't separated. This is kind of a separate.
This is a separate thing. So I'm not really good at articulating when there's a camera on me, so I apologize. But anyway, let's have our machete party.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Oh, it's great. And we also have a super sticker from Pat Fairman. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Pat. Let's see. What's Pat sending?
Rule of 3.
Rule of 3. I got to play it 3 times? Yeah. Okay. I don't see it. What in the world's going on? I'm not seeing these super stickers. This stuff's been acting crazy.
I see it. It's cute. It's like a kitty cat or a dog. It's cute. It's like a little.
Oh, thank you.
Super cute.
Thank you so much, Pat. Oh, I'll play it again. Here we go.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
I saw Nick in chat go. Nick says, "What is about to happen?" And welcome. I think Nick joined our membership. I think we're not getting some of these memberships.
We have Shining Star as a new member.
Oh, it's just showing me top chat. I'm terrible at this. Let me just tell you.
Shining Star, thank you for joining.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Shining Star. We appreciate
I'm
that.
so far behind, y'all. Let's see.
This is all interesting.
Okay, hold on. One more time.
Yeah,
you guys deserve it. Thank
many
you for the
rules?
1,000 likes.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
All right, and then this one's for you. Okay.
Man.
Oh.
Age to know the RICO law, I think. That reference.
Well,
But
thank you guys so much. That is so sweet of you. And welcome to new members. And thank you for the super chats and super stickers. That's funny that Nick was like, what is about to happen? I don't blame him.
Gina and Dawn says, my autistic son loves hearing this and repeats it with a laugh.
Oh, good.
Oh, which
get it.
one? RICO law or
It's got
Machete.
Yeah.
Well, actually, our whole family does it
our
now.
son does stuff like that too.
Nick said, Nick's in a laughing face.
Oh, good.
We were watching like a sad TV show or something, and she was like getting down in the dumps after the ending of it.
Oh,
so she played.
It was only unalivings in the building.
Well, we said murder so many times tonight.
Oh,
it
okay.
doesn't matter. As far as
Thank you, Ginger. Ginger, you have done so much. Thank you so much. Ginger gifted a membership. If you received a membership from Ginger, please tell her thank you.
And I agree. I agree. Somebody said that he should get the best side eye award. That he's got a great side eye.
It honestly, you know how like there's some of those famous memes out there that you know the guy with the vein on his forehead, or the couple walking the street and the guy turns, or you know that kind of stuff. It would not shock me if Seth becomes the side eye meme because it's just so good.
Jamie 6365 sent her first super chat. Thank you so much. That is so sweet. That is so sweet. It's not even like showing up. It's so weird. And then Hey Jude, thank you, Hey Jude. We appreciate you.
So let's get into the Brittany J section here.
Okay, I'm going to have to also make nighttime medicine and a few things.
I can do this as long as you've got that up.
I can do it like this, and
that's
you can
perfect.
see the thing over here.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, perfect.
And Auntie can help me with the people, the comments and such.
I can do it.
I'm gonna, I don't want to get him too off of his medicine.
I don't know any of it. I didn't even glance through the Brittany J stuff, so I have no idea what's about to happen.
Hers is tragic. I mean, it's tragic.
Really?
Oh,
I mean,
I read through them. I kind of did. I kind of do my speed reading.
Yeah,
and I hit the highlights of the complaints and the things, the evidences, and it's terrible.
All right, let's see what's going on here.
Our Taylor, thank you so much. Hold on.
Thank you, Art Taylor. We do appreciate that.
That was so nice. Thank you so much.
Find Sebastian Rogers. Bring Sebastian Rogers.
No
We
kidding.
appreciate you, Art Taylor.
Yeah, if this is as coordinated to impede that as they're alleging, then this is a big step. So let's get into this. So Brittany J, in multiple live broadcasts on YouTube, Granny's Watching engaged in a concerted effort to defame, harass, and intimidate plaintiff Brittany J.
Actually, I'll wait till after this section.
As part of a broader coordinated attack with her associates. These statements are not isolated incidents, but rather form a sustained campaign of targeted harassment, threats, and defamation, violating both Pennsylvania and federal laws and fitting into a pattern of conduct that constitutes part of a corrupt enterprise as defined under these two laws referenced. In her live stream, defendant Granny directly threatened Brittany J, stating, "I will make you an effing victim. You want to go legal? I will give you a reason to go legal. You have crossed every effing boundary there is." End quote. A true and correct copy of the Granny's Watching live stream audio lasting 16 minutes and 54 seconds, Exhibit 54. Defendant Granny's Watching intent to, end quote, make Brittany a victim, end quote, and provoke legal retaliation demonstrates a malicious targeted attack designed to intimidate and harass, further supporting a claim of racketeering activity under 18 U.S.C. These threats made in public also serve to escalate the level of intimidation, forming part of the conspiracy to obstruct Brittany's efforts to defend herself legally. Yeah. So defendant Granny continued her attack on Brittany J's character in a public forum, stating, "You are a lazy, wasteful piece of S. I don't speak on you, Brittany. I don't effing talk about you." See Exhibit 54. Defendant Granny's acknowledgement of her involvement in a coordinated retaliatory effort against Brittany J and her associates further highlights the presence of an enterprise engaging in racketeering activity. Defendant Granny states, "Then I'm going to effing be, and I'm going to do to you every single thing that you and your effing YouTube associates do to me and mine." Okay. So defendant Granny's Watching statement demonstrates her active participation in a conspiracy and involvement in a corrupt organization with her reference to Brittany's, in quotes, YouTube associates, indicating a broader network of individuals collaborating to attack and harass Brittany, thereby forming the basis for a civil conspiracy claim under Pennsylvania law and supporting the RICO elements of a coordinated enterprise. Defendant Granny's Watching attempts to downplay her actions by stating, "Playing your own words isn't harassing and bullying. You know what harassing and bullying is. First off, we're adults." End quote. A true and correct copy of the Granny's Watching audio from May 9th, 2024, lasting 4 minutes, is attached as Exhibit 52 or 55. This dismissive statement is part of an ongoing campaign of cyberbullying disguised as, in quotes, playing words back, end quote, to deflect accountability, falling under the scope of 18 PACS and contributing to a RICO claim by forming part of the sustained organized harassment aimed at causing Brittany emotional distress and reputational harm. Granny's Watching also targeted Brittany J by spreading false and inflammatory narratives, implying that Brittany J neglects or abuses her own children. You won't find bags. Oh, this is a quote. "You won't find bags under my kids' eyes. You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up." End quote. A true and correct copy of the Granny's Watching audio clip from May 9th, 2024, lasting 44 seconds, is attached to Exhibit 56. These statements constitute further defamation aimed at discrediting Brittany as a mother and person, fostering public animosity against her through malicious and false insinuations about child neglect, and are designed to damage her reputation both within her community and online. Defendant Granny's statements demonstrate a clear intent to manipulate public perception and discredit Brittany J's reputation, as seen in her direct statements. "How dare you, Brittany? How effing dare you put this S on me? If you know I came so she can hide that she effing does it." End quote. Defendant Granny has employed coordinated defamatory tactics to harm plaintiff Brittany J as part of a broader enterprise involving multiple individuals aimed at discrediting and shaming her. In a live stream, defendant Granny falsely implicated Brittany J in the tragic death of a man outside her home, using strategies consistent with those employed by defendant Barbecue Lady and others in the criminal enterprise. Defendant Granny repeated and malicious actions violate Pennsylvania's harassment statute, defamation law, the Racketeer Influence Corruption Organizations Act, and Pennsylvania's Corrupt Organizations Act. Defendant Granny's mention of the tragic death of a man outside Brittany J's home. If you don't know, there was a drunk driver, I believe, that had an accident in her front yard or something along those lines. I don't know how long ago, but I think that's what they're referring to here. Anyway, defendant Granny's mention of the tragic death of a man outside Brittany J's home is a deliberate attempt to weaponize personal misfortunes to manipulate public perception and defame Brittany J. Defendant Granny stated, in quotes, "Let's talk about the man that died outside her home and what happened with that," end quote. A true and current copy of the 42nd Granny's Watching. This is Exhibit 57. 57. Okay, so defendant Granny uses this tragedy to suggest that Brittany J was at fault or behaved inappropriately following the incident, mirroring the broader strategy used by defendant Barbecue Lady and others in the enterprise to exploit personal events such as family disputes or tragedies for defamatory purposes. This pattern is consistent with defendant Barbecue Lady's attacks on Mr. Rogers, Mr. Mathis, Nik The Hat, Mr. G, crime, chasing crime every time, chasing crime, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Bullhorn Betty, and many others, where she similarly weaponized their personal experiences to discredit them.
Well,
okay, I get it. Defendant Granny's exploitation of this tragedy is part of the enterprise's continuous scheme to defame individuals by manipulating personal stories, fitting the continuity prong of RICO, as it represents not an isolated incident, but a pattern of ongoing defamation and harassment aimed at the plaintiffs. Okay. Defendant Granny also employed sarcasm and false sympathy to insinuate that Brittany J failed to respect the family of the deceased. Defendant Granny remarked, in quotes, "Yeah, it must have been horrifying, but let's talk about how much respect was shown to their family that was mourning," end quote. This sarcastic commentary pretends to express concern while subtly suggesting that Brittany J was callous in her response to the tragedy. This tactic mirrors defendant Barbecue's use of sarcasm when mocking Mr. Rogers, Bullhorn Betty, Mr. Mathis, Nik The Hat, Mr. G, and Chasing Crime, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and others, attempting to twist the narrative to damage their reputations while maintaining a veneer of objectivity. Defendant Granny's statements also functioned to incite her audience to join in the public shaming of Brittany J. She described the death outside Brittany J's home in detail, encouraging the followers to focus on how Brittany handled the tragedy. Yeah, she, in quotes.
oh wait, I'm ahead of you.
Yeah, we're at 153.
Sorry, I got ahead.
Yeah, we're at that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see, where'd it go? Oh, yeah, she called me and told me some poor younger guy died outside of her home, end quote. This tactic of rallying her audience to reinforce the narrative is part of the enterprise's strategy to mobilize collective attacks. The defendant, Granny, and Barbecue Lady, both inciting followers to participate in coordinated harassment, such as reporting plaintiffs' GoFundMe's accounts. Plaintiffs' GoFundMe accounts. Okay, so that's an example that they're giving. This mobilization for public shaming satisfies the enterprise element of RICO, demonstrating the organized and coordinated nature of their activities. Defendant Granny's narrative about the man's death is part of a broader effort to craft defamatory stories that cast plaintiffs like Brittany J in a negative light without any factual basis. Defendant Granny's comment, end quote, "Let's talk about how much respect was shown to their family that was mourning," is intended to portray Brittany J as morally lacking, even though there is no evidence to support such claims. This tactic is used throughout the enterprise by defendant Barbecue Lady, who often twists personal stories such as Mr. Rogers' custody battle to create damaging narratives that undermine the plaintiff's credibility. The use of deflection to frame plaintiffs for events they had no control over is a coordinated strategy within the enterprise. By twisting narratives to cast blame on the plaintiffs, defendant Granny and Barbecue Lady engage in bold, continuous scheme of defamation and harassment, further supporting the RICO claim.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Like the yeah.
Take a break here.
Yeah.
Oh, Kathy sent us a super sticker. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
And R. Taylor says, please don't forget. I'm sorry. My eye started itching right in the middle of that. Please don't forget your green lights on the porch to support Sebastian Rogers. That's right. Light it up green. Members of our community, we have an emoji that is a green light bulb.
Opinionated said, how many paragraphs are there?
Yeah.
You guys, I can't.
I
mean, we've been going 3 hours right
So
now.
there's like other sections. Like after this is the biggest one we have here. We're on page 36 of
80 something.
This goes to 79, but then there's like other stuff. There's like there's other stuff after that. I don't even know.
Kathy, thank you for the super sticker.
This is just the
I'm trying to find it. I missed it.
Basically the argument for the injunction. The complaint. This is called this whole thing is called the complaint for injunctive and other equitable relief. And we're now at part 6. And this one is Bullhorn Betty's. Count 1, defamation, harassment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress against Bullhorn Betty. Plaintiff Bullhorn Betty.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
I was reading chat.
That's all right.
I actually am going to go make medicine this time.
A little bit more. There.
Okay.
You'll have to scroll. Why don't you read and scroll?
Sure. Bullhorn Betty incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Bullhorn Betty is attached as Exhibit 58. Okay, so she's got a sworn affidavit also, I guess. So defendants Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady engaged in a well-coordinated campaign of defamation, harassment, and intimidation against Bullhorn Betty, as described in her declaration. This campaign involved multiple people acting in concert to damage her reputation, disrupt her work, and instill fear in her daily life. Defendant Granny initially targeted Bullhorn Betty in 2021, with the attacks intensifying as Bullhorn Betty's profile grew, particularly during the high-profile investigation of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers in March 2024.
Can you scroll up?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Granny labeled Miss Griffin a tragedy pimp and a grifter and disseminated false information, all with the intent to harm Bullhorn Betty's reputation and credibility. Under Pennsylvania law, these statements can constitute defamation per se, as they impute dishonorable conduct to Miss Griffin, damaging her reputation in her profession. The defamatory and harassing conduct also included false reports to law enforcement and resulting in Miss Griffin's unjust arrest based on fabricated claims from people under Granny's influence, thereby disrupting her investigations and damaging her professional standing. These acts meet the criteria for harassment, which criminalizes actions intended to cause emotional distress or fear of harm. Defendant Barbecue Lady soon joined forces with Granny, amplifying false accusations and coordinating efforts to keep the attack sustained over time. Their coordinated behavior further included encouraging followers to participate in harassment campaigns against Bullhorn Betty, resulting in a continuous effort to harm her emotionally, professionally, and financially. This extreme and outrageous conduct meets the elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress under Pennsylvania law, as acts were committed with reckless disregard for the likely harm they would cause. So we get caught up here.
And thank you, Dreaming of Blue Skies and Sandy Beaches, for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. We do appreciate that. It's just coffee emojis. Is that what I'm seeing down there?
We may need it.
I know. They do a coffee run here. So that was count 1. I didn't because these are kind of laid out a little differently. So this is count 2, cyber stalking and cyber harassment against Bullhorn Betty. It cites a variety of laws here. Plaintiff Bullhorn Betty incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth herein. The coordinated attacks by the defendants involved cyber harassment and cyber stalking, that including doxing Bullhorn Betty's home address and encouraging followers to send threatening messages.
As a result, Bullhorn Betty feared for her safety and had to take extra precautions to protect herself and her family. This conduct violated this law, which prohibits electronic communications intended to harass or intimidate. Okay, so we're getting into cyberbullying kind of stuff. Additionally, defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady, along with their associates, incited online harassment and stalking by using electronic platforms to threaten Bullhorn Betty and disseminate harmful messages. This pattern of behavior constitutes cyberstalking and falls under the scope of federal law, which criminalizes the use of telecommunications to harass or threaten another person. The continuous, so as the evidence, they're citing a lot of her declarations here. The continuous nature of the threats and harassment, including the dissemination of defamatory content and the mobilization of followers to participate in these actions, caused Bullhorn Betty to suffer substantial emotional distress. The persistent nature of these acts shows a deliberate attempt to terrorize and harm her through sustained cyber harassment. Yeah, it's going to be this. A lot of this is what they're rallying and encouraging people to do, right? When they go do this, go get in their chat.
Provoking, yes.
It's this organizing and mobilizing of people to harass and bully. I think there's a lot of that's been going on, and I think that's going to be an issue. I think that the defendants are going to have. Well,
and it's a theme that runs throughout.
Yeah. I think that's going to be hard to defend and not hard to. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I think that's going to be an issue. Count 3: civil conspiracy and coordinated defamation. Okay. So let's skip that part. Defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady conspired with other individuals, including online personas such as Queen Bee and Burnt Now, to Burnt Now. I don't know who Burnt Now.
I don't know who that is either, unless they have a different name.
Okay,
but
I'm not sure. I don't know if that's maybe it's maybe a TikToker possibly or somebody. I don't know.
Maybe.
But anyway, so to engage in a concerted defamation campaign.
It's Burnt Toast is their name.
Burnt Toast.
But they've got at Burnt Now.
Okay, I don't know what that is. All right, so to engage in a concerted defamation campaign aimed at discrediting Bullhorn Betty. This conspiracy involved agreeing to defame Bullhorn Betty and encouraging others to participate in coordinated harassment, meeting the elements of civil conspiracy under Pennsylvania law. The conspiracy included overt acts such as disseminating defamatory statements, sharing plaintiff Bullhorn Betty's personal information, and inciting followers to engage in harassment. These actions disrupted Bullhorn Betty's professional relationships and caused significant reputational harm, as she was falsely accused of engaging in fraudulent schemes and inappropriate relationships. Okay. The organized and continuous nature of these attacks demonstrates a coordinated strategy by defendants to damage Bullhorn Betty's personal and professional life, further establishing a pattern of conspiracy under Pennsylvania law. The malicious intent behind these defamatory statements and acts of harassment evidences an unlawful agreement to harm Bullhorn Betty. Yeah, so they're certainly trying to establish this pattern with a variety of victims and a variety of scenarios. They're showing this kind of, obviously they're going to have convincing evidence, but this is, right. The pattern they're trying to establish here. Count 4: interference with prospective business relations. Okay. So the false accusations made by defendants about Bullhorn Betty's involvement in fraudulent activities were intended to disrupt her business relationships, including her work on high-profile cases. These statements caused some individuals to distance themselves from Bullhorn Betty due to the reputational damage, leading to actual financial harm. Yeah, so under the restatement, second of torts in 766, I don't know what that does. Intentional interference with prospective contractual relations occurs when improper conduct is used to disrupt another's business opportunities. Okay, so that's what this law references. So if you do harassment or whatever, and it impedes your business, okay, I got it. So if what they've done has caused her the inability to earn a living in some way, then this could.
Yeah, it's defamed her professionally and her reputation.
Yeah. Yeah, it could hurt if it's hurt her relations with business. Okay, so then it's defendant's repeated defamatory remarks and encouragement of harassment against Bullhorn Betty constitutes such improper conduct, preventing her from securing work and maintaining professional relationships. The intent to disrupt Bullhorn Betty's business endeavors and professional reputation is evident from the defendant's coordinated attacks and defamatory statements, which qualify as harassment under the law, as they were made with the intent to cause harm to her professional standing. So this is all going to be in her declaration. So I guess that maybe at a later date, we'll try to go through all the evidence in these declarations and such. This is going to be a lot, so we'll just do that a different day. Count 5, violation of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. Okay. Bullhorn Betty incorporates so I'm going to skip that. Defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady, along with their associates, engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity through an enterprise engaged in ongoing criminal conduct, including defamation, harassment, stalking, and conspiracy. Okay, defamation, harassment, stalking, conspiracy. Okay, more pattern. This activity constitutes a violation of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and the RICO Act, which prohibit the use of an enterprise to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity. The enterprise involved multiple individuals acting in concert to harm Bullhorn Betty through repeated acts of defamation, cyber harassment, and intimidation designed to damage her reputation, disrupt her work, and cause her emotional and financial harm. The actions of Granny and Barbecue Lady were not isolated, but demonstrated a continuous effort to undermine Bullhorn Betty's professional credibility and personal safety. Defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady conspired with other online personas, including Queen Bee and Burnt Now, to participate in an organized campaign targeting Bullhorn Betty. These coordinated acts included the dissemination of false and defamatory statements, the publication of Bullhorn Betty's personal information, doxing in parentheses, and the incitement of others to engage in harassment. This pattern of related acts demonstrates the continuity of relatedness required. The enterprise engaged in overt acts of racketeering, including, so it looks like we're going to get a little bullet point here of the crimes, defamation and false reports. Defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady made false statements about Bullhorn Betty, accusing her of exploiting tragedies and engaging in fraudulent schemes, which damaged her reputation and professional opportunities. Cyber harassment and stalking. The defendants and their associates engaged in repeated acts of cyber harassment, including threats and the publication of Miss Bullhorn Betty's home address. I didn't know that had happened. I don't know if I knew that. Which placed her in fear for her safety.
I guess they did.
Somebody did. I guess. I mean, it's an allegation. Conspiracy to disrupt investigations. Defendants coordinated false reports to law enforcement aimed at disrupting Miss Griffin's investigative work and discrediting her professional efforts. Okay, yeah, I can think of a couple of times that's happened. I don't know what they're referring to. The acts of defamation, harassment, and conspiracy were committed with the specific intent to further the enterprise's unlawful objectives. The repeated targeting of Bullhorn Betty, combined with similar attacks on other plaintiffs, demonstrates the ongoing and organized nature of the enterprise's criminal conduct, satisfying the requirements of these laws for a pattern of racketeering.
Wow.
There you go. Defendant Barbecue's public statements further demonstrate the existence of the enterprise and its purpose. For example, Barbecue Lady acknowledgement of a, in quotes, chain of command. Yeah, that one's going to really. If this is all in trial, I bet we hear that phrase and that quote from that a lot. Be my guess. Anyway, Barbecue Lady's acknowledgement of a chain of command, in quotes, for sharing defamatory content reflects a structured plan to disseminate harmful information and incite harassment against Bullhorn Betty and others, evidencing the existence of a corrupt organization. The racketeering activity caused significant harm to Bullhorn Betty's personal, emotional, and professional life. The continuous nature of the enterprise's attacks not only damaged her reputation, but also disrupted her business and placed her in constant fear for her safety. The financial harm.
I can't imagine, especially with giving out her address. I mean, she has to be scared. I would be scared.
Yeah, I don't know which creator did that, but whoever did that, that's going to be hard to defend. And I'm assuming that must be caught on video somewhere. The financial harm. Yeah, she's got it. It's count 6. Okay, so this is still all under Bullhorn Betty. Conspiracy to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and RICO Act. So the defendants, Granny and Barbecue Lady, conspired with each other and members of their online network to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and Federal RICO Act by agreeing to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity aimed at harming Ms. Griffin and other plaintiffs. The conspiracy included a common plan and purpose to defame, harass, and intimidate Bullhorn Betty and others through coordinated efforts involving false statements, threats, and cyber harassment. The defendants and their associates, such as Queen Bee and Burnt Now, committed numerous overt acts in furtherance of this conspiracy, including, some more bullet points, spreading false and defamatory statements. The defendants repeatedly disseminated defamatory content about Bullhorn Betty and incited others to join in the harassment, inciting followers to engage in harassment. Defendants encouraged their audience to participate in a coordinated campaign of harassment against Bullhorn Betty involving threats, doxing, and public shaming. Disseminating personal information. The conspiracy involved the publication of Ms. Griffin's home address and other personal details, which placed her at risk of physical harm. Each act committed by the conspirators in furtherance of this unlawful objective constitutes an overt act under Pennsylvania law. The agreement to engage in such criminal conduct and the execution of the coordinated attack support a claim for conspiracy to violate the Corrupt Organizations Act. The defendant's statements and actions clearly show an organized and ongoing effort to harm Bullhorn Betty and others, revealing the existence of an enterprise engaged in racketeering activity. The conspiracy has caused severe emotional distress, reputational harm, and financial damage to Ms. Griffin, demonstrating the intent to carry out a pattern of racketeering activity.
Did you see Betty's comment?
I did not.
It was multiple creators. They came to multiple family members' homes, including mine, and as soon as recently.
Oh my gosh.
And also,
multiple, too.
Will you remind people in chat to be kind, because I'm not going to tolerate.
Yes. So I know a lot of you are, maybe
Be right back.
we got a lot of folks here tonight that maybe don't know us or how we kind of do things. If you would, we would appreciate. It's okay to have different opinions and that kind of thing. We don't mind that at all.
We're not going to attack people,
but we don't with creators.
especially.
We don't insult here. So if you derogatory comments, insult, that kind of thing, we just don't do. Our general approach to the other creators on YouTube is to, if we can't say something nice, we're neutral. We just try not to talk about them. We have to have an exception here to a certain extent. We're still not going to, I'm not going to get insults and things of that nature about any of these people involved. But they're part of the story. I mean, they're allegedly part of a conspiracy, according to the allegations. They're part of the story now, and all three parents are involved in this as either victims or potentially, involved. So,
yeah.
And it's all been the allegation is it's been a coordinated, direct effort to keep Sebastian from being found, or to find justice for whoever harmed him. So it's definitely not something we can ignore. And normally I just try not to, talk about these people, but they've inserted themselves in the story. They're not covering true crime. They got involved. And at least according to these allegations, they've gotten involved in potentially a variety of criminal ways. How many crimes have been alleged so far? I mean, if you had a little ticker, would we be in hundreds of crimes that are being alleged here? How do you even defend yourself against all? This is like a nightmare, actually. If you're one of these defendants, this is a legal nightmare. I don't even know where you begin. But anyway, so what page? Do you mind to see what page we're on? Because I'm a little. I was just going by the.
I have us at 186.
And okay, I got you. It's so much, even if some of these allegations, if you go to the court and you've got 300 criminal allegations here, maybe the judge thinks 50 of them are not valid, but you still got 250 criminal allegations. You know what I mean? It's like it's so much to defend against. What are the chances of you being 100% successful against all this? And a lot of it is convincing. Some of these are very strong. Some are weaker than others, but some of these are very strong. So I don't know. And then you've also got on top of it just the child involved,
Right.
And a variety of victims, and you're gonna I don't know. This is
Don B said the tree has many branches.
It appears so, right? So
Where's Dawn? I can't see half of the. Oh, there's Dawn. Okay, I can't see half of this stuff. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, someone was asking if you were having trouble breathing.
Yeah, you're breathing loud.
Yeah, I think you got a little choke, like a cough or something back there or something, right?
Oh, back while I was gone.
Yeah, so
I did. I get
when she got off camera, she got a little cough going. She's been getting up for a little.
It's a little winded.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Am I breathing hard?
No, people just noticed. But yeah, I heard her off camera. She was having kind of a coughing fit.
I think it's somebody said you had a cold.
Yeah.
I do. I've had it since the cruise. I caught it on the cruise, which cruises are notorious for getting people sick.
So we are actually back at some more. Do we have any comments or anything?
Or any questions?
We have some super stickers. Kathy Free gave us a super sticker. Thank you, Sonia. I don't know how to say her name. Watanabe.
Oh, I don't know.
And then also Nina Drusen. We had 3 super stickers. Thank you all so much.
B in Florida says BBQ and Granny said that they have not been served yet.
Okay.
The paperwork is on the what's it called? That's where we got it.
Yeah.
It's on the front page, first page.
Public access, county Delaware PA.us. So
well,
that's where we downloaded it.
I don't know. I can't verify that or not.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So who knows?
They will be, obviously.
I would think there will be sometime soon.
Mohawk Mom is right. A cruise is a petri dish on water. Yeah. Good night, Little Lee.
Good night, honey.
Rubicon, you're right. She had to get rid of the phlegm so she could breathe.
Justin RN is on a cruise now. I was on a cruise last week during the hurricane. That was fun.
Okay, so we're actually back to a Brittany J section.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that this was going to go like this. So
John Q says, this is very sad to hear all of this surrounding Sebastian's case. No doubt. I agree.
It is.
Absolutely.
And it's me, Jen, sent us a super sticker. Why can't I see just some hearts. Thank you. It's me, Jen. Thank you.
That's a good question, Tennessee Nurse.
Let's see. Why the Tennessee Nurse says, why does barbecue have a GoFundMe for a federal attorney if she hasn't been served?
It kind of goes through that.
Interesting admission.
It went through that though, right? That basically they received the cease and desist, and then she started a GoFundMe that day.
Yeah.
For a federal attorney. Is that
I don't know.
that's the way I read it.
Yeah.
And Betty says it might be allergies that turned into a sinus infection.
Oh, I don't know, man. It's been bad.
We'll see how that goes in court.
Betty was sick too. She had something a while back that was pretty raunchy.
I wondered if the hurricane kind of stirred up stuff.
It could very well have.
People down there anyway. I mean, but that's where I cruised out of. So maybe. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really want to get TikTok, but maybe we have to at some point just to see what's happening.
Oh, well, no, we're not doing that.
No, okay.
I can check it out. I've got one. I'm a lurker. I don't do anything but like check things out. I don't
follow them at all, or can I check in on them?
And actually, I no, not really. I haven't, but I can start.
Nik has allergies.
It's okay. They may not. Maybe they'll. So let's get into the Brittany J section. This is part 7, count 7, defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress against Brittany J. Plaintiff Brittany J incorporates by
reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth within a true and correct copy of the sworn declaration. So this will be essentially like another sworn affidavit that she's, kind of like what we read with Seth earlier. So I'm sure all of that's in this Exhibit 59. As detailed in the Jackson Declaration, defendants Barbecue Lady
That's
Granny
Granny.
watching. And her associates engaged in a relentless campaign of defamation and emotional abuse against Brittany J. This campaign has not only torn apart Ms. J's professional life, but has deeply affected her personal life, causing profound emotional and psychological harm. The defendant's defamatory statements, including calling Ms. J a lazy, wasteful piece of S, were not isolated incidents, but part of a pattern of ongoing public defamation aimed at discrediting her and causing reputational damage. These statements made publicly, I think I just hit something by accident. I didn't mess anything up, did I? We're so good?
I think so. I was just wondering, we're about halfway through. Should we maybe do the second half another day, tomorrow? Or do you think, we got a lot. Or do you want us to keep going? Just push through.
Let's go a little longer.
Okay.
And try to get through as much as we can.
Why don't you skip the statutes just to, you know what I mean?
I'll do my best to skip
Sorry, guys.
These statements made publicly before large audiences caused Ms. J severe humiliation, distress, and loss of credibility, fulfilling the requirements for defamation per Pennsylvania law. Defendant Granny also made public insinuations that Ms. J neglected or endangered her children, such as suggesting, "You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled standing up." These statements directly attacked Ms. J's character as a mother and were intended to discredit her parental fitness, causing significant emotional harm and fear. The extreme and outrageous conduct of defendants Granny and her associates in perpetuating these defamatory remarks constitutes intentional infliction of emotional distress under Pennsylvania law. The repeated public nature of the attacks aimed at a mother protecting her children was done with reckless disregard for the emotional impact on Ms. J. Ms. J's emotional suffering has been profound, manifesting in anxiety, fear, and mental health deterioration due to the persistent harassment. Her children have also been affected, as Ms. Jackson has had to explain the public nature of the attacks to them, disrupting their sense of security. Okay, that's all in that. So how that affects the family life there and all that too.
Aw, we just received our first Cash App.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's so sweet. That was from Tip for Tat.
Oh, thank you. Tip for Tat. You don't have to do that. But we appreciate
and
it.
And
there's some more messaging we need to.
Yeah. There's that. And then they don't know when those are going to be served.
Back this way for me real quick. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's go to count. How are you doing, Auntie? Are you all right to keep going a little bit?
I'm good.
Okay.
Hey, my hubby's out of town. It's just me, the cat, and the dog sitting here. So and Granny is in bed. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Babs has a good point. The later in the evening it gets, the worse the
comments get.
Comments are going to get. But I will say.
Well, I don't know. I think
they've not been horrible.
No. So where am I at? So I'm at this. I'm at count 8. Harassment and cyber harassment against Brittany J. Plaintiff Brittany J. incorporates by reference all. Okay, so defendants Granny and her followers have engaged in repeated acts of harassment and cyber harassment aimed at intimidating Ms. J. Her statements such as, "I will make you an effing victim," in quote, constitute explicit threats designed to instill fear in violation of law. The repeated nature of the threats, combined with public dissemination, demonstrates a clear pattern of conduct intended to cause emotional distress and fear. The harassment also constitutes cyber harassment in federal law, as Granny utilized online platforms to spread defamatory content and incite others to join in the harassment campaign. This persistent harassment extended beyond direct statements and threatened Ms. J's safety. Ms. J's mental health and emotional stability had been significantly affected by the harassment.
resulting in sleepless nights and constant anxiety about potential real-world violence. The continuous nature of the threats exacerbated these effects and disrupted her ability to live a normal life. Count 9. Interference with prospective business relations and economic damages. Plaintiff J incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs.
Missy.
I'm sorry?
Mrs. E needs to go to the correct line.
Sorry.
I got you.
I was I'm handling something.
There we go. The defendant's defamatory and harassing actions extended to intentionally disrupting Ms. Jackson's business relationships and professional opportunities. As a result, individuals and entities who once trusted Ms. Jackson have distanced themselves, causing her to lose significant business opportunities and income. Defendants acted with improper motives, aiming to damage Ms. J's ability to support herself and her children through malicious statements and defamatory campaigns. This interference with business relationships constitutes tortious. Is it tortious? Is that how you pronounce it?
Tortious.
Where is that at?
I don't
It's
see
the last line.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a word.
Tortious.
Tortious, I think.
Tortious.
Tortious.
Under restatement of tort says it hindered plaintiff's
Oh.
ability to pursue professional engagements. Ms. Ms. J has suffered economic harm as a direct consequence of the harassment and defamation, including lost income and damage to her professional reputation. These financial losses have exacerbated the emotional toll of the ongoing attacks. I think we all kind of understand how that works, right? Count 10, violation of the Pennsylvania Corrupted Organizations Act and RICO Act. Plaintiff J incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs. Okay. Defendants, including Granny and her associates, engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity through an enterprise comprising coordinated and continuous acts of harassment, defamation, and intimidation against Ms. J. These activities constitute violations of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act. So we'll go on down here. The enterprise involved multiple actors working in concert to harm Ms. Jackson through related acts of cyber harassment, defamation, and threats. The goal was to further the enterprise's unlawful objectives by discrediting and inflicting harm on Ms. Jackson, which constitutes a pattern of racketeering activity under state and federal law. The defendant's coordinated actions included encouraging others to join in the harassment campaign, spreading false statements about Ms. J's character, and making public threats, each act in furtherance of the enterprise. Supported the criminal conduct. We're really kind of hearing a lot of the same references over and over. So they're just going to hammer home and just make sure that this pattern is
Established.
as established as possible. So we're just going to do this over and over with these various people and these various victims. The acts of racketeering caused Ms. J substantial harm, including emotional distress, damage to her reputation, and financial losses. The ongoing nature of the enterprise's attacks demonstrates the continuity and structure necessary to establish a corrupt organization and pattern of racketeering activity. Count 11, conspiracy to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act. Plaintiff J incorporates, Granny and her associates conspired to violate Pennsylvania law and RICO as a pattern of racketeering activity that included defamation, harassment, intimidation directed to Ms. Jackson. This conspiracy involved a common plan to harm Ms. Jackson's reputation, disrupt her life, and incite others to join in these unlawful acts. The conspiracy included numerous overt acts in furtherance of this unlawful purpose, such as spreading false and defamatory statements, encouraging followers to participate in harassment, and making public threats. These acts were intended to achieve the conspiracy's goals and cause significant harm to Ms. J. One just kind of a thought I'm having reading through. Hopefully, it clicks with people that this kind of mobilization and working in concert and getting people to go, because you get these YouTuber wars where people are sent to go give you trouble as a mob, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
If it can click with people that what they're engaging in is organized crime, they could be facing RICO charges. That'll put a stop to a lot of this stuff. It could be like, hey, some people have to learn the hard way. But maybe this will be a lesson for others.
I kind of want to address this real quick.
Sure. Jania Stevens says, Gina, okay, it's heartbreaking that Sebastian Rogers has got lost in this circus, and it's really sad. We all should pull it together, and maybe we can't get answers on what happened to him. Focus needs to be on Sebastian Rogers.
It does.
Yeah, I think that the situation though has to be rectified, or that can't it can't happen. I think that's part of the point. You've got people trying to dox everyone from reporters to investigators and call. I mean, you've heard all of this that we're talking about. People don't even want to enter this because of the situation, and that's part of the point too.
Right.
Good people are.
Graham had a good question. Hang on, let me see if
Put
I
it up.
yeah, I clicked on it, but it
Oh,
went away.
CJ's here. Hi, CJ. Welcome.
Hi, CJ. Welcome in. Graham says, so if they can prove 250 out of 300, will the DA likely get involved to make this criminal?
Don't know.
Don't know. I mean, that's just, don't know who the DA is. I don't know anything about them. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, some of it, I mean, I guess it's just so unpredictable. It's a judgment call.
What does this
on the
mean?
DA and how good this evidence appears to them.
What does that mean?
Huh?
Don't know.
But I don't know. I guess we'll just keep going here. But
Nicole wanted to know who it was after BHB. This is Brittany J now.
yeah, if you're not familiar, she has a show allegedly with
Brittany J.
Yeah, allegedly with Brittany J.
Mhm.
She streams sometimes during the day, but she's mostly at night is when I see her go on. So she does like late night true crime, and she has gotten it pretty bad from a lot of people. So the cyberbullying and all of that, she's going to have plenty of evidence on that, I think.
Tony says it's tough to focus on your son when people that don't know him are attacking you and making money while you're
While they're doing it.
I mean,
look at how many people have been scared off this case since it started. How many groups, search groups, reporters. There's lots of YouTubers that were here at the beginning that are no longer here, and there's reasons for that.
Ellen's got a good point.
I was getting ready to click on that too. That's a great point.
Eileen says, former Attorney General of Pennsylvania wrote this. So yes, I'd say can be criminal real quick if it isn't criminal right now.
Wow. Don't know. I guess time will tell on that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's in Pennsylvania, and it's not here. I think makes a difference too, potentially. Pennsylvania's got different laws and different than we have, and I'm sure. I mean, all these people are in Pennsylvania. They understand what their courts are like and what they may or may not be able to accomplish. They probably know what their odds are on this.
Oh,
I'm sure
wow.
they have a guess on that.
You need to look at that.
And what it takes to organize something. I guess we should read this. Should we read this?
I mean, it's up to you. I just wanted you to actually read it right now.
Okay.
That's up to you. And Rachel says, if my cough gets worse and breathing is labor, please go to the doctor. You don't sound very good. Your coughing and breathing is slightly labored. It is.
Well, I mean, I think we should report this because he's mentioned in this, right?
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, it's his statement. I'm just going to read a statement. So this is SF Investigates.
From Twitter.
He's, I don't remember it was way back in this reading, but he was mentioned with a couple of other creators, I think, as being part of the enterprise. Am I remembering this correctly?
Yes.
Anyway, he's an investigator that was out doing the drone thing with the Prophets, if you're not sure who I mean. Anyway, his statement in response is, I've read the complaints seeking injunctive and equitable relief filed by At Night, Seth, Tony, BHB, and the other fraudsters. And when I say fraudsters, I include their lawyers. I hope those named aren't worried. It's complete nonsense that won't survive a demurrer and I guess it goes on somewhere else.
That's all we got. I just want to get everybody not worried. I'm getting better. That people keep asking. They say I look a little red. I just got off a cruise, so I'm tan.
He also said that the injunction has zero chance of being granted. This was an amateur hour, desperate attempt to grab media attention. Poor dog. This is going to be his legacy, a failure whose career is now being compared to Bullhorn Betty. and he has a big long list of stuff on this. So if you want to find out about his statement, it is on X. Anyone that is bothered by them conducting investigations in Tennessee without a license should report Dog and the rest of the criminal group to Sumner County Sheriff and file a complaint with the Tennessee Private Investigations Licensing Regulator.
Beth wanted to know if he's mentioned in this, and he is, but it's briefly. So he's not one of the main defendants or anything like that. But the
who was
SF investigates if he was mentioned once. I think it was with 2 other creators, but he was mentioned as being part of an enterprise.
This is very defamatory as well.
Oh, you mean
defamatory
statement?
Yes.
Made?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Paula Jones's comment.
No. You stop where you have to click on it to open it up because it says a whole lot more. It's pretty ugly.
So anyway, I don't know about that. But anyway, that's his statement. So that's his response. We'll probably hear other responses from other people.
Oh, Babs is telling you how to pronounce that.
Tortious. Okay, tortious. Thank you, Babs. I am one of those people. If I'm pronouncing something incorrectly, I definitely rather you tell me than never tell me.
Oh, it's not tortitious. It's tortious.
Tortious.
Thank you.
It's just one of those words you see it's not a word I read very often.
It's a legal term.
Yeah. So tortious. Well, that's good to know. I appreciate that. So let's continue here. We are still in Brittany J. The ongoing and coordinated nature of the defendant's conduct constitutes racketeering activity, as they acted with a shared purpose to inflict emotional, financial, and reputational harm on Ms. J. The agreement, laws. So now we're at part 8, and this is again with Seth Rogers. This is count 12, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Yeah, so so this is Seth. So defendants barbecue.
Sorry, I'm just getting texts left and right from a lot of people. I apologize.
Can you bring it back where we can scroll it?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try not to look at my phone. Okay. Are we back to Seth?
Well, I mean, people are sitting getting SF investigate statement. That's important to do right now, as it's kind of, like I said, I figured we'd have some breaking stuff because some people are probably like, we're not going to hear from for a while. And then some people are going to kind of want to get their statements out, and we might hear from some attorneys. Like I said, a lot of folks get mentioned that we haven't even gotten to yet.
Thank you, Ginger.
Can you read it, please?
I know people constantly say there aren't sides. There definitely are sides. While we should be on the side of finding Sebastian, we have to look to where the evidence leads. Read on, Mr. E.
Well, I mean, if these allegations are accurate, one of the sides is a conspiracy, and then the other side is just people that aren't in the conspiracy. That's
right.
At least that's the allegation here.
And it is an allegation.
Yes, that's why. This is just what they're laying out there. They're going to have to prove all of this. I don't remember what the standard is for an injunction, but it's not like
it's all giving me a headache, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
If you like, just leave this up and I'll scroll. Do you want to step away for a little while?
I don't know what's going on.
It's all right.
Annie sent us another sticker. Thank you, Annie.
Thank you very much, Annie.
You guys are so sweet. I can't like the stickers for some reason. I can like super chats, but I can't like stickers. So
well, we do appreciate it.
We appreciate it. Thanks, guys. We're gonna keep trying to go.
Yeah. So let's get into this. This is
it is giving me a headache.
So now what is?
It is really giving me a headache.
Let's take a break.
It's stressful.
I can go catch up on all these messages coming in, and it might be stuff we want to use, and come back. I'll read for a bit. Why not?
Everybody's like, go lay down, Mrs. E.
Yeah, we'll be.
I'm not laying down. I'm just, I don't know. You keep going.
All right. So, defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching engaged in a pattern of extreme and outrageous conduct directed at Plaintiff Rogers. This conduct include, I think, as far as my thinking on this, the stuff that will go against the actions against Seth will probably carry the most weight in court. I think.
Engaged in a pattern of extreme and outrageous conduct directed. So this conduct includes spreading false allegations of criminal behavior, such as accusations of pedophilia and involvement in the murder of a child, along with threats to his safety. I have thought for a while that the people using that P word over and over was really reckless and opened themselves up to all kinds of litigation. You just can't do that. The defendant's actions were maliciously intended to harm Rogers emotionally, damage his reputation, and derail the search for his missing son. These actions form part of a deliberate and concerted campaign to inflict severe emotional distress on Plaintiff Rogers, who was already suffering from the trauma and pain of his son's disappearance. The defendant's conduct exceeded all bounds of decency in a civilized society and constituted intentional infliction of emotional distress under Pennsylvania law. I think that's going to be hard to defend, too, in my opinion. As a direct and proximate result of the defendant's actions, Plaintiff Rogers has suffered severe emotional distress, including anxiety, fear for his safety, and significant mental anguish, requiring him to alter his daily activities and impacting his personal and professional life. Count 13, interference with employment relations. Plaintiff Seth Rogers repeats and incorporates by reference. So defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny interfered with Plaintiff Rogers' employment by disseminating dangerous and false accusations that could jeopardize his safety and job security as a deputy sheriff in a maximum security jail. The malicious rumors of criminal behavior spread through various online platforms directly endangered Rogers' life in the workplace. The defendant's actions intentionally interfered with Plaintiff Rogers' employment and created a hostile work environment, constituting a claim for interference with contractual relations or economic advantage under Pennsylvania law. Count 14, cyber harassment. Plaintiff Seth Rogers repeats and incorporates by reference all, I don't know why I keep reading this line. The sustained online attacks by defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady, which includes spreading false information about Plaintiff Rogers and alleging involvement in criminal activity, amount to cyber harassment under Pennsylvania law. The use of electronic communications to target Rogers with harmful and distressing content, including baseless allegations and threats associated with his son's disappearance, constitutes cyber harassment. The defendant's coordinated efforts to incite harassment against Rogers directly impacted his emotional well-being and safety, satisfying the required claim. Count 15.
Right here?
Yeah. Plaintiff Seth Rogers, defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady engaged in conduct intended to obstruct the search for Sebastian Rogers by misleading authorities, spreading false information, and harassing Plaintiff Rogers to prevent him from searching for answers in his son's disappearance. These actions hindered the investigation and contributed to an environment of fear and intimidation. The actions of defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady demonstrate efforts to obstruct justice with the intention of preventing Rogers from sharing relevant information that could aid in locating Sebastian. Count 16, endangering the welfare of a child. Plaintiff Seth Rogers repeats and incorporates, I got to try to stop doing that, by spreading false allegations and obstructing efforts to search for Sebastian. Defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady endangered the welfare of a child. Their conduct interfered with the legitimate efforts to locate the missing boy and deviated from acceptable standards, thus exacerbating the risk to Sebastian's safety and well-being. Yeah. Yeah, see, this is stuff where, it gets involved with the child. So their malicious behavior, including undermining the search efforts and supporting a coordinated campaign to discredit Rogers, constituted willful neglect that contributed to the child's continued risk. See, these kind of allegations, if that's persuasive, if depending on how that lands and how persuasive that all is, right. Courts are going to frown and on that if they're persuaded. Count 17 RICO violations. Let's see. Defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady formed an enterprise engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity aimed at discrediting Plaintiff Rogers, obstructing the search for Sebastian, harming Rogers both personally and professionally. Their conduct included acts of extortion, harassment, witness intimidation, and defamation, constituting a continuous and related pattern of criminal behavior under the RICO Act and Pennsylvania's Corrupt Organizations Act. The coordinated activities of defendants aimed at silencing Rogers and derailing the investigation demonstrate the existence of an enterprise that engaged in multiple predicate acts of racketeering as defined under federal and state law. Now we got a part 9. Do we want to read any comments or anything before we get into that part?
We can.
That's more.
We had one a while back that was asking from Aunt E or Mrs. E. It's just a question. If I can find it. Oh, here it is. It was Lisa B. Always, Mrs. E. Annie, who has the most to gain from the nefarious activity?
Well, we can use our critical thinking skills.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I guess just whoever. I mean, somebody's got Sebastian or did something to him. So I guess those people, whoever that is, ends up being.
Right.
Somebody asked specific case information. They wanted to know: are the 2 defendants named so far? Are they in Pennsylvania?
They are, and a lot of these plaintiffs are in Pennsylvania, like Nik The Hat and Hong and the attorney Lesniak. Might be missing one of the YouTubers. Are they in Pennsylvania?
Are they saying the defendants or the plaintiffs?
Yeah,
they're saying the defendants.
The 2 defendants.
Yeah. So, and that's where Lesniak is licensed to practice law. So, are we going to see more of these? And I'm not sure. I don't know what else we're going to see. I don't know how this. I actually just.
Oh yes, Chasing Crime is.
Right. Chasing Crime is, and then
Stars.
And somebody said if it's a federal injunction, it doesn't matter to the state. Right now, it is not federal.
That's our understanding. It's a state injunction right now, but
it can apply to all the states.
To all states is what our understanding is.
I know that you can file RICO laws only in certain states. I know Pennsylvania is one, Florida is one. There's not a ton of them, but there's a few.
7 total have that particular law.
And thanks, guys, for hanging in there with us. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I know. We very much appreciate you all being here, and hope this is.
They've made it.
I mean, they've made themselves part of the story, right?
And someone asked about Lesniak. He was not the former Trump attorney. That
Bruce Castor.
That was Bruce Castor. He is part of this as well.
Correct. Yeah, he was. He's on one of the impeachment hearings. I think the second one, if I remember correctly.
He's also a dog's personal counsel, like his lead counsel.
And someone said RICO is a federal law.
It is.
Yeah, but then these states have passed their own RICO laws or something. Is what I was reading.
Yes.
Which makes it stronger or something. But yes, the federal also.
Also, Jules is in PA. They said.
Oh yeah, that's right. Jules the Dog Handler.
Oh yeah,
she's also in Pennsylvania.
I forgot. We just haven't gotten to anything with her yet. So we're at Tony Mathis. This is count 18, harassment.
Oh, Nick's hanging with us. Bless.
This is a tremendous amount of work. I don't know.
It is a lot of work, and I think that people need to hear the actions that are being alleged, and what they're actually being, the evidence that they've compiled to file these charges. They did not take this lightly. It was something that they took very seriously and took lots of time to compile, and this was not easy. I'd say they've been working on it since they took the case.
Yeah. So, right. I'm not sure how long they've been working on this, but this had to have been the hours. It's unimaginable. So this is defendants, barbecue lady and others have engaged in repeated conduct intended to harass, annoy, or alarm plaintiff Mathis, including making explicit statements such as, "It is my effing mission to take Tony the F down."
This kind of is some of the same stuff we've already gone over, though, right?
It is, but I haven't even read any of this, so I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just laying out the counts, the crimes, right? I mean, it's using some of the previous.
Yeah.
We got to do it all.
And it's tying it together.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we got to do it all. The conduct included spreading false and defamatory accusations, including claims of infidelity and other false personal attacks.
I'm sorry. Where are you?
I'm at 229.
Oh, I'm way ahead. Oh, sorry. I thought
You just keep on scrolling.
A little different. We haven't heard this listed here.
Oh,
Claims of infidelity and other false personal attacks. And if you've seen any of this with Mathis, there's been a lot of these.
Quite a few.
Yeah, a lot. Harassment is defined as engaging in conduct that serves no legitimate purpose with the intent to harass or annoy another person. Okay, so the actions of defendant Barbecue Lady, as described, meet the statutory criteria for harassment. Okay, so count 19. Is that right? Yeah, 19.
19.
Yeah, it's been a little while with the Roman numerals. Defendant Barbecue Lady, along with other individuals, made multiple false and defamatory statements about Plaintiff Mathis, including accusations of infidelity and improper personal conduct, which were intended to harm his reputation and cause emotional distress, which, of course, he's laid out in his statement. So I guess it's
scroll.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm getting messages.
Tomorrow, I suppose, or next time we do a live, we'll try to go through the rest and like the evidence and everything else,
All the evidence?
Won't we?
Oh my stars.
It's the statements.
Have you seen the evidence?
Well, I think everybody wants to know.
Okay. It's a lot.
Okay, so where was I at? 2:30.
Let's see.
You're so done. You're done. You're so done.
You were starting 232. Did you read 232?
I think I did. So I'll go to 233. These false statements were made publicly with the intent of damaging plaintiff's reputation and were spread widely through social media platforms, further exacerbating the harm caused. And then defamation occurs when a statement is false, maliciously made, and injurious to the reputation of the person targeted. Defendant Barbecue Lady's public comments and actions satisfy these elements.
Count 20.
Incorporate.
What?
Count 20.
Is that where we are now?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Criminal conspiracy.
Oh, I think I might have got my pages out of order there.
Page 53 is what you need to be. We're at the bottom of 53, starting 54.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Defendant Barbecue Lady, alongside other individuals, participated in a coordinated conspiracy to engage in unlawful acts such as harassment, defamation against Mathis, as evidenced by statements upon an, in quotes, undercover mission, targeting Mathis, and attempts to spread false narratives. The conspiracy was carried out with the intent to harm Mathis's reputation and prevent him from assisting in the search for Sebastian Rogers, thereby obstructing the investigation. Criminal conspiracy is established when two or more individuals agree to commit a criminal act and take steps to further that agreement. The actions described indicate an ongoing conspiracy against Mathis. Count 21 is obstruction of justice, another Pennsylvania law. The defendants, including Barbecue Lady, deliberately engaged in conduct designed to obstruct the search for Sebastian Rogers by targeting Mathis with false allegations and character attacks that diverted attention away from the search efforts. These actions were taken with the intent to impair or hinder the lawful efforts to find the missing child and constituted obstruction of justice under Pennsylvania law.
Scroll.
It is a crime to intentionally obstruct the administration of law through deceptive means or threats. The conduct of defendant Barbecue Lady and others falls within the statutory definition. Count 22, intimidation of a witness or a victim. Defendants engaged in conduct intended to intimidate and harass Plaintiff Mathis in an effort to prevent him from participating in the investigation and aiding in the search for Sebastian Rogers. The conduct included making threats and spreading false allegations, which were designed to discourage Mathis from continuing his involvement in the case and to discredit his efforts publicly. It is illegal to use threats, harassment, or intimidation against a witness or individual involved in legal proceedings. The described actions meet these statutory requirements. Count 23 is violation of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act. We've talked about a lot. The defendant, Barbecue Lady, and others engaged in a pattern of unlawful conduct, including harassment, defamation, obstruction of justice, and intimidation, which targeted Plaintiff Mathis and undermined efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers. These actions constitute an organized and continuous pattern of criminal activity intended to harm Mathis and obstruct the investigation into the missing child under the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and Federal RICO Act. Defendants' acts qualify as a pattern of racketeering activity involving multiple predicate acts as part of an enterprise aimed at causing harm to plaintiff and interfering with the search for Sebastian. The predicate acts include harassment, defamation, obstruction of justice, intimidation of a witness. These acts demonstrate a pattern of organized illegal activities that satisfy the requirements for racketeering under both state and federal laws. Do you have anything you want to add?
I'm just overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed
By all of this?
And thank you, Eve Loves God, for your super chat. She said, thank you for reading this to us.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to do it. We wanted to know all of this too. It's a big.
It's something we would have read, but maybe not in all in one sitting.
Yeah, it's past Mrs. E's bedtime there. She's
well, you're the one that's usually asleep at this point.
I know, but this stuff.
We go this late all the time.
This is fascinating, though. It's fascinating and it's interesting.
I even drank coffee. I don't even know.
And something. Just while we take a little break.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Well, Auntie, you got any thoughts about any of this so far? We haven't checked.
No, I mean, I was looking to see if we had questions. We don't have a lot of. Said, are you mad about this?
Yeah, that got me. That got
me.
What? Nicole said, "Are you mad about this?"
Am I mad?
Yeah.
What?
Let's start coffee. We'll just keep going.
No, I'm not mad at all. I'm just it's overwhelming for me.
Well, and
I can't imagine like how hard it was to put this together. And
this is
crazy. even for the defendants, this is a massive document.
I used to think that
to have to absorb.
Like I might have enjoyed being an attorney.
You're changing your mind?
I think I'm changing my mind.
Oh, okay.
This is so intricate. I don't have this kind of attention.
You're not detail oriented like this.
Yeah, I'm not detailed oriented.
You enjoy reading it.
Yes, I love the concepts. I love the strategies and all of that, and just kind of dissecting the law part of it.
Oh, Ginger Girl has something interesting that she saw on a community page.
So, according to Granny's community page, SF says the lawyer is a fraud and no one needs to worry about these documents. Oh, is that where that statement came from? Maybe.
No, that was from his. X account.
Yeah.
So when you get a chance, you need to go read it.
Look.
Seems pretty paranormal. Mrs. E doesn't feel well, and this is all so overwhelming and could have been avoided had parties excused, done the right thing.
Right.
Yeah. Right. I mean.
And someone wanted to know where they could find this. If you could tell them where they could find the document.
It was on. Let me see.
Yeah, I think that's funny that they say a former.
It's their public access site, and it's I don't know. I have to see that. It's I could probably put that in, and they could look it up, right?
Sure.
I think it's the public access site for Delaware County, PA, where you can download the documents and the filings. You can even download the receipts.
Bab says, I want justice for Sebastian. I think we were clicking at the same time there, Auntie.
Yeah, that was a good one. Go ahead. I got it back up.
I want justice for Sebastian. This is shaking the trees and it's going to reveal so much. I think so too. I think there's going to be a lot that spirals out of all of this. I think it's appearing that there was, they're kind of late finding us. There was some stuff earlier that we didn't know about. They're alleging that one of these PIs or both may have been bad actors getting involved in the case in the first place and part of this conspiracy. And then they're also alleging that lady Michaela was sent, not just like did this on her own, but was sent by a third party to basically, be with Seth and then
coerce him or
and then
steal documents
and steal classified CPS reports.
Mm-hmm.
That's the allegation, and and then so there's a variety of things that you know, and then
Okay.
just some of the statements that people have said on their channel.
Skip to the loses. Let's finish tomorrow.
What does
I'm with ya.
FAO mean? Sincerely, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, everything will come to light, I suspect.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're at. We'll just keep going till.
Okay, I'm gonna have a break
You can go take a break
because
just
I
pull that
am.
thing up and I'll scroll.
I've been drinking a lot of coffee and water. Okay, there you go.
So we are at count 24, Plaintiff Mathis, and let's see. This line is. Well, I'll just read it from here since you're.
Excuse me. I'm gonna find a coffee.
Defendant Barbecue Lady engaged in repeated acts of harassment and threats against Plaintiff Mathis, including explicitly stating that it was her decision to take Tony the F down, along with numerous other derogatory and defamatory actions. These actions were part of a deliberate and sustained effort to cause substantial emotional distress to Mathis and disrupt his life, causing him to fear for his safety and the safety of his family. Stalking is defined as engaging in and this is in Pennsylvania, stalking is defined as engaging in a course of conduct that causes fear of bodily injury or substantial emotional distress. The repeated nature of defendant Barbecue Lady's conduct, along with her threats and public attacks, meet the statutory elements of stalking. Count 25. Defendant Barbecue Lady's campaign of harassment and defamation was carried out in retaliation for Plaintiff Mathis's role as a spokesperson for Seth Rogers and his involvement in the Seth for Sebastian Rogers. The retaliatory conduct included direct threats, attempts to discredit Mathis publicly, and coordinated efforts to harm his reputation and disrupt the search efforts. Retaliation against a witness or victim occurs when a person harms or threatens to harm another individual, and retaliation for their participation in a legal process. Defendant Barbecue Lady's conduct qualifies as retaliation, as it was intended to intimidate and deter Mathis from continuing his involvement in the case. So this is the first time we've had Chasing Crime. This is part 10, but we are at count 26. Defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress against Chasing Crime. As detailed in Chasing Crime's declaration, defendants Barbecue Lady and other associates engaged in a coordinated and malicious campaign of defamation and emotional abuse. Defamatory statements made by Barbecue Lady and her followers included allegations of criminal behavior, drug abuse, and derogatory attacks on Chasing Crime's personal character, professional reputation, and history as a human trafficking survivor. The defamatory statements extended beyond mere insults. They involved continuous public accusations that were false, defamatory, and intended to damage Chasing Crime's reputation. Remarks included false claims of racism, drug use, and allegations of affairs, all of which were baseless and intended to provoke harassment from Barbecue Lady's followers. These false accusations were designed to incite harassment and public shaming, resulting in substantial emotional distress and professional harm. Barbecue Lady's tactics included encouraging her followers to harass Chasing Crime, both on live streams and through direct messages. Okay. Where she was attacked based on her recovery, parenting, physical appearance, and experiences as a trafficking survivor. And then here's her declaration. The conduct by Barbecue Lady constitutes intentional infliction of emotional distress under Pennsylvania law, given the extreme and outrageous nature of the harassment. Barbecue Lady knowingly exploited sensitive personal details about Chasing Crime's past trauma, such as the loss of her child to SIDS and her status as a trafficking survivor, causing severe emotional pain and mental anguish. I don't know if you're here still, Chasing Crime, but I'm so sorry to hear that. That is horrible.
That's horrible.
That happened.
They're asking too. I was on the court site. Do you know what it's under on the court site? So I could put a link in. They're wanting to know if there's a case number or something, how to find it.
I don't know. That's definitely a Mrs. E question because she pulled that all up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on their site, the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas, but I cannot find the link for the court documents or the petitions or whatever they're called.
I'm not sure. This is yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Mrs. E got all that.
We just know it's on there.
Saying it was easy to find in the chat.
Yeah, I just am not looking in the right place.
Yeah, so now we're at let's see, count 27 harassment, cyber harassment, and stalking. So this is still chasing crime, incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as fully set forth within. Defendant Barbecue Lady and her followers engaged in repeated acts of harassment, cyber harassment, and stalking, which criminalized conduct intended to harass, annoy, or alarm another person. This included continuous acts of threatening behavior, doxing, and direct threats of harm aimed at O'Donnell. I think we've got a super chat here from Serenity 72. Thank you so much. She said, so she is doing a TikTok live, but I was in some of her lives when she was talking about the harassment from Barbecue, and she was in tears.
Oh, that's horrible.
Oh, that's I'm so sorry. So she's doing a TikTok live right now. Yeah, that's
awful.
But yeah, there's we're lacking such a line in civility, you know.
Just the pure hate and meanness is just horrible.
It's just it's been. I know the internet's always got some bad stuff going on, but this has been.
Well, I mean, and it's one thing to have free speech and to say what you think, but it's another thing. It's another thing to defame people and to harass them and berate them. That's completely a different category.
Yeah. So there's just so much of this is just way beyond not liking people, and it's. I think what I'm seeing so far, a lot of this is going to be convincing.
And Tennessee Nurse said that Lesniak announced all of this on X about 25 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, good. So, I'm getting tons of stuff texted me too. I haven't even checked the phone. Okay. So we'll just, I guess it's stalking. I think we know all that. So the harassment extended to private messages from Barbecue's followers, encouraging, chasing crime to commit suicide alongside attacks on a recovery.
I mean, horrible.
Traumatic past. These deliberate actions exacerbated chasing crime's psychological distress and disrupted her ability to function normally in daily life. I mean, it's just, I just never, we're really new to true crime as a channel, and like this case is when we got involved in this, and I just didn't know it could be like that. I had no idea it would be like this. Just never could have imagined this.
Yes, and Tennessee Nurse, we did. If you go back to the very beginning, you missed that part. We do have the press conference release at the very beginning of our broadcast. We read that first before we started into the documents.
Yeah.
So if you want to see that up close, you can see it there too.
Yeah, it'll be at the very beginning almost. So anyway, so this is, I don't know. So it's just. So Barbecue exploited her history as a human trafficking survivor and the loss of her child to humiliate her and provoke public harassment, constituting an invasion of privacy. The disclosure of Barbecue's traumatic experiences in an exploitive manner placed her in a false light by suggesting she was using these experiences for personal gain. Barbecue's repeated false accusations, such as labeling chasing crime a couch potato or drug addict, portrayed chasing crime in a highly offensive and misleading manner to the public. Barbecue's invasion of chasing crime's privacy extended to encouraging the dissemination of misinformation regarding her sobriety and parenting abilities. The deliberate and public nature of these actions caused chasing crime severe distress and damage to her reputation. Outrageous. 29, violation of the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act. Barbecue, Granny, and other associates engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity through an enterprise that systematically targeted chasing crime with acts of defamation, harassment, stalking, and invasion of privacy. The enterprise functioned with the common purpose of discrediting chasing crime, disrupting her life, and inciting further harm from their followers. The repeated acts of doxing, false accusations, threats, and coordinated harassment constitute a pattern of racketeering activity under both Pennsylvania Corrupt Act and the RICO Act. The continuous nature of these actions demonstrated a structured and organized effort to harm, chasten crime. The enterprise involved multiple overt acts, such as Barbecue Lady's admission of doxing, her followers' coordinated harassment campaigns, and the public dissemination of defamatory statements. These actions satisfy the requirements for a continuous and related pattern of criminal activity. The organized and malicious nature of this enterprise caused O'Donnell substantial harm, including emotional distress, economic loss, and damage to her reputation. The continuous attacks aimed at exploiting O'Donnell's vulnerabilities and discrediting her publicly further established the corrupt nature of the enterprise. Count 30, conspiracy to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organization Act. Barbecue, Granny, and their network of followers conspired to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity through coordinated harassment, defamation, and intimidation. So, it's interesting, too, when they say this, they say things like Granny, Barbecue, and their network of followers. So,
Yikes.
what they're saying here, you're one of these people that follows the command to go and say, give these death threats and stalk and harass. You're potentially getting caught up in this stuff.
Mm-hmm. And C Bon makes a good point, and she said she's not trying to cause drama, but could we reiterate that these are alleged claims and nothing that we're reading has been proven in court? Absolutely, these are just the filings.
Absolutely, yeah. They're going to have to present their evidence. We haven't seen the evidence yet or the testimony. So far, the only evidence we've read was Seth's statement that we did it kind of in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
But there's, I don't know, we're up at 50 something exhibits, and everybody's at this point still innocent, and I'm sure they're going to have a side to their story, and a lot of these quotes and things, we haven't seen them in full context yet, things like that.
Right.
So we're just reading the allegations for sure.
Bliss Blessings just sent their first super chat to us.
Thank you, Bliss Blessings.
Thank you so much.
And that is incredibly generous. Thank you so much.
That is too kind. We do appreciate it. So Bliss Blessings says in here too, may as well read her comments if she's going to do that. So you can tell it's late in my first chat. Thank you so much for going through this. This is tough and so much hatefulness. Prayers for all involved.
Yeah.
I hope, I don't know. I just hope people can find a little more civility. You don't have to love all these people, but find a way to draw a line in some of this. Some of these things are just so far beyond just a beef or YouTube war. You start getting into people's children and their tragedies and stuff, and it's just disrupting their family life, and it just it's just beyond disagreeing and having points of view. It's this is why these harassment laws and defamation laws are in place.
And Annie sent us a super sticker. It's salt. So Annie must really know me because
I love your salt.
In case it's not clear, of course, everything we're talking, nobody's been convicted in court yet. Everyone is innocent or proven guilty.
The claims.
We are just reading the allegation, complaint. And we'll just see how it all goes. We don't know how it's going to go.
We don't know that it'll go anywhere, but
we don't know.
And, thank you to our moderators who have hung around to help out. We really appreciate it. And thank you to all of you. I mean, it's remarkable.
We still have over 1,000 people.
But
it's been over 4 hours.
No, I mean, this is, I think this is a massive thing. I mean, because I think we're all reluctantly got pulled into this. Most people are here because they wanted justice for Sebastian. I don't mean here like our channel. I mean, just there, the tens of thousands of people that fell in love with this kid, and they feel for, they want him back home. They wanted justice on this. And
someone earlier said this is the first true crime case they followed, and they said they just couldn't believe how it has developed. And no, they're not all like this. This one has really manifested itself into a monster.
I've got friends that have no idea about any of this stuff, and I was thinking, how can I even explain this to them?
That
can't-
was
I
what I
couldn't-
was running into on my girls' trip. I
mean,
had nobody to
You
talk to.
can't even
Yeah.
explain the
No.
level of hate and evil that has gone on, and it's so many people involved, and it's just been this is untenable. You just can't have a situation like this. And YouTube has standards, but they don't enforce them. So I don't know how else this gets solved if it's not through litigation, because YouTube would have to step in, and they could stop it. They could do it, but they don't. And so I think the only way is through the legal process.
Hold on one second. Jennifer Gilly became a new member. Thank
Hi,
you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
I thought what Eileen said was good too. She said they've done this to themselves, though. They were nicely told to cease and desist, and they did not.
I guess
And Purple World says they just need to be good humans, and I agree that the world would be a better place if we all were just good humans.
the cease and desist. Those do get used as kind of a bluff. And
A lot of times, yes.
That and the people call the. And so if it's so this was not a bluff. If they gambled that it was a bluff, it wasn't, because here we are. Nobody's doing this on a bluff with this injunction.
No, this took manpower.
They mean absolute business. So this is not messing around. This is a massive undertaking they've done. It's incredible. So let's do count 30, I guess.
All right.
This is conspiracy to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act. Chasing crime. So Granny and Barbecue Lady and their network of followers conspired to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity through coordinated harassment, defamation, and intimidation. The conspiracy was designed to exploit Chasing Crime's vulnerabilities as a human trafficking survivor and defamer character, causing her significant harm. The conspiracy involved overt acts such as doxing, public shaming, and disseminating false narratives about O'Donnell. These acts were carried out with a common purpose to intimidate and silence O'Donnell. Demonstrating an agreement to violate the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and the Federal RICO Act. The conspiracy involved or included Barbecue Lady's coordinated harassment efforts, which targeted Chasing Crime sobriety, parenting, and past trauma by manipulating O'Donnell, Chasing Crime's history as a trafficking survivor to fuel harassment campaigns. Barbecue Lady and her associates exploited Chasing Crime's most personal and painful experiences to achieve their unlawful objectives. Count 31. Retaliation against a victim or witness. Barbecue Lady's actions constituted retaliation against Chasing Crime for speaking out against bullying and misinformation on her platform. Barbecue Lady targeted Chasing Crime with continuous harassment, defamation, and threats after Chasing Crime exposed misinformation and addressed other cases of harassment. Barbecue Lady's retaliation included attempts to silence Chasing Crime by doxing her, inciting her followers to threaten her safety, and spreading false accusations about her personal life. This conduct violated 18 Pennsylvania law, which prohibits retaliation against victims or witnesses. The retaliatory acts were intended to punish Chasing Crime for her advocacy and participation in addressing misinformation, causing her severe emotional distress and placing her at risk of further harm.
All right, Julia. Okay, hold on one second. I don't know who Ty Bay Lux is, but that is the case number, and it's on Delco Public Access. So for those of you who want to look at this yourself, that's the case number, and that is how you find it. So
yeah, some people were asking that earlier.
Yeah, I just didn't know how to, do all that and do all this at the same time.
Sure.
So thank you, Ty Bay Lux.
So this is
And one more thing, I really
Yeah.
thought a fatal paper cut had a really good comment.
They have absolutely nothing to worry about if they abide by the order and refrain from doing this in the future, but they cannot help themselves, as tonight has already proven. Yeah, I don't know what's going out there in YouTube land, because we've been
here.
Other than SF Investigates.
I don't think I don't know how to drop the link, because you have to put in a case number and you have to put in the name of the case. But it is Delaware, the person I just put up. That's the case number. And it's Delaware County Public Access is the website. Sorry. Oh, yes. Stuck in Florida also helped.
Okay, there you go.
There's a case number
So
for you.
let that stay up there for a
Yeah.
bit so people can get it if they want.
Yeah.
Have plenty of paper and ink ready.
Yeah.
Printing it out.
That was part of what delayed us is getting it printed
Yeah,
out.
it's a book.
So,
It's a book. And that's not even
Aw.
all of it. It's not even the evidence and stuff.
CJ, you're
Thank
sweet.
you, CJ. We appreciate that. Well, we know this is important to all of us and everyone, so we're at the Jules, but we appreciate you being here, CJ.
Oh, also,
and everyone else too. I know we're going late.
Before you get started on that, I need to show you something.
Okay. I need to read this off first.
Not out loud.
Okay, yeah, I gotcha.
Beth Lewis is so thankful Mystery is reading this. I have gotten so much cleaning done with AirPods in. I would have been out of breath and chugging a few waters by now.
I'm getting a little raspy.
Yeah. I actually jumped over on my break and said hello to Brittany and Justin. They're on the panel over there. And they were saying that you need to gargle with some salt water because Justin's almost lost his voice from covering the Leilani Simon trial all week.
So. Oh yeah. He's been doing the whole like every day.
Mm-hmm. Got great coverage.
I got you. Is this directed to us? Or like
that is a private message to us, letting us know
what's okay. Gotcha.
A mom of 3 boys asked who the defendants are. The defendants are Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching.
And 50 does.
And 50 does that have been unnamed.
The only reference since we've had about these 50 does is they say very early on in one of the allegations that there was a panel with does 1 through 5. So I guess, I think I'm inferring from this that they're alleging that this is a conspiracy of at least 52 people.
Mm-hmm.
That number might grow. I don't know. But that's how it appears so far. Okay, so we'll get into this with that.
C. Taylor, I do not know who's involved. They've listed some of the names in here, and
that one was not one.
I have not seen that name yet.
Yet.
Some names have been mentioned in connection with an enterprise, and they mentioned Chris and Katie at one point, and they mention SF Investigates and some other. I don't want to misspeak. I'm getting a little confused on who they directly said was part of the enterprise, but there were some other creators that they said specifically were
plaintiffs file against defendants.
Oh, somebody asked for the plaintiffs, and you said Barbecue Lady and.
Oh, I thought they said defendants. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
yeah, you said it backwards.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so plaintiffs. I've got that right here.
Yes.
At night, Nik the Hat, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Jules the Dog Handler, Brittany, Bullhorn Betty, Seth, Tony,
Brittany J,
Chasing Crime,
and I don't know if you said Hongji or not.
No, I did not.
So that's it's 10 people. 10 are listed here with two defendants, which are Granny, Barbecue Lady, and then I guess the 50 does. Whoever these people are. So let's get into Jules the Dog Handler. This is unlawful dissemination of personal information. So she would be Exhibit 61, and that's going to be her sworn declaration. And this one involves.
Can I have my phone back?
This is Granny. Okay, so defendant. Yeah. Yes, defendant Granny knowingly disseminated.
Where? Oh, okay. Sorry.
27.
I was just skipping some of the things that are so repetitive. Should have been doing that all along, actually. Let's see. So Granny's Watching knowingly disseminated personal information regarding plaintiff Jules the Dog Handler's mother. Oh, I don't know this.
Including her name and place of employment.
Yeah, that's bad. So including her name and place of employment through a publicly accessible platform as evidenced by her actions in revealing the school website where her mother works as a teacher. The dissemination of this personal information was made with the intent to harass or intimidate plaintiff Jules the Dog Handler and her family. Granny's exposure of this private information placed her mother and family at risk of harassment and harm. Pursuant to Pennsylvania law, it is unlawful to disseminate personal information with the intent to harass, alarm, or cause distress. Granny's actions meet the statutory definition and contributed to the overall pattern of harassment against Jules the Dog Handler and her family. Count 33. Jules the Dog Handler incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs as though fully set forth within. Defendant Granny's watching engaged in repeated communications that included direct and implied threats to Jules the Dog Handler's safety, including attacks on her professional integrity, claims of fraudulent behavior, and insinuations of harm to her personal life and career. These threats were made with the intent to terrorize or intimidate Jules, causing her to reasonably fear for her personal safety and that of her family. These threats exacerbated her pre-existing condition of CPTSD, which worsened due to the continuous nature of the threats. Under this Pennsylvania law, it is illegal to communicate threats intended to terrorize another or to cause reasonable fear of harm. Granny's watching's conduct in targeting Jules the Dog Handler with these repeated threats satisfies the statutory requirements. This is count 34. Criminal conspiracy. Jules the Dog Handler, and then Granny's watching alongside other individuals, including Queen Bee, J is for Justice, and Cluminati, participated in a coordinated conspiracy to harass and defame plaintiff Jules the Dog Handler as described in the declaration. I think this is the first time we've had J is for Justice mentioned.
Yeah.
Queen Bee has been mentioned a couple of 2 or 3 times maybe, and so Cluminati early on. If you're joining us late, one thing we have gathered is that Cluminati did receive at a point a cease and desist letter. So she's one of those many that appear to have gotten some of these. So we're including those 4 people. The conspiracy involved a collective effort to spread false accusations, dox her family members, and incite harassment by encouraging their followers to engage in these unlawful acts. This conspiracy was designed to damage her professional reputation and harm her personally and financially. Pursuant to this law, criminal conspiracy is established when 2 or more individuals agree to commit an unlawful act and an overt act is taken in furtherance of the agreement. In this case, Granny and her co-conspirators took multiple overt actions, including the spread of false claims and the organized harassment of Jules across various social media platforms. Okay, so this continues with Jules. This is count 35. This is a Corrupt Organizations Act. So basically, a lot of, if you are joining late, RICO, Corrupt Organizations Act in Pennsylvania, those 2 laws are brought up over and over and over again. So they're applying this to everyone's situation, whether it's Brittany J, Bullhorn Betty, Seth, Tony, all of these people. They are going to, they're just laying out this case. They're trying to show the pattern, and so that's why there's so much. That the more they can show this consistent long-term pattern of criminal behavior, the stronger this RICO and conspiracy kind of stuff gets. This is how this appears to be the strategy, just from what I'm kind of, just my own layman's opinion here.
She wants you so bad.
I know. I can back up Hillary joining.
Here, she wants. Yeah, she. I don't cut it.
No,
That crime dog wants.
Brownie became mine somehow.
Yeah.
Plaintiff Jules incorporates by reference all preceding paragraphs.
You're doing it again. You don't have to read that.
I know.
Start at 299.
So many wasted words. Defendants engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity that included harassment, defamation, and unlawful dissemination of personal information, and conspiracy, which targeted plaintiff Jules and caused significant harm to her professional career, reputation, and personal safety. The defendants formed an enterprise comprising of Granny, Queen Bee, Cluminati, and others, which was organized for the purpose of committing repeated acts of harassment, defamation, and unlawful activity. This enterprise operated across multiple social media platforms and engaged in a coordinated and structured plan to harm Jules and others associated with her
Pursuant to the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and the Federal RICO Act, it is unlawful to engage in a pattern of racketeering activity as part of an enterprise. Defendants' repeated criminal acts, including doxing, defamation, and harassment, formed a continuous and structured pattern of racketeering activity intended to damage her professional reputation, safety, and personal life. And this happened with her in a few ways. If you don't know her backstory, but there was some stolen valor kind of accusations. She lost some clients because of some of this, is my understanding. And so these are the kind of claims she has made in real life. The enterprise committed multiple predicate acts, including, and I'm not going to read all these again because we've done these several times before, but harassment, defamation, unlawful dissemination of personal information, which I don't think we've read that one yet, actually. Defendants disclosed personal and private information about Jules' family with the intent to intimidate and harass her, and then criminal conspiracy, which we've discussed a number of times. These acts collectively demonstrate a continuous and organized pattern of criminal behavior that qualifies as racketeering under both Pennsylvania and federal law. So now we're at Hong Ji. So if you're not familiar, Hong for a few times has appeared on Nik The Hat's YouTube channel and is a partner that works with the At Night agency. The defendants here are Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady. Are we all caught up here?
Mm-hmm.
In conjunction with other known personalities and online creators, formed an enterprise with the common goal of obstructing the search for Sebastian Rogers, spreading misinformation. I have a sip of water.
You should.
Let me do that. Do we have any comments we want to highlight, Auntie, or anything, or you want to add anything to any of this at this point?
We had Annie Banani gave us a super sticker for $1.99. I like that. Annie Banani. Thank you, Annie. Actually, she gave us 2 in a row. 2
Aw,
super stickers. Thank you, Annie.
We do appreciate that.
It said game over.
Yes, Hong is hilarious.
He is funny. He is.
Who said this? Grammy H is I love Hong. He's so funny. He was really funny. I don't know if he does a lot of social media or what. I don't know anything about him, but he's got a great sense of humor. Okay, so we'll go on with this. So this is Hong Ji, damaging the reputations of those involved in the investigation. The coordinated acts of harassment, defamation, intimidation, and dissemination of false information constitute a pattern of racketeering activity. The defendant's actions included efforts to derail illegitimate search efforts, intimidate witnesses, and manipulate public perception through social media and other online platforms. Their acts of extortion, false statements, and threats against those involved in the search, including Plaintiff G, satisfy the elements required for establishing a RICO claim. As a result, the defendant's conduct, Plaintiff G has suffered significant harm to his reputation, professional relationships, and the ongoing search for Sebastian has been materially obstructed. Plaintiff G repeats and incorporates. Okay. So defendants Granny and Barbecue Lady engaged in a course of conduct or repeatedly committed acts toward Plaintiff G, including the dissemination of misinformation, harassment, and intimidation, which served no legitimate purpose and caused him emotional distress. The incident at Plaintiff G's residence, if you're joining us late here, something kind of new also was that we apparently have, they're submitting as evidence video of a white truck pulling up onto his property, a man getting out, going up to the door, and then seeing the camera and leaving the property. And he says I think the house that was mentioned, it's way off the road, and so we'll see who this person is and if they're connected to any of this. Anyway, but the incident at G's residence involving a suspicious vehicle and person is part of an ongoing pattern of intimidation and stalking intended to threaten and harass him. So I guess they are thinking this person's connected somehow, whoever this mysterious person is. The defendant's actions and threats created a reasonable fear for Plaintiff G's safety.
Oh, I'm way behind.
Conduct is defined as stalking under Pennsylvania law. Then we have count number 38. This is cyber harassment of a child. Plaintiff G repeats and incorporates by reference.
You did it
I
again.
know. Defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny, along with other online personalities, engaged in cyber harassment directed at those involved in the search for Sebastian, a vulnerable 15-year-old boy. Their coordinated attack sought to defame and intimidate individuals involved in the search, thereby distracting from efforts to find the missing child and endangering his safety. The malicious spread of misinformation and threats against those working to locate Sebastian Rogers directly endangered the child's welfare and interfered with the legitimate efforts to bring him home safely. Yeah, I think this is where, it gets in front of people emotionally. They are going to, they could be moved by this because this is going to look this, the thing that we can all take for granted is how familiar we are with the situation, how long we've been seeing this. We're all numb to the hate and the nastiness in a way because we've seen so much. But to outsiders, to a new judge that's seeing all this for the first time, they're going to be repulsed.
That's a very good point.
They're going to be like, what are you talking about here? What is happening here? It's going to look outrageous. It might be the norm around here the last few months, but to outsiders, this is going to look. People are not going to want to have a lot of mercy on this. I don't think. That's just my opinion, of course. This is a 15-year-old boy with autism.
Jackson Southern Witch says, I wonder what caused such a divide with the creators. The only people who should have a problem are the parents of the child. And she says she's confused by that. But I think what the point is they're trying to prove that this wasn't just a bunch of people that were divided. This was a group of people that conspired to derail the case, basically.
I think many of us a while back started to suspect that this was not organic.
Right. It didn't. Yes, exactly.
There were too many people making a weird turn at the same time and attacking the same people. It looked coordinated because turning on Seth never made any sense. It's obvious he's innocent. I mean, so to have all these people turn the same time, the same directions, attacking the same people, it looked coordinated.
And Freebird says they slowed it down. They slowed down the investigation.
Right.
So the big question is going to be why did somebody?
Oh,
did they move as a blob, or was there some? Is there a hierarchy? How did this happen?
Couple of things.
The fatal paper cut says it's a pattern. This isn't the first case, and it's always the same people doing it. So we're new to this, so I don't know if this has happened. I don't.
This is our first case as well. Also, I wanted to say hello to Busby.
Oh, hi, Busby. Thank you for coming in.
And CJ had an interesting comment too, if I can find it.
But
here it is.
The question the person was asking was, I don't understand. I don't understand it, but we can see the pattern. We all saw the pattern of the turn happening that didn't make any sense in the coordination.
Right.
So if we just don't know why it happened, but maybe we'll find out through this. CJ says 50%
going after 100
percenters going after 150 percenters because we expose their 50%, so they attack us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I get it.
And then a couple people, two people actually made the comment, or they were paid money to derail the case. That was
don't know that.
No, but she's saying in her opinion.
Yeah,
in her opinion, and then someone else said the same thing in their opinion. So I mean, there's something somewhere. You began to see a pattern in what was happening, and we saw it a while back, but weren't really sure, how it was developing. If it was just us thinking that, but it's become a law case. It's become a filing.
I thought there's there's actually a few possibilities, and there might be multiple reasons. I mean, the different people might have different motivations. For some people, there could be some money getting exchanged somewhere, and those people are moving other people unbeknownst to them in the direction that the people paying want to go. If there's any kind of hierarchy
to this situation. You know, the foot soldiers may not realize what they're a part of. You know, we don't know. There could be mixed motivations, but the coordination from an outsider was started to become really obvious, that something weird was going on there. And we'll see. Well, we'll see what they're able to get in evidence. They haven't even, I mean, they've just gotten started, actually, which is crazy.
Remarkable.
So this is going to be, this is.
Aw.
This is
KJ
just the
Mac.
beginning.
That's
That's
a nice
the
thing to
This is really
say.
just the beginning. Thank you, KJ Mac. These came in at a good time when many of us who were new to this genre found the vitriolic channels too repulsive. Thanks for the calm source for discussion. You know, looking back, that's part of why we started the channel, was because we hadn't seen the pattern yet, but we were seeing the craziness in that, the lack of logic that was going on. And I think we thought it was more carelessness and just bad reporting.
We were wrong.
And we were wrong. I think we were wrong. And so we thought, well, why don't we'll start a channel, and we'll be a place where we'll have logic again. You know,
And then Aunt E wormed her way in.
And work on facts and not the crazy rumors that were going on back in April when we decided to do this. But that was why. We wouldn't have been here if it hadn't been so crazy.
Right.
We wouldn't have done it. That they actually kind of created us in a weird way.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate it. And
We know your mom thinks so.
yes, your mom. And I think what you guys are doing, I know there's going to be some, I know you guys are going to get a lot of reactions, but I don't know what kind of team it took to do all this and put all this together, but pass along our appreciation to them, because I hope that this will improve this community and help get these people either acting more lawfully and civilly in the future and get out of the way, and let's get this kid home or find who harmed him. And I think this was a big step, and we appreciate all the work that these nameless people that we'll probably never know did.
I mean, unbelievable.
Beth says it wouldn't be the same without Auntie. Well, there you go.
I'm just kidding.
She just likes to give me a hard time for no reason.
Joking.
Oh, I missed you. Were you dogging on her? I missed it.
That I wormed my way in.
Oh, wormed your way in. No, Mrs. E wanted you in. For sure. It was Mrs. E's call. She definitely thought,
and everybody thinks I need a chest X-ray too.
Oh yeah.
Do I sound that bad breathing?
You're just sighing. You're sighing very heavily, like when you're taking a breath every so often. You go, you know, you can just really.
No, I don't mean it like that. I'm just.
So I do want to reiterate this. So,
look, you need to read that.
That's why I pulled it up.
Oh, okay.
This is Nik The Hat. And he's saying we're not asking for money, etc. If they end the nonsense Monday, this could be settled Tuesday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that if you kind of missed there at the beginning, this was, you know, I gotta look up the phrasing again, but they're not looking for a payday here. So they're not looking for, you know, some big cash out, you know, where they're suing for money. They're suing for action. So they want these things to stop, and they've got their list of things that they can do to stop with stop harassing, stop defrauding people, all the things that they're alleging here. And if they don't have to, you know, they're not looking for this big, you know, $1 million settlement and all that. That's not what they're asking for. It's an equity claim. It's what they're hoping for.
They're not seeking money.
Right. They're seeking them to all stand down and stop interfering in the investigation and the harassment and the various crimes that they are alleging here. So according to Nik, who I'm sure knows as well as anybody, that if they want to work on a settlement, that they're publicly saying here that they are open to doing that. So there might be an out here for people. So that might be some good news.
And look at Sweet Sam's pretty paranormal. I agree. The ease was the biggest breath of fresh air where I felt comfortable to start discussing the case.
Oh, thank you so much.
Aw, thank you.
We always appreciate you being here with us. And I'm glad and we've very much enjoyed having the conversations and discussing this and meeting all of you and hopefully having a place where people could come and not get attacked and all of that and worry about the drama and such. Nik says barbecue turned down the last settlement due to the apology clause. She discussed this in an exhibit.
Mm.
Okay, so no apologies.
And Nik also said this.
Nik says it'll explain it in the end. Cost equals $500, give or take filing fees.
Gotcha.
To settle, I guess, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. In the end of this, yeah, I did look ahead to some of that. Yeah, so that's all back here too.
We're almost there, guys.
I think so. Okay, I think I'm at this part 313, I believe. The malicious spread of misinformation and threats against those working to locate Sebastian Rogers directly endangered the child's welfare and interfered with the legitimate efforts to bring him home safely. Obstruction of justice. The actions of defendants Barbecue and Granny constituted obstruction of justice by interfering with law enforcement investigations, disseminating false information, and intimidating witnesses, including Plaintiff G. Their concerted efforts aimed to derail the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, thus obstructing justice under Pennsylvania law. Okay. By working in concert with other individuals, including the Proudfoots, and utilizing online platforms to spread misinformation.
Whoa.
Okay. By working in concert with other individuals, including the Proudfoots. So that's with the second time I think they've come up, right?
Wow.
And utilizing online platforms to spread misinformation. The defendants hindered the investigation and impeded Plaintiff G's ability to conduct a thorough search and provide necessary support to law enforcement.
I think chat's like agreeing that by working in concert with other individuals, including the Proudfoots.
Yeah.
Okay. People they're like, we're not expecting that.
Nope.
Wasn't expecting that. Right. Boom, boom, boom. People were saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Right. So this one, let's go back and just see what we read here.
Somebody said bomb, 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 green giant.
Yeah, so this is under the section of obstruction of justice.
Okay.
And this is both Granny and Barbecue here.
Okay.
So alleging that they worked in concert with other individuals, including the Proudfoots, utilizing online platforms to spread misinformation. The defendants hindered the investigation.
1 second.
Yeah, so that's a couple of times now that the Proudfoots have come up in connection to this. Harassment, Plaintiff G. Okay, and Barbecue Lady and Granny committed acts of harassment by engaging in a pattern of behavior designed to annoy, alarm, and intimidate Plaintiff G. The harassment included false accusations, threats, and defamatory statements made across various platforms, along with targeted efforts to undermine G's credibility and obstruct the search for Sebastian. This harassment further extended to orchestrated intimidation efforts at Plaintiff G's home, creating fear for his safety and well-being. Such actions meet the statutory definition of harassment. And now we're at count 41, I guess. Endangering the welfare of a child. Plaintiff G repeats and incorporates, sorry, I keep doing that, by their coordinated actions to obstruct the search efforts and defame those seeking to locate Sebastian Rogers. Defendants Barbecue and Granny endangered the welfare of a child. Their tactics actively diverted attention away from legitimate search efforts and hindered law enforcement's ability to gather information, thereby contributing to the ongoing risk to the missing child's safety. The defendant's conduct constituted willful misconduct and gross negligence, further endangering Sebastian's well-being and interfering with efforts to bring him to safety. So now we're at Nik the Hat. So this is part 13, and this is count 42. Okay, so his exhibit would be number 62. So it is also a declaration that he is, I'm assuming, signed and everything. They're about what we're about to read. I have not checked this section also.
This is sweet. Look at this.
Honesty prevails. Thank you, Honesty. Mrs. E, you are a genuine person, and sighing is a sign of how passionate you are about this case.
I just feel bad about all of it. It all just
Yeah.
makes me sad. I don't, there's nothing more to say than that, really. Just the ugliness of all of this is just sad to me.
I know.
That
I know.
I feel it.
I know you do.
So
Even people even people that might have somebody that's coming to them, I know you feel some sympathy for that.
Disagree with this.
Saying they endanger the welfare of a child is a stretch. In my opinion.
No, it's not.
I mean, if anything, they prove that because they are taking the case and extending it, creating obstruction in the case so that it can't be investigated properly.
Yeah, I mean it's
it's a stretch.
I'm just saying I disagree with that.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I do too. No, I just watching how many investigators, search teams, volunteers, anybody that's volunteered to get involved and try to find Sebastian's been attacked and threatened.
Mm-hmm.
Just about it. I don't even.
Well, CJ, people in our chat, CJ's here.
It's everyone. It's really everyone, and many of them have been scared off. We can't even know that he wouldn't have been found by now if it weren't for some of these actions. It's possible,
Yeah, CJ says since mid-March.
Yeah,
that's insane.
It's about the time, right, that it got bad.
I forgot they did stuff to the car too. His car was messed up.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, CJ's stream is the one that where Uncle Taco's wife, was.
That is where that was.
That's where that was.
Yes.
So
Yes.
This too.
That's
in this
it.
too.
Yeah.
So let's get into the Nik the Hat thing.
Okay.
So
we're getting close, guys.
This involves Granny's watching. So defendant Granny's watching, along with other individuals, engaged in repeated acts that serve to seriously alarm, annoy, and intimidate Nik the Hat without any legitimate purpose. The harassment included targeted actions such as live stream, encouraging viewers to contact plaintiff's parole office with false claims and misrepresenting plaintiff's comments by twisting them to suggest a threat of violence. So I know what they're referring here to. Part of this is at least the claim that he was in Tennessee, violating his parole. He was not in Tennessee, and there was no evidence of that, but that was being reported. I think that's what's being referred to there.
I'm sure the exhibit will show that.
Yeah. And then suggested threat of violence. Does that maybe have to do with the truth serum thing?
I don't know.
No. That got crazy exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
Harassment is defined as engaging in a course of conduct that is intended to harass, annoy, or alarm another person. The deliberate and repeated nature of defendant's conduct meets these statutory requirements.
Speaking of which, this was going on when I visited Brittany's. I guess people are saying that we are, we are part of the organization, just so you know.
No, we're not part of.
We're not part of the enterprise. I can promise you that.
We're not part of. Well, we're not part of anything. We're just reporting.
But we're not part of the enterprise.
No, but we're not part of any of it.
Yeah. No organization. We just do our thing.
We're just a family.
No contracts, no NDAs, none of that. No,
nothing.
Just do our own thing. So, if that's seeming like a great decision right now, right? To be doing our own thing, just stay.
Absolutely.
Stay in our own lane.
Continue that path after reading all this. So count. What is an XL3? I don't know. What are we at?
You lost me on the Roman numerals a while ago. I've just been going
too long.
I don't think anybody's gonna
whatever this one is.
Sorry.
Granny, alongside other individuals, conspired to engage in unlawful conduct, including harassment, defamation, and obstructing the plaintiff's efforts to assist in the ongoing investigations. The conspiracy was demonstrated through concerted actions to damage the plaintiff's reputation and credibility, including spreading misinformation and encouraging others to take part in these harmful acts.
Criminal conspiracy occurs when two or more persons agree to commit a criminal act, and an overt act is performed in furtherance of that agreement. The acts taken by Granny and her co-conspirators qualify as an ongoing conspiracy to harm the plaintiff.
That's 64.
Oh, did you look it up?
Yes, L is 50. So 10 and 50 and 4.
Okay, so we're not, you said we're at 54?
64.
64?
Yeah, because X is 10, L is 50, and then IV is 4.
Okay. Granny intentionally engaged in conduct that obstructed, impaired, or perverted the administration of justice by creating barriers that prevented the plaintiff from abiding or from aiding law enforcement in investigations, including a case involving a missing child. Yeah, so earlier we got into a little bit of this where because of this, he's not allowed to help in the investigation. He's not allowed to work with the authorities or law enforcement at all. So these actions, if they were able to prove or convince of this, directly took him out of the investigation working with law enforcement. So there's that. So these actions were taken to hinder the plaintiff's participation in investigative efforts, thereby obstructing lawful process. It is a criminal offense to intentionally obstruct the administration of law through coercive or other means. Granny's actions meet the statutory requirements of obstruction. Intimidation of a witness or victim. And defendant's conduct, including spreading false allegations and misrepresenting the plaintiff's statements, was aimed at intimidating and deterring plaintiff from participating as a witness or in assisting law enforcement. Such acts sought to undermine plaintiff's role in ongoing investigations, constituting intimidation under the relevant statute. It is a crime to intimidate a witness with the intent to influence, obstruct, or impede justice. The actions described constitute violations of this law by seeking to hinder plaintiff's involvement. So defendants made several false and defamatory statements about the plaintiff, including portraying him as threatening violence and spreading untrue information regarding his professional conduct. These statements were made publicly with the intent to damage the plaintiff's reputation and credibility.
Scroll.
Sorry, I was looking at chat on the other computer.
Defamation is established when false, malicious statements injure a person's reputation. Defendants' false accusations satisfy these elements. And now we have the defendants participated in a pattern of criminal activity that included harassment, defamation, obstruction of justice, and intimidation, targeting the plaintiff. These actions were part of an enterprise aimed at damaging plaintiff's reputation and hindering his involvement in lawful investigations. Under the Pennsylvania Corrupt Organizations Act and Federal RICO Act, defendants engaged in activities that constitute a pattern of racketeering involving multiple predicate acts as part of an organized effort to harm the plaintiff. The predicate acts here include, and these are bullet points, we have harassment under Pennsylvania law,
Defamation.
Defamation, and then obstruction of justice. Intimidation of a witness, conduct aimed at deterring the plaintiff's role in investigative matters. This ongoing pattern of conduct demonstrates a continuous scheme of illegal activities that meet the criteria for violations under both
We're at the
state and federal
conclusion.
laws. We are at the conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, plaintiffs respectfully request that this court grant a permanent injunction against defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, and joining them from engaging in the unlawful conduct alleged herein. Defendants' continuous and coordinated acts of defamation, harassment, and interference with the plaintiff's lawful efforts to locate Sebastian Rogers, as well as their obstruction of justice and organized conspiracy to harm the plaintiffs, warrant the court's intervention to prevent further irreparable harm. The injunctive relief is necessary to protect the plaintiff's reputations, professional relationships, safety, and ongoing efforts to locate the missing child, as well as to prevent any future unlawful acts by the defendants and those acting in concert with them.
Relief sought.
Woo!
Yeah, so that is the end of that huge section, which is their argument for why they should be granted an injunction. The evidence.
Oh,
Wait, somebody said XLIV is actually 44, not 64. So I guess the X won't be in front of the L. See once you get past X's, I don't even know.
We still got 1,000 people hanging with us here. This is unbelievable.
Real Me Too says I'm going to have nightmares, and she's been in court all week at the Leilani Simon trial.
I know you. But I mean, we are at
We're at a very,
sorry, I'm yawning.
and this part is not very long. This is just 3 pages. This is
Just 3 pages.
more better than the other. And this is what this is what they want. This is what they're asking for. So equitable relief here. Okay.
Okay, hold on. I'm not ready. All right.
Okay. So
Let me pull. Actually, let me do something real quick. Let me pull that down.
This is what they are asking for in the preliminary injunction.
Yet so far. I'm just kidding.
So they are wanting to prevent the defendants as well as any persons or entities acting by, for, or through them. So kind of stress on that part too. If this isn't just them, this is also any persons acting by, for, or through them from further disclosing, disseminating, or publicly sharing any private communications involving the plaintiffs or their associates, including but not limited to recordings, live streams, or related content obtained without the consent of all parties in violation of the Pennsylvania Wiretap Act. So yeah, they talked about that a little earlier with I don't remember who that was. Anyway, part 2 is directing defendants to cease the use of crowdsourcing or fundraising platforms, including but not limited to GoFundMe, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and YouTube Super Chats to solicit funds for their legal defense or any other purpose related to this litigation. All fundraising efforts must be conducted with full transparency and accuracy regarding the nature of the defense, and defendants shall be prohibited from making misleading statements about the case. Okay, so this is what they're asking the court to do. So prohibiting defendants, Granny and Barbecue, along with their associates, from making any defamatory or disparaging statements regarding plaintiffs Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, At Night Media, or any other named individuals, whether directly or indirectly, through any platform or medium, to prevent further harm to the plaintiffs.
So, okay, real quick. Or any other named individuals, whether, directly or indirectly through the platform or medium.
Yeah,
Or any platform or medium.
If this definition of indirectly is the same as we had with the Bullhorn Betty stuff, then this would mean like using a third party to say defamatory or disparaging comments.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, so there's more to this. So through any platform or medium to prevent further harm to the plaintiff's reputations and emotional distress, as per Pennsylvania defamation law and harassment statute. Part number 4 is directing defendants, Granny and Barbecue, to cease any attempts to portray, disclose, or release the private information, identities, or family details of plaintiffs and associated individuals, whether through social media, public forums, or any other channels, to protect the safety and privacy of those involved. So essentially, no doxing family and friends, right? Requiring the defendants, Granny and Barbecue, to immediately remove any existing online content, videos, posts, or publications that reference plaintiffs in a defamatory, harassing, or intrusive manner, and to certify in writing that such content has been permanently removed from all platforms under their control. So permanently removed. So you can't just privatize that stuff. It's got to
go away.
You got to delete it. It's got to be gone. 6, ordering defendants, Granny and Barbecue, to reimburse plaintiffs for any costs incurred in addressing or mitigating the harm caused by the defendant's unauthorized disclosures and defamatory conduct, including but not limited to the legal fees, investigative costs, and any necessary remedial actions. 7 is mandating that defendants inform their audiences, including followers, supporters, subscribers, and associates, to cease and desist from all defamatory, harassing, or threatening behavior, and to provide evidence to the court within 7 days, confirming that such instructions have been issued in good faith.
So they would need to go on their platform.
Yeah,
and
that'd probably be the best way.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I would think. Okay, so that's 77. Number 8 is granting. Okay, so
Granting
such other and further preliminary relief as this honorable court deems just and appropriate to prevent ongoing and irreparable harm to plaintiffs. So whatever the judge thinks in addition to. B, after trial, a permanent injunction. Permanently prohibiting defendants, Granny and Barbecue, from committing any further acts of disclosure, dissemination, or public sharing of private communications involving the plaintiffs or their associates,
and from any future violation of the Pennsylvania Wiretap Act. Part 10, permanently enjoining defendants Granny and Barbecue, as well as any agents, employees, or affiliates acting on their behalf from making any defamatory or harassing statements regarding the plaintiffs, and from engaging in any conduct intended to harm the plaintiff's reputation, privacy, or personal safety. 11 is directing the defendants Granny and Barbecue to return any confidential or private information obtained during the course of their conduct, including but not limited to recordings, messages, or other data related to the plaintiffs in whatever form it exists, and to certify that no copies or derivatives remain in their possession or control. 12, barring defendants Granny and Barbecue from contacting plaintiffs or any named individuals in this action, directly or indirectly, through any means for any purpose other than court-sanctioned communication. 13 is mandating that defendants inform their audiences, including followers, supporters, subscribers, and associates, to cease and desist from all defamatory, harassing, or threatening behavior, and to provide evidence to the court within 7 days confirming that such instructions have been issued in good faith. 14, ordering the defendants Granny and Barbecue to reimburse plaintiffs for all costs, expenses, and damages arising from their unlawful conduct, including punitive damages as appropriate for willful and malicious actions. 15, granting such other and further permanent relief as this honorable court deems appropriate to fully and finally resolve the matters at issue and to protect plaintiffs from ongoing harm.
This is dated today and signed by Joseph Lesniak.
That is signed right there.
Is there anything else?
I don't even know what else we have because I never got to this part.
And Nik said, if it goes to trial.
This would be what they're asking for if it goes to trial, right? That section. So like,
Okay, I can pull this down now, right?
Yeah, point. So like numbers 9 through 15 of that.
Wowza.
Whew.
Okay, so that.
And someone said, how can these Pennsylvania laws apply to Tennessee?
You know, I don't.
We're not attorneys.
I don't know.
I think all of the
depends on who we're talking about. You know, like if you're, what I'm understanding from Lesniak last time was like if you're in Tennessee and you wiretap somebody in Pennsylvania, you're under Pennsylvania law. You've broken a Pennsylvania law. You know,
well,
it just depends on what we're talking about, I think. But I don't know a lot of these answers. You know,
wow.
So let me see what this is here.
I think we're done for tonight.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I don't think any of this is.
Oh, okay. The lawyers know. Maybe they'll pop on next week. Next week on Mystery.
Oh, that'd be great.
That'd be great. That would be nice. That to help kind of break some of this down.
Yeah. Yeah. I love talking to lawyers anyway, and talking to.
Well, Lesniak's a super nice guy.
Yeah, he was great.
he was super.
I mean, the work he did here is just.
It's remarkable.
Crazy. So, yeah. So I don't think the rest of this we have to read here. It just goes into a little more. I'll double check it later and make sure it's not something we need to read. All of it's just a description, I think, of the various laws.
I think
that
we're
are
fine.
Broken.
No, he's just perfect.
Yeah, I think we've gone through all of this.
Real Me Too's tired.
Yeah, but
bless her heart. We get the best mods ever.
So that's that. That was a lot.
Bitter pills.
We've been doing
5 hours and 22 minutes.
Wow.
And still over 1,000 people.
We're like the Rolling Stones, you know, the super long concert here.
Yeah, but we're not in our 70s or 80s.
Man, this was
and I'm still worn out.
But this is fascinating, and I think we all learned a number of things that we did not know.
Oh, look, there's bitter pills and bigger pills. That's funny.
That is.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how all these people react. What happens from here?
Oh, Stuck in Florida says.
Stuck in Florida. You've worked in the court system for 40 years, and I would definitely take this seriously. Yeah, I'd have to assume this is not the norm. Something like this.
And KMX says, I learned a lot I did not know.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
And-
I think it gave us all a different understanding
Oh
of
my stars.
the depth of what they've done.
Read that.
Nick says it'll take the court 343 6-hour days to listen to all of the discovery.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Discovery.
Wow.
There's got to be a different way, right?
I don't know.
That would be a lot.
That's over it's a year. And you're talking business days, so you're talking well over a year.
Wow.
I mean, there's a lot of allegations in here.
Yeah.
You know, I have no idea. I mean, if you when you go through here, almost every paragraph is especially in the first half, is like its own separate criminal allegation, each act, you know? And they're going to have to sort through all
Do you want to
this.
deal with that? Because it's not.
Well, I mean, so Booty Shots thinks it's a frivolous lawsuit. All right. Well, there's an
I
opinion.
don't think they would have spent the hours and manpower and time to do a frivolous lawsuit, but
Frivolous might be the last word I would use on this. This is nothing to dismiss lightly. Nick says we haven't even started.
I
mean, okay, just use, everybody needs to take this seriously. You don't do this
right.
just willy-nilly.
No.
You're just kind of messing around. This is
a good one too.
This was a tremendous amount. You got to think that citing all this evidence they've gathered, all these quotes, going through all this video, all the statements.
I'm overwhelmed by all of it, honestly.
The man hours that this would take, it's all original. It's not like you copy paste the stuff. You're creating this, and every page would be.
I mean, it's detailed to the minute.
I can't imagine how many people had to work on this.
Mm-hmm.
And how many hours total this would be. And it's insane.
Like, I was looking at the exhibits and I couldn't even get to the exhibits because there's so many.
I mean, just think about being the defense attorney going, hey, I'm in this lawsuit. Okay, well, let me see what you got. you know?
And that's not even all of it.
They're going to have to go.
Right? Because you have to, if you add in the exhibits and all the things.
Your attorney's going to have to go in here allegation by allegation and go look at the video and make a defense, and right?
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a monster.
Yeah.
Nick says.
Nick says it'll all end if nonsense ends. No charge, no money. Nonsense ends Monday. They sign Tuesday. It's dismissed Wednesday.
Wow.
Okay.
Or you could just say it's not going to be a big deal and see where that gets you.
Yeah, I mean, there's you can negotiate anything usually. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and Fatal Paper Cut has a good point.
Fatal paper cut. This isn't a joke, people. This isn't a C&D. This absolutely could go to trial since the government is already itching to limit harassing hate speech online anyway.
Absolutely.
It is a hot topic. We've seen the cyberbullying end up in people taking their own lives. What's that case with the little girl not long ago?
I can't think of her name offhand, but the little girl who
people are
unalived
outraged. People are outraged by what this stuff. And these people taking things real life and showing up at his house and this stuff that doxing people's addresses and all of that. Mrs. Farmer by birth. Someone checked Mrs. Lee's temperature. She looked like she may have.
Y'all, I went on a vacation. I have a 10. I do not feel my head. Do I have a temperature?
No,
I don't.
Good. But you do look red on.
She might be a little overheated though.
I get red. You know what? Granny has pointed this out. Look at my neck. I get red every time that we go on air.
Yeah, you do.
I'm sure Granny's been asleep for a few hours.
Yeah, she has. She went up hours ago.
Well, let's wrap.
I don't know. I'm curious to see where all this goes, and so we'll. I don't know when we'll be back.
This is a good one.
Nick says we are prepared and ready for trial.
That's crazy.
I don't doubt it.
I mean, no matter how you look at it, this amount of work is impressive.
That's incredible. So
okay, here Nick's got something else to say.
Yeah. We will go to trial if they want to. Injunction will be vigorously pursued for Sebastian's sake. We need help finding him. They're scaring everyone away.
Yes, they are. They definitely are.
Wow.
Approximately 4 firms in 3 states had their hands on it.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Wow,
Well, that would
that's a
explain.
lot.
Yeah, it had to be. I mean, this is too much. This is too much for.
Well, the fact that if they take this lightly, wow.
Rogue knows us. Rogue knows. I can't believe we're still up either, Rogue.
I think it was kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, we got this far. Let's just finish it and be done with it.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know, maybe a little completist in me. It's almost like, when you stay up late reading a novel and you're almost there.
What did that say, Auntie?
This will have a hearing within a month.
Oh my stars.
Yeah. So, because they've got 20 days, it says.
Oh my stars.
So
That's
they are
quick.
claiming they haven't been served yet. But assuming that happens in, sometime in the next few days, then that would be what, Thanksgiving a time or a little earlier.
Oh. All right. We haven't heard from Nik for a while. I guess this proves you're not in jail, right? All right.
I don't know. We don't know.
We don't know.
Well, that was good. But people have missed the videos and people have been asking about you, so I'm glad to see him back. Or
Rogue, evil, or CJ says it's late night at the E's Clubby.
Well,
no kidding. Here's what's funny is as soon as we turn everything off, I would say in less than 15 minutes he'll be asleep.
Oh, me? Yes. I have no trouble. I'll be out.
Yeah,
no problem.
It'll take me hours to wind down. No matter how tired I am.
She'll need like an hour of Brittany J if she's out there.
I'll need an hour of something.
Yeah, she will. She'll live in it. She can even have it like playing on the nightstand, and I'll sleep right through it.
Yeah.
Nik says this is an emergency. Deputies will arrive if they haven't already. Barbecue was served by her lawyer.
Oh wow.
Okay, so you're saying barbecue's now already been served,
and then he says deputies are going to her.
Gotcha. So pretty soon, if not already.
Now, unfortunately, Grammy, what happens is we have a child with autism who likes to get up really early.
Oh, he does.
He'll be up at 5.
And it's been a full moon, and he always does not sleep well during full moons. So
but that's all right.
That's all right.
I'll have a little nap tomorrow.
Little cafe mocha.
Yeah, we'll do that. So the county where Granny and the county where Barbecue have been paid to serve them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think Granny's right there, right? Like not far.
Right. Well,
she's in that area.
Mohawk Mom, this is very overwhelming
it is
overwhelming to absorb. I agree 100%.
I think the big takeaway on it is just, I mean, obviously they're going to show all this pattern of harassing, cyberbullying, stalking.
I've been getting
all these kind of things. But what the big, when you get into this conspiratorial RICO stuff, that's what can really. That's something to be really frightened of. You don't want to be facing RICO charges. So that should, if they don't understand that, because maybe they just don't know, but that's you don't want to get wrapped up in something like that. And apparently, my understanding, not being a lawyer here, of course, but it looks like at least 52 people are implicated on this, because it says these. That Granny, Barbecue, and then 50 does, so I'm assuming are all defendants. Who they are, we maybe got some hints tonight, just as far as just reading through the various people working with these others. But
all right,
yeah.
Well, so, I think
we'll just see what happens there.
I think it's time to wrap it up. We have been here a long time.
Yeah, and thank you to all the creators coming in, and thank you to Nik for giving us some insight also. All of our mods for hanging with us for so long. Appreciate that. And sorry, I know we usually do a lot more kind of answering questions and stuff, but we just really wanted to get through all the material so that everybody can kind of
let's kind of absorb it.
And as best I could, kind of offer some insight where I thought I might be able to help. Some of these people I just don't know at all, so I couldn't offer anything on that.
Detroit Rock City, we have seen your comments. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you, Detroit Rock City. We do appreciate
it. We appreciate you so much. And Nik says good night.
Yeah, thank you guys. We appreciate you. And anything else from you, Mrs. E or IT?
I don't think so. Thank you, CJ. I think everybody's ready for us to wrap it up.
Yeah,
Our mods
we're ready to wrap it up.
5.5
Yes, so
hours.
we'll hit that outro music and go. But thank you so much. We appreciate
Good
everybody.
night, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there.
I'm not ready yet, but I'm almost there. Okay, here we go. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We're holding on to hope for you. Ooh. We remember you. We remember you. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We remember you. We remember you. We're still here for you. We'll shine our light for you. We remember you. We